Alrighty, what's good, everyone? Joining up the live right now. How's everybody doing here on YouTube? What's up, everyone joining in? What's up? What's up? What's up? I am about to join Dean's live here for a little bit. I think for about an hour or so before he ends. I think he'll end here in about an hour, hour and a half, and then I should be on to solo debates for the rest of the night. How's everybody doing so far today? How's everybody doing? Meg, how you doing? My day's been good so far. How about yours? What's up, Megan? What's up, I Like Cats? What's up, VKR? What's up, Emily? What's good, everyone joining in? Mander, how you doing? Ben, how you doing? What's good, everyone? What's good? What's good? What's good? We're gonna be joining Dean. I'll let him know in a second that I'm here. Actually, I'll do it right now. I'm inbox if you wanna add me. All right, there we are. But what's good, everyone? How y'all doing? Was just on Dean's. How's your how is your girlfriend doing? She's doing all right. She's doing all right. Today. Yeah, I'm joining Dean. I'm in Dean's.
You're supposed to be making. Why do you think that mass deportation is good for the economy? Let's hear it.
Well, the less people you have here that's getting paid under the table and not paying proper forms of taxes, or hi Parker, I'm a big fan. If you have a lot of people here, that is what's happening, and I blame it a lot on business owners that are hiring.
Can I just have? What's the argument? What is the positive economic outcome of mass
I'm getting.
deportation?
If I could finish, if you have,
For
and I
sure.
think you should hold business owners accountable as well that are hiring these people and paying them under the table a lot less than what the normal American citizen would make, as well as paying taxes. But there's so many people getting paid under the table for not only under living wage compared to an American citizen, but they're not paying taxes when they're getting paid under the table. And which is exactly why I think Obama did what he did, and I supported that.
Hey, man. Maybe I just wasn't tracking. What was the positive economic outcome of mass deportation that you told me?
Because you have people that are taking jobs that are getting paid under the table, which means they're not paying their state tax, they're not paying their federal tax.
And when you okay, first of all, undocumented immigrants pay $100 billion per year in taxes on the federal, state, and local level. I agree that they're more likely to work under the table. That's because when they do pay taxes, they don't reap the benefit of like federal systems of aid, like Medicaid, Medicare, Social Security, as well as they can't file for a tax return. We give them mass amnesty or naturalize them, they'd be just as likely to work over the table as citizens, as well as they'd get paid higher wages. But that's not here nor there, because just simply pointing out the fact that some undocumented immigrants work under the table is not naming a positive economic outcome of mass deportation.
Do you think it would hurt if that? Do you think it would help if we did get those people out of there and let people that are in a U.S. citizen work for these businesses? You don't think it would help at all?
So yeah, I think it'd hurt the economy. What's your argument that it'd help the economy? Are you saying that mass deportation would help the economy by like allowing more open job opportunities?
Most definitely. If you have people getting paid at the table that aren't paying federal and state taxes, but where do you think the money goes when you pay your, like, I pay a lot of taxes each year.
So you're basically saying that we could fill those roles with people that will pay taxes.
With people that legally can pay taxes, yes. Yeah, if you are I blame the business owners just as much.
All right, sounds good. Sounds good. Did you know that A, undocumented immigrants do pay taxes? B, the only reason why they're less likely to pay taxes and more likely to work under the table, as I already said, I'm repeating myself at this point, is because they don't qualify for those federal systems of benefit. So in other words, you're basically telling us that we can ensure that there's more people working jobs and paying taxes if we were to offer undocumented immigrants a pathway to residency or citizenship.
You're saying
because we'd be filling those positions with citizens.
No, you're saying that people that get paid under the table don't get taxes getting that taken out of their paycheck? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying that the issue you're pointing out is the idea that undocumented immigrants are less likely to work over the table. I agree. The reason why I agree, and the reason why they're less likely to work over the table, is because they don't reap any of the benefits when they pay taxes, like Medicaid, Medicare, Social Security, federal food stamp, Section 8, etc. However, they still do pay taxes. They pay $100 billion per year in taxes on the federal, state, and local level through ITINs. But if your point is, well, if we remove them all, we'll have more people paying more in taxes, I actually would refute that claim, and I'd say that it's false, because mass deportation would shrink our economy by forcefully laying off 8.3 million of our laborers. Our manufacturers become less efficient, as well as they sell us goods/commodities, because we have about 12 million consumers that are excommunicated out of the market. So overall, we'd have a weaker economy with less job opportunities, because we'd require less job opportunities. And if we truly do want a stronger economy with more people paying taxes, let's strengthen the economy by offering undocumented immigrants a pathway to residency or citizenship. The reason why this would strengthen the economy is because then undocumented immigrants would be more likely to work over the table and pay taxes, and they'd be more likely to garner higher wages as they'd have more bargaining power to issue against their employer. Right? So in other words, if you truly want to help the economy, get more people to pay more taxes, get more people to make more money when they work, get more people to contribute more to the GDP, etc., you support mass amnesty, which would be the mass naturalization of undocumented immigrants.
In an ideal world, I would love for all, if undocumented immigrants would actually do the steps it would take to become a national citizen. But in all fairness, you're talking about like an ideal society. Like if we were to say, because what percentage of undocumented immigrants get paid under the table? Do you know that?
I don't know if we know the percentage.
It's at least, this was like a year ago though. It's at least over 70-something%.
I don't believe that.
Can you give a source?
No, it was on, I forget, it wasn't congress.gov. It was somewhere else, but it might be higher now. But you can look it up right now.
It was on Congress.
No, it might have been on Congress or the immigration.gov website.
Well, hey man, you are actually right for 50% of the claim. The CBO does estimate that 70% of undocumented immigrants do something with taxes. But what they're reporting is that 70% of undocumented immigrants work over the table and pay taxes.
Where does it say that at?
The CBO.
CBO's estimates. So, I mean, that's likely the source that you're referring to.
Oh, but he thinks the CBO is a horrible DNC scam.
Yeah, it looks
no,
like
I don't. I never
you
said
saw
that.
something, you just misinterpreted it.
No.
Real quick, I gotta thank a couple people. Hannah, thank you for the $15 over on Venmo. Hannah says, I watch you every day to mentally and politically prepare myself to change my dad's mindset. He was deep in MAGA in 2020. Bro, Anna, if you ever want to request to join so I could debate your dad, I would love to do that. But thank you for being here, and thank you for the $15 on Venmo as well. Let's get 150 Hannah W's down below. I'd also like to thank Anonymous for the $40 donation over on Venmo. Anonymous, that is incredibly kind of you. Can we get 400 Anon W's down below in that chat? Anonymous says, I'm a nanny and have told the kids about you and how smart you are as an encouragement for them to stay informed, and they told me that they hope they can vote when you run for president. Oh, that is so kind. Thank you not only for the very kind words, but also for the $40 donation. Huge shout out to Anonymous. And then also Fanny with the $10 over on Venmo saying, I don't know if you remember this, but you were a top 3 contestant of the White Boy of the Month contest that I made on my story, and you saw it. Dude, let's go. Hell yes. Patrick with a $15 saying, been watching you for a minute now. Thank you for educating people. My whole family is MAGA. You've educated me to debate them now. Also, LeBron is the GOAT. Well, thank you so much for being here, and I'm happy that you've taken some value away. And once again, thank you for the $15 donation. And then Bree, this was 23 minutes ago, but I still want to thank you for the $5 over on Venmo. Just call me a diva. Appreciate it. Varian, that is Varian. Thank you for the $10 over on PayPal. They say, I love watching your lives. Thank you for being here. And thank you for the $10 donation, Varian. Yeah, there we go. We're all caught up. If you're watching and you're like, hey, this Dean guy's cool, if you want to support me, support the live streams, or support the much needed therapy that I will require after the guest today because I've been like abysmally bad, feel free to support me on Venmo and PayPal, which is located in the link tree in my bio on TikTok, as well as in the pinned message over on that YouTube stream. Now, take it away, Mr. Guest.
Oh, you're fine, man. I'll concede. You are a lot more educated than me on any matter, probably. I work too much to do a lot of research, but yeah, I'll concede respectfully. I just maybe it's just the ignorance in me, maybe, that I still think the way I do, but there's a lot of things I see that I don't take at face value, like you guys, a lot of the facts you spit out, there's a lot of things that go on behind what you're actually saying, though they might be right, but it's so hard to, like, I'm trying to not just have a narrow-minded way of thinking, which you've helped me a lot by having this debate with you, man. I'm nervous.
You know what? That was...
But and I apologize for being loud or rude or anything. But yeah, I think that I learned a lot just from talking to you just now. I do watch you a lot, and you're cooking. You're a good cook, it looks like too. But also Parker's here, so it makes it even harder for me. So I will let you guys move on. Yeah, between Parker and Jade. Also, if you can ask Jaden a question for me next time you see him, if he's not the guy that caused Beavis to have a Cornholio episode in one of these shows I watched, an episode. I think he did like the voice actor on him. Tell him I really like his work. So I've never been able to
I'll
talk
make sure to
him.
let him know. I hope you have a good rest of your day, man. It definitely was a pretty hot start there, dude. Appreciate you for kind of grounding yourself towards the end of the conversation. I definitely do respect that. I definitely do respect that. As well as Ashley, thank you so much for the $20 over on Super Chat on YouTube. Thank you for the love. As well as what you're saying there is absolutely true, Ashley. Let's show some love to Ashley, everybody. Let's get 200 Ashley W's down below in that chat while we're working on getting that next guest up here. In fact, we already have Investment Man. Hello, Investment Man. Do you support Trump?
I do.
All right, Mr. Investment Man, tell me and Parker why you support Dipey Donald.
Just real quick, hey, I'm at 5 charge. I'm in the back of an Uber, so if I do drop in 10 minutes, I didn't hang up, and I'll come back another day.
Okay.
Socially, I fall left. Capitalism and some other business reasons, I fall right. I'm going to say I lean further right than left, though. So as of right now, I did vote for him. He's probably slightly edging out that I would vote for him again in the midterms. Not him, the Republicans, obviously. Why did I vote for him? I mean, look, the original reasons were Doge and tax cuts. My thinking may be a little bit now different because he's pretty much screwed up the Doge side of it, but I still like the tax cuts. Those were the original reasons. Maybe not why I support him today, though.
Okay, so did you know that tariffs are tax increases? Not only are tariffs
Absolutely.
tax increases,
It's a,
but
it's a flat
specifically-
tax. I fully agree, Parker. It's a flat tax on the poor who get it the worst. I fully agree.
Yeah, so not only is it just a shifting of burden of where the taxation is placed, but also Elon himself said that Donald Trump went against everything that he
Bruh.
specifically did at Doge, right?
Dude.
Because it is the case that he adds significant amounts to the debt. What's up, Dean?
Dude, I accidentally turned off my computer again.
And that's why I said
Okay.
originally I was a Doge guy, but I've been pretty upset with what they actually did. So yeah, I agree with you, Parker, on that.
Okay, and then you said that you're socially left, but you're capitalism right. Well, then that would mean that you believe in
Well,
open
business,
borders.
business,
That would mean that
business,
you.
right.
Well, then what are you right on economically speaking?
I hate the whole, hey, top 1% pay your fair share. I mean, that's just one of the most annoying comments in the world, I've decided, as someone who's done well, I guess, in my lifetime. Because I feel like, who gets to decide the fair share? I mean, who's the decider of that?
Well, obviously, all of us are going to have different determinations of what we see to be fair, but that doesn't mean that there isn't a fair share specifically for the top 1%, or that you don't believe that there's a fair share. Do you think that the top 1%
Yeah.
should have to pay a higher effective tax rate than people who are lower income? I think so, because it is the case that they have significantly more disposable income. Given that they have significantly more disposable income, we're not going to be taking away from their bare necessities, their cost of living, things that they need, if it is the case that we tax that. Comparative to
And that
taxing
will only
people who-
happen when they that will only change once they change the long-term capital gains tax rate as well as the qualified dividend tax rate. That's not going to change until someone changes those two things.
Wait, I mean, we can do both at the same time. It's not just going to be long-term capital gains. There's also other tax rates we can address. Why is it that income tax stops increasing in terms of the effective tax? I mean, the marginal tax rate as soon as we hit like 500,000-600,000? Why is it the case that someone making 500,000-600,000 pays the same effective tax rate as someone who is making 100 million? That would be ridiculous, right?
Yeah, I think part of the problem with that, and I don't have numbers to back this up, but I mean, look, once you throw in the 37% highest tax bracket, then once you throw in, let's say, your New York or California state tax and your boroughs and your city tax, property tax, I mean, there's people paying 55 to 60% in taxes. Well, how high do you want to go on that number? 70, 80? I mean, at some point, someone's going to be like, why am I even working hard building a business if I have to pay 70 or 80? They're already paying 60 on the high side. When you factor in all
think about it
taxes.
this way. Think about if someone has $20 million, most people aren't going to keep working because they already have $20 million. But why do the people with $20 million still go out and try to make significant amounts of money? Well, it seems like their specific drive is not just monetarily related to be able to like have the money to use it themselves. It's to just have a higher number than other people. It's to play the game of capitalism. It's to own and have power over more things. So again, that still exists for people within the context of the system. There's other incentives other than the way that you're just referring to it. They're just doing it just to have it. They're not doing it because it necessarily adds to their quality of life. Does it make sense?
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. There's probably a few people like that, but based on the people I know, I don't think it's a high percentage of what you're talking about.
It
I
has
think
to
people
be.
just
It
want to
has
grow
be,
their
because
number.
when we're talking
Yeah.
about the millions and millions and millions of dollars that people are bringing in, it's not that it increases their quality of life after a certain point.
Quickly for everybody watching the stream that was on YouTube, the computer turned off again. For whatever reason, whenever I take anything in or out of the USB slots on the PC, it turns off. So I've now accidentally shut it off 2 times.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm just not gonna go for a 3rd time over there. So we're done on YouTube for the day. Sorry y'all. A little bit of a rough day today, everybody. A little bit of a rough day. Dean crash out. So real. I've learned patience though. Well, what is this guy's argument? Why does he support Trump as president?
So he was essentially saying that he kind of has an issue with the idea that the top 1% need to pay a quote-unquote fair share. I was kind of describing to him that we all have different depictions of what a fair share is, right? And he, just because he doesn't believe in other people's notion of a fair share doesn't mean that he doesn't have his own notion of a fair share.
Okay, so do you support him for his tax cuts to the top 1%, or do you support him because maybe if Harris had won the election, you'd be taxed more?
Is that different? I mean, Trump wanted to keep the tax rates where they are, and she wanted to raise them. So I mean, it's the same thing, isn't it?
So what tax hikes did she propose that you weren't a fan of, specifically?
Well, I'm more of the concept of, hey, pay your fair share, but look, anyone paying or making more than $450,000, that's where the tax rates were going to go up at that point.
I know, but how much should she want to increase them by?
I guess it's more of the whole slippery slope, more of the Democrats of, I mean, yeah, she may just raise them 2.6%, go back to the old 39.6% tax bracket. But I mean, there's a general trend line there, right?
What would you prefer? Income over 450K per year to be taxed by an additional 2%, or for 17 million low-income Americans to lose Medicaid, 3 million low-income Americans to lose SNAP, 18 million students in school to lose access to free school student lunches.
Well, I'm a human being, so obviously I don't want those things to be taken away from these people.
Right, but I mean, given that it had to be one or another, income over 450K per year is taxed an additional 2%, or all these millions and millions of people lose all these benefits. Which one are you going to take?
I guess I don't remember when Trump said specifically, I'm going to take all of this away from these people so that I can keep tax rates where they are.
Well, it's something he did with a big, beautiful bill. So
he did
now
it, but he didn't run on it. He did it, but he didn't run on it.
Well, I know for sure. So this isn't an argument that I would have given you on October 30th. But
Correct.
This is an argument that I am giving you on July 20th, because right now you have the chance to say you no longer support him as president because he was the worst out of 2 evils. And in retrospect, you truly would have preferred income above $450,000 per year to be taxed by an additional 2% compared to everything that we've seen as a result of the Trump admin.
And I actually do agree with you. If I had a choice today of a 2.6% tax hike on people making more than $450,000 versus the people that are going to potentially lose their Medicaid, SNAP, and other things, yeah, absolutely. I'd rather have those people get those things. Now, I do agree with you.
See,
today.
that means you're not MAGA.
I don't think I am MAGA. I'm just sort of a longtime Republican.
That just means that you're not a Trump supporter.
I'm more of a Republican than a Trump supporter.
Okay, so you don't support Trump.
Well, unfortunately, he ran, so I sort of had to. He was the Republican.
No, we're talking today. What does the stream say? It says, how do you still support Trump? Do you still support Trump?
Well, so what I was saying was I originally voted on that. What I support him for today is probably a little bit different because he didn't actually do what I was hoping he would do on both standpoints. If you look more today...
Why do you still support Trump today? Yeah.
I mean, some of the things that he's done right, and look, he's done a lot wrong. I'm not an idiot here. He's done so much wrong. But, okay, look, our military is stronger, recruitment's up. They're putting more money in the military. So I do like the strong military.
That's a trend that we've seen. The Army, the Marines, the Navy, the Air Force, they've been ramping up their expenditure on advertising to get new people to join for the last 4 or so years, and we've seen a progressional change year by year. So I don't know if I'd attribute that to Trump.
It was a pretty big jump on how quickly they hit the recruitment goals this year versus the previous 4 years. Trend line, I'll give you the trend line, but there was a really big jump from last year to this year.
So, larger jump in enlistment in the military is why you support it?
How quickly they hit their recruitment goals for the year.
Okay,
how quickly they hit their...
But, I mean, I think that, what has Trump done to influence this?
I think there's a bunch of rednecks, MAGA people who are like, hell yeah, I love America, I love my president, I'm going to go serve. That's all I can think. A bunch of rednecks have just recruited or joined the military. That's all I can think of if you want to ask me why this has happened.
Okay, well then maybe I'd say here, if Kamala Harris won, like we'd have less like rednecks joining the military right now. But like simultaneously, at the end of the day, I'd still prefer a version of reality where Trump wasn't president right now because of all of the bad things that have been as a result of his presidency. Like, sure, I'll acknowledge that maybe that is a consequence of his presidency, but simultaneously, like the cons seem to outweigh like the pros. Like this is a pretty minimal pro, but like the cons are massive, right? You know, like, the negative impacts of the big beautiful. So if the cons outweigh the pros, that just means that you don't really support Trump.
Well, I'm saying there's some reasons I support Trump.
Can I ask one question? I know this is just random. Is your name
Parker.
Alex?
No, it's Mark.
Okay, just clarifying because I thought you were Alex Jones for a second. My bad. Go ahead.
Hey, Parker, did you go to Northwestern?
No, I didn't.
Okay, I don't know why I thought that. Okay. I'm probably going to get a lot of pushback on this. I think DEI had gone out of whack. DEI, is, per my understanding, is giving an equal opportunity to everyone. You have to look at everyone's resume and give everyone a shot. It had sort of gone way beyond that. From my experience between law firms and in the financial industry, it was like, no, we're going to give the jobs to these people just because. And look, I'm okay with that because these people have been screwed over for hundreds of years. But DEI had gone a little out of control beyond its initial intentions.
I think that a lot of times people truly do misinterpret like DEI and hiring. You know, like as far as I'm concerned, the only place I see DEI and hiring is going to be like gender neutral language and job descriptions. Like even like the inclusion of like blind resume screenings. Like what kind of like DEI like practices have we seen in like the hiring processes that like Trump has now stopped that you were not a fan of either?
And I can't say if they've stopped yet, but it seems like there's a trend towards that. When they were just blindly saying, okay, look, we're going to hire this person because he's a minority and we have to increase the count.
Who was doing that?
These are high level
specific
law firms.
DEI policy that you disagree with.
Yeah, like who's doing that?
Well, no, but the policy was let's look at everyone's resume. But actually, what was happening was we're going to hire this person because they're a minority.
Wait, no,
just
hold on.
because.
Name
Where
the
was this
specific
happening?
DEI policy? Yeah.
Yeah, like, where is this happening? Like,
This is what I'm saying
be
is
specific.
There's the that's why I can't defend this because there's the policy in writing and there's what was actually happening. So you know what? I'm going to concede on this because I have no documentation. But I'm just saying this is an experience that we see in the high-level law firms and financial institutions nowadays. It just is what it is. Once again, I'm okay with it.
Wait, but if
'cause
this
these
is
people have been
something
screwed over.
this is something that is just going to happening in this unspoken sense that's not on paper, that's not official nor standardized, then Trump can do nothing to stop it.
I think he changed the attitude where some people feel they don't have to do that anymore. But once again, I have no documentation.
So wait. Just like his aura stopped DEI.
His orange Cheeto Puff aura, yes.
Like,
Nah.
come on, this is like such like a rhetorical, baseless argument.
Look,
I think that like his rhetoric surrounding DEI has just led to more persecution of marginalized communities. Like what was every conservative, preaching at the top of their lungs when talking about, the black mayor of LA when the LA fires were going on?
Yeah, that was
they were
horrible.
saying,
It wasn't true.
Well,
It wasn't true.
They were saying, well, she's black, and we don't think that she is doing her job to the best of her ability. She's doing a bad job, so therefore she must have only gotten the job because she's black, and she's underqualified, and she's DEI. Well, like this is just like one of the many examples of like unjust discrimination against black people, literally because they're black, that Donald Trump has promoted by using language like DEI and framing it in a negative light. I mean, even if we admit that the mayor of LA wasn't doing a good job, we're just going to assume that for the intents and purposes of our discussion. Well, we've had a lot of politicians do bad jobs. I mean, you probably thought Biden did a bad job, but you've never called Biden a DEI hire because he's white. Right?
I didn't think Biden did a bad job. I did not think Biden did.
So I'm just kind of pointing out how, his rhetoric surrounding DEI has just led to like more racism, more targeting of black people because they're black.
Yeah, I will concede because, like I said, look, I can't beat the Parker Dean logic tree because there's no way to beat it. Okay, the last thing I'll say is, look, I truly believe economically immigration helps, but one thing we all forget 18 to 24-year-old males who didn't go to college get screwed by high levels of immigration because they're competing that same labor force that's coming over that's able to do the exact same jobs. 18 to 19-year-olds, it's like a 22% unemployment rate. 18 to 24, it's about 10.2%. Everyone else is good. It's that 18 to 19 as well as 18 to 20.
This phone died.
Does this guy think legal immigration high scale leads to like worse conditions for people who are 18 through 24? Is that what his argument is? For men?
Who knows?
haven't seen any data
I
on
mean,
that.
we'll never know because his phone literally died. Welcome in, Tay. Do you support Trump? Tay's not here. Do you want to get somebody up on the live to debate? And then also, Victoria, thank you so much for the $75 donation over on PayPal. Victoria, that is absolutely insane. Holy shit. Victoria says, we love an educated king. Victoria, I love you. Thank you so much for the $75 donation. Thank you so much. If we could please get 750 Victoria W's down below in the chat, it'd mean the world to me. Thank you so much, Victoria.
Yo, Jay with the $250 on PayPal. Can we get some W's for Jay in the comment section for the $250 on PayPal? Thank you so much. Of course, I really appreciate it. I absolutely will, Jay. Thank you. So can we get some W's for Jay in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, bro.
Dude, WJs, y'all. W fucking J's. I would also like to quickly thank Ria for the $10 on PayPal. Thank you so much for the love, Ria. Then Madison with a 4. I appreciate you guys so much. Then also Ian with the $5 over on Venmo. Guys, thank you so much for the love. Welcome in, Air. Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
Dude, why do you support the worst president ever?
For the most important reasons is AI and crypto. Only thing that matters.
Shut the hell up, buddy.
No,
Shut the
seriously.
hell up. What is he doing for AI and crypto that are just truly transformative?
First, are y'all not informed on what's going on with AI and crypto? You guys seem to be
I keep in the loop.
I have no clue what's going on. Tell me, give me one AI policy that Donald Trump's influence get passed. That's good.
I keep in the loop in crypto. Big bull run right now, but I don't think a big bull run in crypto is enough to support a fascist. So
Yeah, Eric, can you name one AI policy that Trump influence get passed that you think is good?
AI policy? I don't think they've passed any AI policy.
Okay, so then why'd you say AI and crypto is the reason why you support Donald Trump? Clearly, it would only be crypto if there's nothing about AI you can mention.
Well, not policy, but a prioritization of
what
AI.
Way? What is he doing? In what way is he prioritizing it?
Well, first of all, he's not blockading it like the last presidents.
How are they blockading it?
He's allowing it to flourish by allowing them to utilize their own energy, building their own energy, a part of their AI.
So then he changed the policy that previously existed on AI to then quote unquote allow them to flourish. What policy did he change?
yeah, he would have had to like change or like stop or rescind something that was set forth by the Biden-Harris administration. So what did he change, stop, or rescind?
Well, as far as I know, when it comes to the AI, he's allowed for the companies that are building the infrastructure to utilize their own private energy sources, which means they are not pulling from the grid.
Own private energy sources that aren't pulling from the grid?
Correct.
Like what?
Well, that's what's crazy. Like y'all are really up to date on a lot of things, but seemingly y'all didn't just see what happened in Pennsylvania with them $90 billion going towards energy.
Okay, well, like
AI. Hold on. Energy.
No. Like, do these AI plants have fucking arc reactors?
What happened?
Do these AI plants have fucking arc reactors or some shit?
That's what I'm trying to tell you. If you were up to date on what's going on, you would see that 3 nuclear plants are going to be put on by 2026. And
so nuclear energy?
Nuclear, yeah.
Part of it is going to be nuclear. Hold on. Part of it is going to be nuclear. Part of it is going to be gas, and part of it is going to be.
So what was Donald Trump's involvement in this? How did he allow it? What EO did he pass to quote unquote allow this?
I'm making it a priority.
In what way? What did he do?
That's just rhetoric. In what way did he make it a priority?
No. Listen. None of this is happening if he doesn't make it a priority.
But what does that even mean?
hold on.
This just sounds like rhetoric. Like you're like so from my perspective, I think that we've seen a massive boom in AI in the last 3 years, and every day that passes, that boom gets bigger, faster, and more insane, and things start growing at a quicker pace, right? So I think like in the last 6 months, that boom has continued. Facilities are popping up everywhere. Everyone's talking about AI. It's huge, right? And I feel like what the Trump administration is doing, they're like, we're doing this. This is us. This is so us. This is our accomplishment because I'm the president and it's a priority. When in all reality, it's not really doing anything. It's just taking credit for something that's already happening, right? And if you want to prove me wrong here, if you want to prove me wrong here, you got to be able to tell me like exactly what he's doing to help push the needle in the direction of more AI development, like an executive order that he signed into law, a bill that he passed, anything that he's done.
Well, the main thing is the energy dominance, different from the last presidency, which was focused on.
That's just a.
Was focused on. Listen. Which was focused on this whole green thing, when in actuality,
this green thing.
Yeah, when in actuality, to be able to make this AI surge, you need energy and you need it now. And what that means is utilizing.
So let's invest in renewable energies, right?
No, because it doesn't produce the same. You need nuclear energy, and was that going to happen?
Nuclear, and I just want you to know it's less cost effective to do nuclear. Did you know that? As compared to wind and solar, it's less cost effective, especially in the long run, because the trend of cost of production, specifically for wind and solar, are drastically decreasing with the investments. If you look at the Department of Energy, in the past 10 years, we've seen over a 3 times decrease in the price of solar for cost of production.
Yeah,
and also,
you might be talking about like upfront costs, but you're not talking about in totality. You can't be talking about.
Can we also like just talk about the fact that like the production of non-renewable energy resources under the Biden-Harris administration was huge? Like, no, we actually oversaw a larger amount of domestic production of crude oil under the Biden-Harris administration than we did in Donald Trump's first term, right? And the reason I thought what they were doing was so great was they were not only approving more permits for drilling on federal lands, so U.S. production of crude oil takes up a more significant portion of the global supply of oil. But they were also like making multi-million-dollar investments into renewable energy resources. So in the future, when those investments make it more affordable to be reliant on renewable forms of energy resources, we'll be able to make the switch for more people at a faster rate, since we'll dominate more of the global oil supply. So once again, like your claim that he's great for AI because it's something to do with like the production of energy is just kind of a rhetorical word salad. Right? You haven't really given us anything with allow me to finish, dude. You haven't given us anything of substance. You've just been throwing words and phrases around. Like the first words and phrases that you were trying to throw around is like putting a priority on AI. Then I was like, what the fuck does that even mean? Then you're like, energy boom. And then I was like, what? And then you're like, the last administration was focused on the green thing. I'm like, what? Like let's try to get like an actual argument here that isn't just like brainless one-liners that you read on Facebook. What is something Trump has done that you're a fan of? Let's start there. What is one thing Trump has done, like an executive order, like a policy through Congress, something he has done that you're a fan of?
First of all, he's appointed David Sachs as AI crypto czar. That was a huge move on the chess.
Name one
piece.
thing he's done.
That's a literal thing.
No, name one thing the guy has done.
The Genius Act, Clarity Act, those are both crypto.
Genius Act and Clarity Act?
Correct.
Okay, can you tell me one aspect of that?
Are y'all not familiar? Y'all gotta be.
I can't ask. I'm asking you just for one aspect of it. Can you tell me one part of it?
Stable coins are the main aspect of the Genius Act.
David Sachs had just as much to do with the Genius Act as Democrats in Congress did. He didn't draft the bill.
Oh, yeah, no. It was a bipartisan.
Exactly.
It was.
Exactly. He didn't draft the bill. He didn't write the bill. He didn't influence to get passed. He just said that he supported it. Same thing with Democrats. It was a bipartisan bill. So in other words, David Sachs has done less for your goals than the Democrats in Congress have. Because he didn't vote for the bill, but the Democrats in Congress did. So are you more happy with the accomplishments of the Democrats in Congress compared to the accomplishments of the Trump administration so far?
Well, it's surprising that, hold on, that you would be able to get Democrats to sign on anything that Trump would want to pass, and that they overwhelmingly did vote on it because they know the importance of it. Yeah, they know the importance of it. That's why they had to make this move, because there's no other way. They seen the importance of it. So yeah,
He thinks there's more bipartisanship when Trump is in office. What a fucking joke, dude.
no, I'm saying specifically for the Genius Act bill to get a bipartisan.
It's because, like, I'm pretty sure from the research that I've done that it's a good bill.
Has nothing to do with Trump, though, right? You understand that, like,
Yes, it
yes,
it does.
Let me explain.
It's
Listen. One, he specifically didn't like advocate for this specific policy. Two, right? It is
What are you
bipartisanly.
talking
It is bipartisanly supported. So even if he did, Pursuit of the Galaxy, by the way, that doesn't uniquely set him aside from any Democrat that ran. Okay, so please give me something. Give us something about Donald Trump as it relates to AI that's unique to him that makes him so much better off.
Can I also just let you know that, like, the two main sponsors of the Genius Act, like, they weren't MAGA. It was a Republican senator from Tennessee and a Democrat senator from New York. It was just, like, literally a bipartisan push with a Democrat main sponsor, right, to get passed through Congress.
When was the last bipartisan bill that got passed?
The American Rescue Plan, or I don't know if that was too bipartisan. It's been a while. It's because
It's been 10 years. 10 years.
It's because when the Democrats, it's because when Biden, it's because when
10
Biden,
years.
bro, shut the fuck up before I kick you. What the fuck are you doing? Why do you? It's been 10 years. It's been 10 years. It's been 10 years. It's been 10 years. Dude, what, dude? Calm the fuck down.
Not because y'all acting like it's it's so easy. Like, oh, we got this bipartisan. Like,
I'm gonna speak now, and don't just repeat the same statement 10 times while I'm speaking.
10 whole years.
Jesus Christ, everybody! I think it's been 10 years. I'm tired as fuck today, Air. I'm at my wits' end, dude. I'm sorry for raising my voice at you. My apologies, but calm the fuck down, please. Okay, it's been 10 years. We get it. Now listen to what I have to say. Well, the reason for that is when the Biden-Harris administration was sitting in the White House helping to influence policy to get passed through Congress, the MAGA directive was to vote against anything and everything they wanted to do, even if it was good for this country, because Trump doesn't care about this country. Trump cares about gaining support, winning elections, and sticking up for him and his rich friends. Yeah. And unlike the Democrats, who are actually willing to co-sign themselves onto good legislation. Yeah, like the Genius Act, right? They knew that it'd lead to airheads like you, Air, coming out here saying that, oh, it was an accomplishment of Trump, even though it was fucking sponsored by a Democrat. But they don't care because they just want this country to have good policy. But when there was good policy proposed to Congress under the Biden-Harris administration, like the bipartisan border bill that would have funded courts on the border more to expedite all legal claims of immigration, which would have reduced undocumented entry, that's when Trump and his cronies were like, we must order the directive to vote against the bill. If this bill passes, America will be better and more people will support the Biden-Harris administration. Kill the bill. Kill the bill. You know what I mean? So maybe that's why we haven't seen bipartisanship in quite a long time.
well, seemingly Trump was able to pull it off in good old 6 months into presidency. Also running.
What did he pull off? What did he have to do? He had to sign it into law?
Bro, obviously you haven't done enough research.
Well,
Obviously,
inform me. What did he pull off? It was drafted by a Republican and Democrat. Shit, that's a signed done deal for me. If we see a piece of policy that's not absolutely atrocious and is sponsored by a Republican and a Democrat, that bill's passing, bro. All right, what did Trump do?
firstly, like I stated before, he prioritized it. He ran on making America a crypto capital of the world. Is that a correct statement? Yes.
He said it
you-
like once at a rally in 2023. Yeah.
on the Biden administration with the SEC was the whole time bringing companies in suing companies the entire administration. That's all that was happening. They was suing crypto up and down the whole time. Now,
There was a lot of lawsuits from the SEC to crypto
correct.
companies
So
because they
he
didn't
pulled
have
that back.
because they
That
didn't have like adequate regulation. Yeah, everybody in the space knew this, even the Democrats. That's why the Democrats sponsored this bill.
Well, so you don't want to give credit for a bill passed to make it. Have y'all actually looked at the Genius Act and what it actually does, which is going to be an issue for the long term because it's actually going to.
Remember, the question that you're answering is supposed to be, what did Trump do? Besides signing it, what did he do? Just saying that he ran on an emphasis of cryptocurrency isn't doing the trick for me, man. The reason why this doesn't do a trick for me is because maybe if he like added a push for like crypto policy inside of that, like he ran on anything on his platform or his agenda to do it, then we'd be able to attribute it to Trump, like the big beautiful bill. But like the Genius Act, that wasn't in his agenda. That wasn't one of his proposed pieces of legislation. That's something that came from bipartisanship and understanding and recognizing that crypto needs regulatory guidelines to be set, so crypto companies can stop getting sued out of the ass by the SEC. Right? Trump
Well,
didn't do anything for the Genius Act.
If you knew the guy that actually orchestrated the bill that the gentleman you talked about from Tennessee actually was a not just an interpreter for him in his last presidency, but he helped that gentleman get to the position that he's in, and he wrote the bill along with David Sachs that he appointed as AI and cryptos are. I think that is orchestrating and putting.
Wait! David Sachs didn't write this bill. He just voiced his support for it.
I said he was a part of it. He is the AI and crypto czar, so he's heading it.
What part did he play outside of vocal support?
Helping to put it together.
What did he do specifically? I find no evidence of him helping to put it together.
Well, you would have to listen to the czar himself speak about.
So what did he say that he's done to help this bill?
First, he's heading it. He understands.
He didn't head anything. He didn't head the bill. What's the evidence he headed the bill?
Is he not the AI and crypto czar?
He is, but that doesn't mean like what was his involvement with the Genius Act outside of vocal support? What was his involvement?
His understanding of the markets and payment rails. Being a part of.
So did he like meet like with anybody? Did he tell him this? Did he help write the bill? Where's the evidence that he had any involvement with the language of the bill?
First of all, this dude is an OG part of the PayPal mafia. Are you familiar?
Dude, that doesn't tell me what he did to help write the bill, silly goose.
Bro, I don't know what else could be like. You want me to pull out the actual line that he wrote in the legislation? Like, what are you talking about? Like, who has those receipts?
So
like,
I want anything. I want anything to show that they had any involvement with this.
Besides him speaking at the Genius Act, the only person to speak, actually, David Sachs, the only person to speak. Trump and David Sachs. So
You think that they didn't host any oral debates on the floor of the House or the Senate for this?
No, I'm talking about the public announcement and signing of the bill. There was only two speakers, Trump and David Sachs.
Yeah, fucking shit. The Trump administration will say they did everything, but what did they actually do?
Bro, they got it through. People thought this bill was impossible to pass.
They didn't get it through. It was literally sponsored by a Republican and a Democrat.
A Republican? Did you see how many votes that it got? That it took to pass it? Did you see the total?
We're not talking about the votes. We're talking about the sponsors.
No. Look at the votes. Then you can see that it dominates on the Republican side.
Okay, all right, but I'm going to go ahead and drop you just because you literally cannot track and or follow anything that is being said. I do appreciate you so much for your time, though. We're going to move on to the next guest. Everyone just give us a minute. Emily, thank you so much for the $100 over on Venmo 12 minutes ago. Emily, that is seriously insane. Thank you.
I got some people to thank over here on YouTube. To give me 1 second, everyone. I'm going to thank everyone real quick, and then we'll get back onto the debates over with Dean. If you're on YouTube, make sure to like the stream. It helps get it out to more people. We're going to be on solo debates once Dean gets off, which will probably be here in a little bit less than an hour. I would expect probably within the next 30 minutes or so. Jolish, again, thank you so much for the fucking... I think you've sent $40. Oh my gosh, $50. Thank you so much, Jolish. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I know it's actually unhinged. This guy's unhinged. I always hate that AI crypto pros. Steph, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Anna, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Jude, thank you so much. I appreciate the $2. Sage with the $2. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Dave with the $10. Thank you. And Sage again, thank you so much for the $2. And Najia with the $5. Good to see you. Good to see you. As always, good to see everyone. All right, we're going to go back into the debates.
Three people. Sasha, thank you for the $40 over on PayPal. Thank you so much for the love, Sasha. If we could please get 400 Sasha W's down below in that comment section right now, that'd be great. That is SACHA. And yes, I will give you my thoughts on the new Jubilee episode because I definitely have some. But thank you for the $40. And then Hassan, HSEN, thank you for the $20. I really appreciate you so much for the love. I got your message there. I'm going to send that to a friend that may know a little bit more so I could be a little bit better informed about what you're referencing. And I will happily raise support. I want to know what's going on first. So I appreciate you for the message. I'm going to send that over to a friend that will know more, and thank you so much. Now, Big Rig, if you'd like to unmute, have a conversation, that'd be great. I just sent you the invite.
You want to keep being a stupid little kid up on this app, speaking that you're just lying all the time.
How are we lying?
1 second. That was mumbo jumbo. Put the beer down.
I said you just want to keep being
and
a
project from your
stupid
chest.
up on
Okay.
this dumb app, because this app doesn't do nothing but just keep people on the cycle of scrolling online.
Bro, listen. Okay, right now, I'm not even joking. I know that this is gonna come off like facetious or rude. I'm actually being serious. Like wherever you're sitting, just real quick, sit up straight.
I'm sitting up straight.
There you go.
right
There you go.
now.
Sit up straight. That's right.
I'm
Clear
sitting
your
up
mouth.
straight right now.
Clear your mouth. Cough. Breathe in. Breathe out. And then project
What's
from your
deal,
chest.
buddy? You can't understand what I'm saying.
There you. I could understand a little bit better. Just a little bit more projection with like
what's
the
the
right
deal,
posture. We'll be
bro?
able to hear you all right.
What's the deal, huh?
Well, we want to know why you support Trump, Mr. Big Rig.
Huh?
We want to know why you support Trump. Wait, were you calling us stupid?
You're a stupid little kid. You don't know shit up in this app, and you don't know. You want to laugh about that? You want to laugh
Can you
about
tell
that?
us what we've lied about while we're stupid?
Feelings and facts over feelings. You only debate and think and speak and vote with your feelings because you don't have no testosterone in your body.
Okay. Can you tell me what your T levels are?
Way higher than both of yours
Then
combined.
tell me, what are your T levels?
I don't need to get them checked out because I know that I'm.
So you don't even know what your T levels are and you're bragging about them?
They're double what yours are.
You have no clue
Really?
what they are.
Hey, would you say that your T levels are probably like around like 90 nanograms per deciliter?
They're way better than that.
Oh, so would you say like 100 nanograms per
Whatever the
deciliter?
best one is.
How many beers?
Huh?
How many beers?
How many beers
How many beers what?
have you drinking?
Since when?
Since when is diabolical, dude? How about this? How about this? In the past 10
3
hours.
hours ago.
In the past 10
10
hours.
hours, sure.
In the past what?
10 hours.
I don't know. Just a little pack.
A whole pack?
A
Yeah.
little,
Just
pack.
Wait,
do you think
6 or 12?
Like 24.
Jesus
24,
Christ.
24 beers.
Since
24
yesterday.
bottles of beer on the wall.
Since
24
yesterday.
bottles of beer. Take one down, pass it around. 23
Is
bottles
that
of
a-
beer on the wall.
is that a
23.
problem?
Gee, thank you for the galaxy. Let me
Is
tell
that
you
a
a friend.
problem?
Let me tell you
Is
a
that a
story.
problem?
Let me
You
tell
got
you
a
this.
problem with people who
Let me
live
he got banned. I was gonna tell him a story. I guess he doesn't want to hear it. Avery, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. I appreciate you for that love. Show some love to Avery down below in that chat. Thank you so much. Avery says, "Hi Dean, love you. How would you respond to the question?" And I quote, "Why does it matter to pay attention when you're underage or have an opinion or be vocal?" Well, it definitely matters to pay attention so you know how to apply the right critical thinking processes, or at least some background on what's going on either in your local area, state, or country when you are of age to finally vote. You know, think about it like if you don't pay attention to politics at all before you're 18, the day you turn 18 is the day that you're just jumping in the deep end. And, you know, who knows? Maybe there's an upcoming election that will only give you a month or two to really figure out what's going on. Well, if you start at least paying a little bit of attention prior to that point, you know, you kind of learn how to swim in the kiddie pool, right? That'll definitely help you out when you ultimately take a dip in the deep end. What's going on, Michael? Do you support Trump?
No, and I don't know how I got here. I didn't request to be in here. I don't even know how it connected me to this. I'm being 100.
No worries, Michael. You probably accidentally requested, but no worries at all, dude. No worries at all. We're going to go ahead and move on to the next guest. Hello, Cole.
Hi, Dean.
Age.
18.
What year were you born in?
2007.
What month?
April.
Okay. I mean, it does say 2007 in your name, so I'm willing to take your word for it. You have some pretty convincing proof there, Cole. Why do you support Trump?
Well, to be honest, it starts with me because I think he has a very good character.
Cole, is this a joke?
No, I think it's good.
It has to be.
Tell us some
No,
of the,
you
tell
have
us
to be
some of his
joking.
good character attributes. Let's hear it.
He has to be
Uh,
joking. This is rage bait. Just
I think it's just like good to finally have like a good Christian in the White House who upholds nice values.
Name one Christian norm that Donald Trump
totally-
upholds.
You're totally
I think one thing that I like is that he's very against lust, and that's something I agree with.
trolling.
Cheated on every single one of his wives.
Well, I mean,
Did you
I
did you
don't-
see did you see the new letter he sent Epstein?
he sent Epstein a letter.
Yeah. Do you want Dean to read it off for the chat?
Yes. Yes.
Well,
please.
the takeaway is that it included a depiction of a naked woman with a statement, "May every new day be another wonderful secret."
Oh, I've heard
and-
about this in
yeah,
your
and,
other
and
debate.
yesterday we figured out about how apparently he hosted a party with a bunch of women, and the only two men there were him and Epstein.
That's sus.
Yeah.
So, were the women were they like underage?
Why is that a question being asked when we're talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
You know what I mean?
I mean
'Cause
Jeffrey
maybe-
Epstein himself said that Donald Trump was his closest friend for nearly a decade.
So they were like best friends.
For over a decade, I mean. Yeah,
Damn.
closest friend.
Well, Jeffrey Epstein, you never know. He could have,
And then- and then
taken a
Donald-
dip into the older gals.
Oh, and then Donald Trump said he likes that Epstein's a terrific guy and that he likes beautiful women as much as he does. Many of them on the younger side. Please tell me why Donald Trump said that to a known child sex trafficker.
I think that he probably said that because, Donald Trump is very old himself. He probably has erectile dysfunction or something of that sort.
What?
So he actually, I don't.
Why
like
did
this-
you just randomly say that?
Does
what
he have
the
sex with
fuck?
his wife?
What?
We're gonna kick Cole. Bye, buddy. Yeah, this next debate's probably gonna be my last one, y'all. I gotta wake up at 4 a.m. It's currently 8 p.m. and I still gotta pack a bag and buy a plane ticket. In fact, I'm actually curious. Have I heard back anything from for the confirmation on that? My flight has been approved.
Nice.
Very nice. Very, very, very nice. Yeah, waking up at 4 a.m. for a flight, everybody. Flying out to LA for a day or two. It's worth actually talking about. I'm speaking on a private panel to a group of like really rich people about why diversity and equity matters, why like systemic oppression of marginalized communities is happening, and like where they can put their money on in good places on the left to actually see a good return in the electorate base. Maybe that's getting more people to vote or just getting people to hold on to, more progressive values. Now, it's a pretty cool opportunity with a lot of really cool people. I'm speaking alongside professors from UCLA, professors from Stanford, Hollywood, critically acclaimed, directors, and apparently like the people there, like like neurosurgeons, some celebrities, just kind of like that Hollywood crowd. So I don't know how I got an invite to this. I was pretty perplexed when I saw it hit my inbox and saw a little bit about it. It's kind of like one of those like secret events type thing. But I mean, hey, I will happily take the opportunity to influence a shit ton of people with a fuck ton of money on the left into putting it in better places, because I think maybe one of the big downfalls that we've seen of left-leaning investors is just not investing it right. So it'll be cool. It'll be cool. So I'm going to be out there for 2 days. And it's also worth noting that for the next 2 days, I am going to try to do live streams, but they will only be on TikTok off of my phone, and I'm not going to be on YouTube. But yeah, anyways, welcome up, the Black Conservative. Do you support Trump?
I do support President Trump.
Fantastic. Okay. Well, if you'd like to take it away and tell us why you support Trump, I'd be a fan. Take it away.
I feel like he's a very strong president for the country at the time that we're in. And I also feel very betrayed by the Democrats. I'm 43 years old. I've voted Democrat all my life, being an African American, and I'm just so fed up with their lack of getting the job done. And one thing, if you notice about President Trump, he gets the job done no matter what.
He definitely didn't get the job done with releasing the Epstein files, building that wall, ending the Russia-Ukraine war, or cutting prices so fast on day one your head would spin. As well as a lot of people on the right would argue he hasn't been getting the job done with the mass deportation, and that his numbers have been lacking. I'd argue that he didn't get the job done with his economic policy. He promised us American prosperity. Turns out GDP went down in the first quarter, and millions of low-income Americans are losing the benefits they need to live. So I would say he's failed at a job of making this country better. What about you?
He still has time to work as the president. It's only his first year and his first term. So he still has a lot of work to do.
It's actually his second term.
Comparison to like the Democrats, the things they promised African Americans, they have failed for years. And they don't, and one thing I don't realize, I don't understand, especially with Black Americans, why they never call out the racism of the Democratic Party.
You know what? You and me are actually going to agree on a lot here. I think that the Democratic Party has, definitely not delivered on a lot of the promises that they've made to Black Americans. But I just simply say they're significantly better for Black Americans than the right, 110%.
Why would you say it's so significant when they make promises like they never came through ever since the Civil Rights Movement? You take Fannie Lou Hamer, who came as the Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party, they shut her down. She came for four votes in the Democratic Party. They shut her down. And that's in the Civil Rights Movement. And then when you go into earlier modern days, you take a candidate like Gary Chambers, who's running for Senate in Louisiana, they totally shut him down. He had the opportunity to get funding from the Democratic Party. And
they shut down people that aren't in the establishment. We saw this happen to Bernie. We kind of saw it happen to I'll just go with Bernie for now. We saw this happen to Bernie big time. The left definitely shuts down people that aren't a part of the establishment. I'll agree with you 110%. But this definitely doesn't prove me wrong that still yet the right is going to be worse for Black Americans. I could give you a bunch of specific reasons if you're curious.
Well, the thing that it is that you take a candidate like Gary Chambers. I've been an activist all my life. I grew up around people with the Nation of Islam, all these type of things. And you take a guy like Gary Chambers who went to Louisiana and he protested about Robert E. Lee. being the name of schools that Black Americans go to. He's an active person in his community. Then he runs for Senate, and the Democratic Party says, we're not going to give you the funding to be a senator. When the senator that is the guy who voted for the Big Blue Bill. So when you say the right can do more, but it's the left that has the power, and they choose a person like Gary and totally stab him in the back.
Here's what I'll say. I know nothing about Mr. Chambers and what the DNC did or did not do to fuck him over. Let's just assume that the DNC did fuck him over. Now, let me ask you a question. Today, his affiliation is still with the Democratic Party. Why do you think that is if they fucked him over so badly and you're using this as motivation to be a Republican?
Because he's kind of like, it's kind of like, I don't know what terms to use as far as guidelines, but it's kind of like I would say brainwashed if this is a safe term, feeling that you can still get something out of this party when you is 1964 and your tax money's like when Kamala ran, she talked to an activist in Detroit City. And this activist has stood up for Black women, Black people, and everything. And he said, what would you do for Black men that have built this country to help make it great? She said we would study reparations versus the study is the people in Israel. They've gotten their land for 77 years. It's been 65 years, and we've made no progress giving the Democrats 85% of our vote, meaning that without that 85%, the Democrats do not win. When they do win, the Black agenda is at the bottom of it. They're so weak in their government, I can't even vote anymore. It's like when they held the Senate in the House, when they won, when President Biden won, they couldn't even pass the George Floyd bill. And
I have a question. You're saying that the last priority of the Democrats is to serve to the best interests of Black Americans. Would you argue that it's a priority at all for the right?
Well, they don't have if they had 85% of the numbers that the Democrats do, they would look at it more realistically and give
Can I just get a yes or no? Do you think that it's a priority at all for the right?
No.
Okay. Well, see, this is the reason why so many people, right, can critique the Democratic Party, recognize that they've made false promises, and in even some sense virtue signal to marginalized communities, but still yet say that they're going to be the more promising party at the end of the day, because unlike the right, it is a priority. And if you want to argue that it's a low priority, this just means that we have a better base plate for building off of the political parties in which encompass millions of Americans to hopefully make the Democrats more progressive and better serve to the interests of marginalized communities compared to the right. Like imagine that you're trying to start like a really old lawnmower. It's one of those pull cords. Maybe the lawnmower, like metaphorically speaking of the left, you've got the motor started, but the blades are just a little bit shabby and it's not cutting the grass too good. And this is a symbolization of how well the Democrats serve to the better interests of Black Americans. Well, speaking about this metaphorical lawnmower on the right, they haven't even gotten the motor started yet. The motor's all fucked up. You got to replace some gears. It doesn't even have blades. And all this just goes to kind of show that we want progression inside of the Democratic Party, especially as it relates to the service of the interests of marginalized communities, including Black Americans. But they're doing a whole lot better right now than the right.
Well, when you mentioned that lawnmower metaphor, I believe that if some of the power shifted to the right, and you actually, for me, I speak as a Black man that wants things better for the Black community on the right. When you speak of that lawnmower metaphor, I think that if you give the right time, you might have that pull lawnmower. But if you put something on the table from this real substance, you'll be driving a zero turn by the end of the day if you're on the right. President Trump.
Dude, President Trump took away Medicaid from 17 million low-income Americans because of systemic racism. Black Americans are more likely to be low-income compared to white Americans, right? Once again, because of systemic racism, meaning that the cuts under the Big Beautiful Bill stripping healthcare away from low-income Americans disproportionately impacted Black Americans. Same thing with his cuts to food stamps. Same thing with his direction to the Supreme Court to overturn Roe v. Wade 55 65% of women that get abortions indicate because of financial instability. Black women are more likely to experience financial instability compared to white women once again because of systemic racism, slavery, and its aftermath. So overturning Roe v. Wade, disproportionately disenfranchised black women compared to white women. And I mean, we see this time and time again, where not just because of the explicit, targeted, and direct racism of the right may be related to the weaponization of terms such as DEI or their immigration policy or a billion other examples. We see a lot of indirect consequences of their lack of a care for the average American or low-income Americans that only serve to disproportionately set black Americans back further, right? And like, I understand that the Democrats have dropped the ball on not co-signing to legislation to fix a lot of the systemic injustices that exist targeted towards black Americans as a result of slavery and its aftermath. But what they are doing is they at least seem to want to fight for the average American and low-income Americans more so than the right does. The right wants regression. The left wants a little bit of progression, which not only doesn't set black Americans back, but sets them forward a little bit. I agree we should be setting black Americans forward more, but setting black Americans forward a little bit is definitely preferable to setting black Americans back.
That little bit is more like a crumb on a pie in comparison to the years that the blacks have given the Democrat power. They should be living just as well as the people in Israel. The Nation of Islam and other blacks have fought for having land in Africa, and the Democrats have never delivered. When you speak on DEI, DEI has never meant nothing in the corporate world. It would give the most elite black person that already has a degree, that already has the education, that already has the 4.0, an opportunity. But that person would still have to overwork themselves to prove themselves, even with the legislation like DEI. If DEI was something really that the people can touch, people at Burger King would be district managers in Arby's and all these fast food restaurants that black people work in. DEI never gave them an opportunity to be an area manager or district manager because of the minority numbers. DEI never stood in the way of opportunity. It's just like one of those things that they hang over your face and say, we're fighting for you, but they're not really fighting for you. And when you speak on when they take away low income benefits, well, by the population of numbers, white people are more popular, so they're going to be hit by those benefits just as hard as the black community. The only difference is, and the thing that I challenge about Democrats is, the only difference is when they're hit with these benefits and they realize, oh, we really messed up with this bill, they're going to go to their town halls, they're going to jack up those senators, and they're going to make them get it right. Versus the Democrat, when they do something wrong, for example, the George Floyd bill, and they couldn't pass it, then you had 2 senators that were Democrats that didn't even vote with the bill. We just let them slide. We don't chastise them, we don't harass them or nothing.
I'll let Parker up in here, but what I would like to say is that denying the disproportionate impact of the recension of social safety nets as a disproportionate negative impact on black Americans is just denying a systemic injustice rooted in racism. And in denying said systemic injustice, I just fail to see why you're positioning yourself as somebody that wants justice.
Well, one thing that I feel like with President Trump, if I was a person that could speak with him and speak on behalf of Black Americans on the right, he just doesn't have the right people to speak in a real term. And one thing about him is he does get things done. When he tried to create the First Step Act, he released a lot of federal prisoners that saw freedom. Now, it was stipulations in there that were kind of screwed up, whatever, but in hand, he still freed a lot of people with that act. And then he had the First Step Act, and then he had another act where investors would get tax breaks for building in low-income housing. And he also hired Ben Carson and the head of the HUD, and they got a substantial amount of work done in my city. I live in Huntsville, Alabama, in Ohio, Chicago, and a lot of urban cities that I know people in. So they have the right representation with this president. No one tells him what to do. He will get something done. But if you continue to have the normal black conservative representation that tends to kind of forget about black community and act white, they don't even know what to give lower income or black people. But if someone like me that came out of poverty and made himself and can negotiate on this side, we can turn that push lawnmower into a zero turn real quick.
Okay, so here's one thing I would essentially ask is I was asked what's something unique to Donald Trump that Democrats don't support that would mean that you support him, because if we reference the First Step Act, that was stuff that was supported by Democrats, right?
Yeah.
And
I'm
it
gonna
was
use
the
the
case
restroom. I'll
that
be right back.
Republicans wouldn't vote for it until it is the case that a Republican was in office.
Excuse me, I caught when you said that the Democrats accepted it. I kind of lost track because I remember Hakeem Jeffries did a lot in Brooklyn to help people get out with the First Step Act. But what was your question again behind that?
What I was saying is that that's bipartisan. So what I was saying is that is there something unique to Donald Trump that he supported that Democrats didn't support that would set him aside from Democrats to say that he's better?
Because he's stern and is like he gets the job done versus like if like the gentleman
Like,
gave
can you
an
be
analogy.
specific with what you're referencing?
Say for example, like the way he just took over the Republican Party, and no one would, he would make ways that you were gonna go my way, versus like when you're on the Democratic side, when Joe had office with full power, he allowed at least 2 Democrats not to vote on the George
Wait,
Floyd bill.
okay, can you tell me specifically what Donald Trump did?
He used his authority.
Yeah,
He used his
in what
power.
way? In what way did he use his authority that you think is beneficial, that is unique to him, that Democrats do not show? That would mean that you support him because he's better.
Well, just like a CEO or a boss of a company, he tells you to get the job done.
So, like,
And-
you can't mention anything specific that he's done?
Well, no, I couldn't, but I've seen him in that term where if I could just put it in layman's terms, he bullies you.
So,
He makes-
if you can't mention a single thing that Donald Trump has done that is unique, that would be better, and we can mention things specifically that Democrats have done uniquely that are better, right? Well, then wouldn't that indicate that Democrats would be better? So why
No.
would it
Then
make
also-
sense to vote for the
then also-
candidate that's worse?
Can I just add on here? Can I just add on here real quick that I think the reason why you can't name any specific things that Donald Trump has done that is unique to him that is better for the interests of Black Americans is because I don't think he likes Black Americans, and I could give you a really compelling argument insofar as why.
So when you talk about, I wouldn't say he doesn't like Black Americans.
I would. I'll give you an
He rose
argument.
the career of Mike Tyson when he was boxing. He
Listen.
rose the career of Emma Rose and Dennis Rodman. He put Ben Carson in office.
Can
but-
I give you my argument?
But then, if you don't mind, if I can go back to Parker's point, if that's okay.
For sure. I'll give you the argument, then you could go back to Parker's point. Just super duper quick.
So
The reason why I don't think that he likes Black Americans is because a lot of Black Americans don't like him, right? And we've seen this trend in Trump over and over and over again of just holding disdain towards people that don't embolden his bullshit, right? I mean, he denied funding for the wildfires in California just because California's blue. And in order for the governor of California to get that money, he had to convince him that there were some Republicans in the red districts. He's gone on stage and just said that he hates all Democrats because they don't embolden his bullshit. In fact, they despise his bullshit. And I mean, what is the logical conclusion of all these facts as well as others? Well, Black Americans as a voting demographic were against Trump in 2016, against Trump in 2020, and against Trump in 2024. I wish I could give you like the particular, like percentage of Black Americans that do or don't like Trump, but the broad majority don't like the guy. And all that this tells me is because the vast majority of Black Americans don't stand up for Trump's bullshit. Trump doesn't stand up for them either. And he's made it so clear anybody that is reasonable should hopefully agree with this conclusion. And because he seems to not like Black Americans for this reason, maybe that's why he hasn't done anything that's super compelling or unique and against the grain to help Black Americans. Maybe that's why he's been weaponizing terms against Black Americans like DEI. Right? Maybe that's why he defunded historically Black universities. Maybe this is why He hasn't spoken at all about the struggles of Black Americans, while at the same time passing policy that has disproportionately made them struggle more in so many senses, regardless if it's the cuts under the BBB, the impositions of tariffs, or maybe why he spoke down on Kamala Harris's blackness by posting a picture of her and her South Asian family saying, "I never knew she was black."
So, Donald Trump has only had 4 years or 5 years with his first term in this term now. The Democrats have had 64 years, 65 years. And then when you say, why wouldn't he like black people or things of that nature, it makes me think of Bill Clinton, who created the crime bill, which gave you mandatory sentences, which locked you up with 3 strikes and you're out. And I would consider that very racist. And when you talk about the minds of black people, there
You just muted
a
on
lot of
action.
black a lot of black people will vote for the president, but they won't vote for the Senate. They won't vote in their city council. They're just not up to par in politics. If they were up to par in politics, they would be outraged at the way that Bill Clinton destroyed their communities. If you look at the movie called The 13th Amendment, it'll show you how the Republican Party, since the end of slavery, and political parties have always tried to keep the black person down. In the 80s, the Republicans were sweeping the elections. And Ronald Reagan's term manager said we used the word, back in the day, we could use the word N, if you understand what that means, degrading black people. He said, now we can't use that word. We have to use code words like criminal. And when Reagan would say, we would go,
Listen. A bad person is a bad person, regardless of their political affiliation.
So
and when you're
then-
telling us about Bill Clinton and the crime bill, I will agree with you. That was a bad bill. That was incredibly racist. And then once again, like the reoccurring theme that we've gone over and over and over again is how ultimately the right seems to be worse, especially today with Trump. I mean, you were even just like talking about keeping black people down in America. Dude, what has Donald Trump done to everybody that has been in vocal opposition to him? What about the Wall Street Journal that's owned by the Murdoch family that also operates Fox News, which single-handedly won him the election by spreading disinformation? Now he's fucking suing them for $10 billion. He wants to keep them down. You know, what about E. Jean Carroll? Called him a rapist because he did grape her. Tried to hurt her, defame her, call her crazy, and call for imprisonment. Try to keep her down. And once again, just re-referencing back to that point how black Americans so disproportionately despise Trump. Well, what would happen if black Americans gained more electoral power in the sense of possessing a higher median income on average, possessing a larger net worth on average? All this would ultimately amount not only to more electorate power, but more of a say-so over who's representing them in public offices. Donald Trump wouldn't want that for a damn second. I think that this ultimately amounts to the conclusion, just like he's keeping all of his other forms of opposition down. He wants to keep black Americans down too, because they're in opposition to him. This just all simply goes back to how disproportionately so Trump's, black Americans hate Trump, and how Trump hates people that hate him, and how Trump wants to keep people down that hate him. What this amounts to is just the continual perpetuation of a system in which just emboldens and inflares racism against black Americans, emboldens and inflares systems in which disproportionately negatively impact them, and attempts to prevent as covertly yet as loudly as possible, like the further oppression of black Americans and the prevention of them from building more electoral power. And I think that everything that you've said here about the Democrats, or at least a handful of them, have been absolutely right. How the Democrats have served as a disinterest to black Americans, how the crime bill was racist as fuck, and how they've continued to virtue signal about caring, but advocating for no policy that specifically addressed the struggles of black Americans. But I mean, I think for all the reasons and more, Trump's worse, and Trump will only set us back further. I'm also going to bring up Santana. Santana just has to come up. I'll happily connect him, but those are some of my thoughts.
Well, Dean, I think it's even worse when the Democratic Party exhibits the same racism. When you have a voice like mine that speaks on that Democratic side and they kick you out because you speak like that, I think that's even worse. When you toy civil rights in a person's face and you say, I'm fighting for your justice, I'm fighting for your equality, and then when you give them the power, they turn it to something else. They can give $180 billion to Ukraine while they're promising you things and they're still suffering. When I told you about Gary Chambers, you got a voice that spoke up for my people, inequality, justice. And when that voice is there, you shut them down. When you have these opportunities and you're given the power and you have all these black people with hope and you shut them down, that's even worse. When you have a president on this side that's only had 4 years of dealing with it, he has some ways about himself, but that's nowhere near 65 years of nothingness. I mean, we tore this country up in 2020 when we saw George Floyd get done like that. And then the Democrats get there and they can't even deliver. The way that you speak about Donald Trump is the way that you should speak about Democrats that have failed the people. These people that have been in these immigration things, they should have been had citizenship when the Democrats had party. Black Americans should have been had equality things. But when a voice speaks like that, say for example, are you familiar with the rapper Ice Cube? During the elections, Ice Cube asked for an opportunity to speak to both presidents about inequality and this unequal wealth gap with black people. Donald Trump said, "I'll speak with you." The Democrats said, "We'll
Did
speak
he
with
did he
you,"
speak
and
with
they
him?
never spoke with him.
Did he speak with him?
Yes.
No, he didn't. No,
Did
he
the
didn't.
Democrats
No,
speak with him?
no. I'm talking about Ice Cube with the Platinum Plan and Donald Trump. Donald Trump said, if I won the election, I would speak with you. And then after that point, he never spoke with him. He lost the election, but after that, he has never spoke on doing anything for Black America ever since. It's weird that you come up here and you talk about the actual misgivings of the Democratic Party, yet the Democratic Party as a whole has benefited not only Black Americans, but Americans, period, more than the Republican Party, period. And understanding that once you the when you do for the least of, you do for the most of, and you actually institute policies that actually help the lower class, it pushes everybody up. I mean, you sitting here saying specifically, oh, Donald Trump, like Mike Tyson, he did some. Donald Trump has never ever. Dean made the point very loud and proud. Donald Trump doesn't like black people because black people don't like Donald Trump. And for those few black people that Donald Trump seems to like, it's not because they're black or even because they're good people. It's because they're wealthy or they're celebrities. It's proximity. It's not about their race.
Santana, have you ever spoken a voice out against the Democrats for the racism that they've done to the people?
Yes.
For who? Against who?
Against multiple people, more so specifically that the Democratic Party doesn't do things that actually helps more people, right? They don't go far enough. And again, I don't have to say, oh, they're not doing this for the black community, they're not doing that for the black community. I say that they're not doing enough for everyone. That's the problem.
So my argument is I don't hear that voice loud enough. Santana, are you familiar with Gary Chambers?
Yes. Yes, I am.
Are you satisfied with what the Democratic Party did to him?
No, I'm not satisfied with how the Democratic Party works as a whole, right? So I make sure, just to make sure you understand this, I don't like the established Democratic Party. I don't, right? But the thing that I do know is the established Democratic Party is completely better than anything on the right. Not even far. When you have white nationalists like Stephen Miller writing policy for the Trump administration, when you have Tom Homan actively going after brown people to deport them in a disgusting way, when you have what's the guy's name? I can't remember, but the ambassador to Israel specifically targeting those people in Gaza, they don't care about not only Black Americans, they don't care about anyone that's not white Christians. It's weird that you're siding yourself with them.
Well, I am a swing voter, so I go whichever way I feel better. And I just feel betrayed by the Democrats. But if I'm looking at this as a bipartisan thing where I want to go, I still don't see a strong future, even in the Democratic Party. I still don't see them really, like, I live in Alabama. They give no opportunity to vote in Alabama where a person can be sent to the electric chair for anything. The laws can be so messed up and twisted, but the Democratic Party has no hold in that state. But when they had an opportunity to run for senator and Doug Jones ran, Doug Jones did commercials about civil rights when he fought for civil rights in the Birmingham bombers and how he was going to stand for black people. And I was the person that voted for you. But when he came to Selma, where some of my fraternity brothers are, the mayor there, and they asked him, Kappa Alpha Psi, and they asked him,
so you're a new.
I'm a new from Gamma Phi chapter, baby, Alabama A&M.
Listen,
I just want to point out here, this conversation can only go on for another literally 2 or 3 minutes. I gotta go hop off so I could pack my bags and go to bed.
if I could just
Yeah.
finish here, when they asked Doug Jones when he came to Selma, what do you plan on doing for Black lives, like Black Lives Matter, that they're going through a lot of difficult things? Doug Jones said, we're not going to answer divisive questions like that. But he's running a campaign where he's saying he's fighting for civil rights. But when you ask him right there in Selma, what are you going to do for Black Lives Matter? We're not going to answer divisive questions like that.
Sure. Okay, let me just hop in real quick because I know Dean has to go. Dean, quick question for you. Alabama, is that a democratically held state or a republicanly held state? A Republican held state?
Oh, not only is Alabama a Republican state, but I think if you look at their voting demographic, it's like 80% Republican, like some
Mhm.
crazy shit.
Hey, Dean, do you think that there's a good proportion of gerrymandering in Alabama?
Alabama, Louisiana, Texas is a big one right now. I mean, we see a whole lot of gerrymandering in red states right now because Donald Trump is telling them to do it on live TV. It's kind of crazy.
Yep. Dean, last question for you. Do you think that the individual state level differs from the federal level, especially when you talk about the actual political power of the president versus, let's say, state senators?
Do they, when you say differ, do you just mean they have different levels of power?
Yes, and different functions depending on state versus federal.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So the point of all of this is, listen, I hear you. Alabama is a state that needs reform, just like most of the South. And I understand where you're coming from as far as the lackluster push in the South from the Democratic Party. I'm from South Carolina. I actually voted for many Democrats hoping to take Lindsey Graham out of office, only for people to not show up like they should. The point is, your vote for Donald Trump and the Republican Party is one that hurt not only you on a state level with Alabama, but it hurt the rest of the country. It actively went against all people within the country, not just black people within the country, but all people within the country, because of this administration is only looking to benefit the wealthy. That's specifically their target. And so voting for the Republican Party, voting for Donald Trump, it's only going to make things worse. Like literally, you put yourself in your state, black people, and people in the United States in a worse position because you thought that voting for Trump would actually fix Alabama, and that's not how it works.
So if I could land with this, Dean, I know you got to go. You have.
I really do gotta go. I gotta be up at 4 a.m. I should have been off like 26 minutes ago.
And I do appreciate you having me. If I could come again, I would greatly appreciate it. But I do want to land with this and not take up much of your time. When I did align with the Republican Party, I was able, as I told you, I was an activist, and I called out the disproportion of the sports activities in our neighborhood. When I aligned with this party, I was able to get housing development done. I was able to get a recreation bill where at first in my neighborhood, it wasn't a basketball court or anything that we could have participation in. I got that bill on the south side of Huntsville. I joined the community development board, and everything that I've worked towards has happened. So, it's an opportunity there. And Trump won't be president forever.
He won't, but the actual policies and everything that he's doing is going to not only be in place, but it's going to hurt the country for at least the next 50 to 60 years. Like your vote today, it wasn't just about today. It's about the next 50 to 60 years. So, I don't know. Anyway, Dean, thank you for having me up. I appreciate you.
Santana,
Parker?
appreciate
Same
you
here.
for coming up.
Thank you, man. I
See you
appreciate it,
guys.
bro.
There's two people I got to thank real quick. Sarah, thank you for the $10 over on PayPal saying Trump screwed Carol and got screwed now suing because of Epstein. Hopefully it happens again. Oh my God.
I'll see you, Dean. Sorry.
See you, Parker. Yeah, no, the murder. Oh my God.
I'll start my stream. I'll see you. Hey everyone, I got some people to thank real quick. Let me set up my microphone. I got some people to thank, and then we'll get on to the debates here for today, everyone. What's up, everyone? Let me say thank you to some people on YouTube, everyone. Thank you, everyone, so much. I'm so sorry I didn't get to the donations before. When you all know, like when I'm on Dean's stream, like I can't like stop to say thank you all the time. But I really appreciate everyone so fucking much. Can we get some fucking W's for Sid in the comment section right now for $200 on YouTube Super Chat? Thank you so much, Sid. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Can we get some fucking W's for Sid in that comment section right now? W's for Sid in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Sid. Oop, I'm late. But hi, Parker in chat. Good to see y'all. Also, big W to Omar Fateh for getting the DFL endorsement for mayor of Minneapolis yesterday. Yes, that's actually so great. And big L to Charlie Kirk for the insanely racist tweet he dropped right afterwards. Oh my gosh, I haven't even seen that. That's fucking crazy. That's fucking crazy. Thank you so much, Sid. I really appreciate it. Give me W's for Sid in the comment section. I really appreciate it. Raspberrian, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Thank you. Tree, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Tree. I really appreciate it. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. I missed you too. Missed you too. Good to see you. Anthony, thank you for the $5. Mitchell, thank you so much for the $5. Jolish, thank you for the $5. Twice, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Libby with the $50. Thank you so much, Libby. I really appreciate it. Give me some W's for Libby in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Libby. Sharon, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Sharon. Marie, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10. Jolish with the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Speaking facts, honestly. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Give some W's in the comment section right now. Serendipity, thank you so much for the $5. Yes, I actually did. That fucking Jubilee video is actually unhinged. Unhinged. Jubilee video is unhinged. Some of the people on there, I want to debate so badly. Like some of them, I just think they're so ridiculous. I think they're so ridiculous. And some of them are just like so fucking insane that like, I don't even know why Jubilee had them on. Like it was actually unhinged. But yeah. Absolutely diabolical. Yeah. We're gonna start getting some people up here in a second. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. I did hear one thing. Jordan Peterson is claiming that he originally only heard that it was Jordan Peterson versus 20 atheists rather than hearing it was one Christian versus 20 atheists, which is what we all heard prior to the episode. Push the level up. So that's really interesting. One thing I have a question for that is why did he just start saying that? If it was a misconception that he knew existed, why didn't he say that as soon as people started the misconception? That's something that I would be concerned about. Like, I don't know why. But like generally, like I would think that he's likely to tell the truth. So maybe it was just a mistake on both sides because I don't see Jubilee purposefully doing that either because that would be like bad for their reputation. You know, like I thought about it for both sides and I'm just like, I genuinely couldn't think of a reasonable explanation other than it being a mistake or like deception. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Yo, what's up? Bro, what's up?
How old are you?
19, yeah.
What's your birth year?
Oh, 2006.
Okay. Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Have I talked to you before?
No, this is my first time. I'm actually surprised I even got on here. I'm not gonna lie.
Sure. So why do you support Donald Trump? And thank you everyone for the Dean raid.
Can
I
I keep
appreciate
it real? Can I keep it real? My parents.
What about your parents?
Oh, it's just like they support it. I support it. It's that kind of situation. But also really like him and his policies.
Can you name one of his policies that you like?
Oh, so like the jerk meat servers.
Bro, what? Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? For sunglasses. How old are you?
I just wanted to say that you said you would date a trans.
Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? If people don't answer my question, I just immediately kick them. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What? 20.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Okay. What's your birth year?
04.
And what month?
What's your birth?
Were you born?
Okay, December. What birth year were you born?
April 7th, 2002.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. I ask because I have to ensure that people are above the age of 18 so that they can be on the live because of TikTok TOS. Just clarifying. I'm not asking you for your social security number or anything, you know? So why do you support Donald Trump?
Get that anyway.
I know.
Okay. So I came up here because why did you make 2 videos of me?
Do you support Donald Trump? Who the hell are you?
You made 2 videos of me.
Who the fuck are you?
I didn't come up here to say like I'm known. I just came up here to ask why.
Wait. Which videos? I'm actually curious.
I'm on one of your YouTube videos.
One of my YouTube.
Yeah.
Are you liking the comment section? Tell me which
I
video.
really,
Let's scroll through and read through the comments. Let's actually that'd be a
I
really
really
fun.
didn't even pay. You don't even know me, so
Wait, what's the title? What's the title of the video?
MAGA bro something.
Yeah, that's too vague, man.
It's your like recent one,
MAGA bro tried to own me and ended up owning himself.
I guess. Is it like a with the weird ass kid? Like
What?
on the thumbnail?
What do you mean? Or is it MAGA bro tries to trigger me and gets schooled?
That one, that one. Why do you use that title so much?
Trump. The MAGA bro thing? It's just in reference to who you are, dude. You're a MAGA bro.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, you are.
How you don't? How am I a bro?
What? What do you mean?
We're not bros.
No,
So how is
dude. I'm saying you're a MAGA bro. Like it's just.
But how?
Dude,
Why can I be
all,
like?
all I'm saying is MAGA dude. Like that's it. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
Here,
Okay. Why did
let's
you?
read the comment section though.
Oh my god.
So
That's not why I came up here.
I don't think he is rage baiting. I think his brain doesn't work completely.
I was rage baiting.
That is 178 likes. Okay.
Bro,
178 likes. How do you feel about that one?
I feel like they're weird, and they're probably all just.
Here's 82 likes. Wow, the stupidity with this color is off the charts.
Okay, so you didn't answer my question though.
That's another one.
But can you answer my question?
Yeah, what question?
Oh my god, you are brain dead.
What question?
Bro, I asked it like twice.
Say the question again.
I have to repeat myself?
Yeah.
Okay, fine. Anything for you, Parker. Anything. Okay.
Good boy.
So, what the fuck? Yo, you are weird. I'm telling your girl.
Okay, go for it. Send the
Yeah,
send
is she
the send the
watching?
clip to my girlfriend. She'll probably laugh.
I'm not screen recording.
I'm serious. My girlfriend. If I'll send her the clip, I'll show her the clip later. She'll laugh.
Why the fuck would she laugh at that?
Cause it's funny.
Yeah, only that shows your immaturity.
Good.
But okay. So why did you make 2 videos?
Why did I make 2 videos? I don't know what the other video was. This one video.
Well, like no,
dude. Here, I just want to let you know. Why did I make a video? Well, because it is the case that you were one of the people I debated, and I went back in the VOD and I took that clip and posted it. That's it. That's literally all that happened. You debated me on my stream, and then I posted the clip. Like, what do you expect?
I just saw
this is like asking me why did you make a live stream about me? Well, I stream every single one of my debates. What's up, Christian? By the way, how you doing, Christian? And Purdy, how you doing?
No, I just saw it's weird because you came up with my For You page.
Good. Good. You get to
Good,
see yourself.
that's not good.
You got to see yourself get owned. Literally in the title it says MAGA
No,
bro
I did
tries
not
to
get
trigger me and
owned.
get
I
schooled.
did not get owned. I rage baited you.
You got schooled.
No, I did not.
Yeah, you did.
I rage baited you.
Schooled.
Rage bait.
All right. Well, have a good day, man.
Okay, bye.
Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Let's go on to the next person. Please, everybody, only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. By the way, Madison, thank you so much for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That's crazy. I'll have to see. Emily, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you so much. Kimberly, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Really appreciate Helping Humans. Thank you for the $10. Thank you. Thank you. Good to see you as always. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Oh, no.
Okay. All right. We are just looking for people who do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. So please, everybody, only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
And do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What's your birth year?
2006.
What month?
December.
Okay. Why do you support Donald Trump?
I think like most of his policies are really good for us, like especially economic policies,
Which
immigration
economic
policies.
policy?
I'd probably have to point to his big beautiful bill.
Okay. Name
Which
one
it is.
provision within the big, beautiful bill that you like.
Provision. I like how he extends our tax cuts.
Which specific provision?
Extending the tax cuts and
yeah,
jobs
like
act
which
to be
which
permanent.
which tax cut within the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act? Because there are provisions within the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, so you still have to mention the provision because the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act is an aspect of the Big Beautiful Bill, meaning that they're just provisions listed within the Big Beautiful Bill.
Well, I don't really know what you're looking for. I'm just talking about how he's extending the tax cuts.
Like, I'll give you an example, like the child tax credit increase from 1,000 to 2,000. Name a separate one than that.
Lowering the taxes, lowering our taxes at the end of the year.
In what way?
Making them be less.
Making them be
Like what?
less. Wow. So
Like, what
I
do
just
you
want to
want,
let you know
bro?
you can't even mention a provision. You can't. I told you. I said, like, for example, right, the child tax credit increase from 1,000 to 2,000. Okay, that was an aspect of the bill.
That's
Was a
what I was
provision.
talking about. That's
Okay,
what I'm
okay.
talking about.
That's not the only aspect. So name a different provision than the one I mentioned,
Well, that's my favorite one.
but that you didn't even have the ability to mention prior to me saying it.
Well, you reminded me about it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And you don't know another one.
Probably not. No, sorry.
No. Okay. Interesting.
Well, I know
So I'll let you know what my understanding is of the Big Beautiful Bill, because seemingly you don't have an understanding of it, and yet you still like it for some reason. But if we look at the Big Beautiful Bill, not only does it cut like over 11 million people off of their Medicaid, right, and health insurance, right, but it is the case that it also cuts millions off their food stamps. It also, right, if we look at the overall effect of the bill, according to the Congressional Budget Office, decreases after-tax income for the bottom 20% of income earners while giving massive tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires. So it's literally reverse Robin Hood, taking money from the poor and giving it to the rich. Unironically, that's what the position is. And that's what you're saying you like?
I also like how he adds money towards ICE. Are you hitting a blinker?
No. Why? Why do you like the money going towards ICE?
Because it restores law and order.
It didn't. It restores law and order. By the way, you think that you're restoring law and order when you voted for a convicted criminal held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, that pardoned violent rioters on January 6th that beat police officers, were convicted of it and admitted to it themselves.
Basically.
Yeah, okay, you're trolling. Get off my lap, bro. You're totally trolling.
No,
There's
I'm
no way.
not.
You think that's
Bro.
restoring law and order? Is voting for a convicted criminal held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman that literally released violent criminals that beat police officers on January 6th into the country by pardoning them?
They went after him for that.
What?
That's not like
Who went after him for that?
law enforcement or the DOJ or New York.
What?
Whoever
What,
was trying to
what are
prosecute.
you talking? He did this in this administration. He pardoned violent rioters. Does that mean he condones violent riots?
No.
No? You don't think he condones violent riots, even though he pardoned violent rioters?
It's because they were political prisoners. Like, you have to let them go.
The violent rioters, the people who beat cops. I thought you were pro-police. I thought you were like
No, I'm pro ICE.
back the
mainly.
blue. What happened to that?
I never said that.
No, you never said that. He does not back the blue, chat. MAGA does not back the blue, I tell you. They don't like the cops. They say beat cops, we'll pardon you if you beat the cops. As long as you're MAGA, okay? If you're
It's
not
because-
MAGA, if you're a liberal, then you'll be in prison, okay?
I thought that the election was rigged.
You think it was
The
rigged in
end.
2020?
I'm not gonna say what I think about that.
Tell me what you think. I'd love to hear. How about you come back into the app, because I can't hear you when you're outside of the app, and tell me what you think about what happened in the 2020 election. Because I have a feeling that what you believe in lacks some evidence here.
Bro, you're being a jerk.
Good. You
Clearly
believe
you-
that the election was stolen in 2020 with no evidence.
No, I don't. I don't.
60.
I don't.
Okay. So Donald Trump still believes that. He still perpetuates those lies, right? And literally said that there's 60. Or there,
Bro,
there's
when's
60.
the last time you said that? It's been a while.
Oh no, he said it on True Social a few days ago. How about you look at
No
that?
way.
Yes, he said it on True Social again a few days ago.
Let me see your source. Can you show me?
His own Truth Social account.
You're
Scroll
gonna have
through
to
his
pull it up.
million. You know, you have to pull it up. Scroll through his millions shit posts a day, right, and find it
I
yourself.
don't know.
If you're on YouTube, make sure to like the stream. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It will help get it out to more people. Appreciate everyone joining the live right now. How's everyone doing? Good to see everyone who just started the live up here on TikTok. So I'd recommend tapping that screen. It helps get it out to more people so we can convince MAGA supporters
What do
not
you
to
mean, bro?
support
We've
such
been
a
talking
horrible
for like 10
candidate.
minutes.
What's up?
We didn't just start. It's been like 10 minutes.
15 minutes is I just started my live. I go on for 6 hours every day.
Damn. So you're gonna be up till like midnight?
Yeah.
What's like the latest you've ever streamed?
I don't even remember, dude. Really late.
Dang, man. I need to catch some of those.
Yeah, maybe you wouldn't be so misinformed, right?
Yeah, I need you to inform me.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, what's the reason why you support Donald Trump at this point? Because it seems like the big beautiful bill is dog shit. He pardons violent rioters, which means he condones violent rioting. He was held civilly liable for sexually abusing a woman. He said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. I mean, like, dude, what about this guy is defensible? Seriously, could you name an attribute of Trump that's defensible?
Sorry. My sister came in my room.
Sure. Could you name an attribute of Trump that's defensible?
An attribute of Trump that's defensible. He's a real leader, you know.
In what way?
He can stand up to like leaders, other world leaders, all around.
Yeah,
He's
the
good at
the
that.
only thing that he's good at leading is us into destruction. Okay, this guy is one of the worst fucking people to ever be in the position of power in any country, fucking ever. This guy is horrible. He's coming after our
Bro.
rule of law, our democracy, our court system, our democratic values, right? Core
Bro, I think
American
Hitler's
values,
worse.
everything this country stands for in a good sense. He's coming after our compassion, people's health insurance, the safety and security of this country in actual genuine sense, right? Our freedom of speech, right? And association, right? And like literally going out and protesting.
I don't know about that.
You don't know about that, really? Okay.
Not really.
So can you name one core American value that Donald Trump upholds?
He's a patriot, bro. He believes in like respecting the military. Those who fight for us.
Really, he believes in respecting the military as he cut the VA. He also said that John McCain
did not
was.
cut the VA,
He also
bro.
said that John McCain was not a war hero
He did not
because he
cut the
was
VA.
captured. He did cut the VA.
What
He,
did
cu-
he
he
do?
cut the amount of employees that are a part of the VA, which reduces care for the VA.
Bro,
He also
no,
is
he
a
did
draft
not.
dodger.
You're actually lying.
What?
That's a lie too.
No, it's not. He also called our veterans suckers and losers.
Bro, that was like a joke, and that wasn't even in like
A joke?
real
A
context.
joke? No, that was not a joke according to a top military general. That was
Well, it
literally
wasn't, like,
a
serious.
part of his
Like, it's not
own
that
administration.
Bro,
This is a person he handpicked to put on his own administration.
but you're still like, it doesn't negate like the good he does. Just because he says some
What good?
questionable things.
What good? What good did he do? Name one thing. For veterans,
Bro, he-
specifically, tell me one good thing he did for veterans.
I honestly can't think of any.
Interesting. Oh, you know what? He kept his promise. He got rid of homelessness for veterans. Oh, shit, wait. He hasn't even fucking
Bro,
talked about that.
That's not even like possible though. Like that's super.
What?
hard to
Oh,
do.
and then why? Oh, but he said that. So was he just trying to bullshit to get votes? You got
Oh, he
conned,
said
buddy.
that?
You got conned, buddy. Yeah, he did say that. That was a part of his fucking agenda 40 agenda shit. I fucking forgot that. I forgot it.
Bro,
Agenda
I think he
47.
was lying.
My Jesus Christ.
I think he was lying there.
What's up?
I think he was lying
And what do you mean?
when he said that. I think he was lying.
Okay, so you think that Donald Trump's a liar?
I guess, yeah.
So then why did you believe
Some-
anything that he ran on?
Just because you said it.
Just because he said it, but he's a liar. Why do you believe a liar? Isn't that stupid?
Yeah, kind of.
Okay, well then obviously you would say that now that you know, you probably shouldn't believe him.
Yeah, I guess.
Okay, so at this point, do you still support Donald Trump?
Not if he's lying.
Not if he's lying. Did you know he had 30,000 confirmed lies in his first administration?
Yeah,
How
I
do you
knew
feel
that.
about him in the Epstein files? He lied. He said he was going to release the Epstein files, and now apparently it's a Democratic hoax created by Obama, the Clintons, and the Biden administration. Oh, he left. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump.
Guest request.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's up, low key?
How old are you?
20.
What's your birth year?
2005.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah,
Why so?
I like his policies.
Name one.
The one where he's like protecting the gun laws.
Okay. I have a question. Not only is that not specifically a policy, but I'll ask you a specific question. Maybe this will make it more clear. Would you ever support a candidate that wanted to take guns first and do due process second?
What?
Yeah, would you ever support a candidate that wanted to take the guns first and then do due process second?
No.
Okay, so Donald Trump said that. And also, can you spit out the gun real quick while I play the audio clip of him saying that so that you don't support him anymore?
Okay.
Okay. Watch this right here. Here you are.
Yes, go ahead, Mike.
Taking safe and independent, but any
And then,
any weapons in the possession
or
of that
Mike,
individual.
take the firearms first and then go to court, because that's another system, because a lot of times, by the time you go to court, it takes so long to go to court to get the due process procedures. I like taking the guns early, like in this crazy man's case that just took place in Florida. He had a lot of firearms. They saw everything. To go to court would have taken a long time. So you could do exactly what you're saying, but take the guns first, go through due process second.
So you don't support him anymore, right?
No, I do.
Okay, so you would support a candidate that called for taking the guns first, doing due process second, just only if it's Donald Trump. That says it.
Yeah.
So you admit you're a cultist?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, you're
I
trolling.
love Trump.
They're totally trolling. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. If you're on YouTube, make sure to like that stream. It helps get it out to more people. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, I do. And if you want to start policy,
Yeah.
primarily immigration policy, such as his executive orders he's enacted.
Okay, be specific with which one. Can't hear you while you swipe out of the app.
My bad. Sorry. Yeah, one of the six policies was the Remain in Mexico policy. That was Executive Order 13685, I believe.
Okay.
I have to look it up, though.
Yeah. So
Yeah, that's one of those specifically for asking.
okay, I have a question. In his first administration, why did he wait until 2019 to implement it?
Because immigration wasn't at a like nearly as high level as it was in that point. So there wasn't necessarily a need to do it.
But so then why did he run on the border being an issue?
Say again?
So then why did he run on the border being an issue?
Because it was, and it just got worse. You had to implement more strict policies.
So why wasn't it relevant in the first administration, the Remain in Mexico border policy?
It was just later on. For example, for his first administration, he had what was it? I believe he had like a zero tolerance policy, which is where like it prosecuted every single legal border crosser, which discouraged crossing. In 2019, he then implemented Remain in Mexico after the crisis got worse. This made its migration overall decrease. Just because he did it later doesn't mean it wasn't a good policy.
So, one, Remain in Mexico doesn't necessarily apply to as many people as you thought it did, specifically in the first administration.
Yeah, but
Secondly,
it's
if we want to
asylum
reference
seekers.
Remain
Yeah.
in Mexico, right, that's one, applying to a legal process. Two, it's also, in terms of Remain in Mexico, not going to be an actually good process for us to apply, because it is the case that people, right, who do not have an actual legitimate status for asylum will just say that they're from Mexico to be able to get in the country, because we have to have laws specifically in place for people who are seeking asylum from Mexico to be able to stay in the country while they're seeking asylum. Because otherwise, then they're staying in the country that they're seeking asylum from, which puts them at risk of persecution and is antithetical to the entire process of asylum.
Yeah, the issue with that though is that when they stay in Mexico, they stay in like special cities where they wait for their case to get processed. They don't just wait in their home city in Mexico. They don't just wait anywhere in Mexico. They wait in places on the border for different cities. The way that Remain in Mexico actually works is it makes it you stay in a safe place, just not in the United States. So you can't go around and then wait till your asylum case. When it gets denied, then you stay in the U.S. illegally. Even if you enter legally under the asylum, which yes is legal, when your case gets denied, you become legal in the U.S.
Wait,
So they wait in
what
special
is what is
cities in
this
Mexico.
what is the specific city created in Mexico for people who are trying to seek asylum in the United States under the
Yeah,
bill?
well, for different cities, there's different cities, or inside different like ports of entry, there's different cities. I believe Brownsville has a city in Tamaulipas. El Paso is a city in Chihuahua. San Diego has one in like Baja California, which is technically a part of Mexico. All of these cities are inside Mexico, which is the part of the Remain in Mexico policy. The issue is there's
No,
not
I'm
any homeland in
asking
the
for
United
I'm
States.
asking you
Yeah,
for
they're
a
still
source.
safe.
Could you provide like a source specifically that says that it's like
You can
designated
just like
by the Remain in
yeah,
Mexico policy?
yeah, I can look that up. I'm just giving this off the top of my head.
Okay,
Let me get a source for it real quick.
I'll give you time to look it up while I talk to someone else.
No, you can like keep going.
Why not?
But
I would love for you to look it up.
oh yeah, the issue with that though is, and I'm just not going to get shown live because it's like 100 different people waiting in line.
No,
But
no, you
even
can.
if we
I
continue,
just want to let you know you can stay on the live, and I won't even kick you out of the live. You stay on the live, and you look. All you have to do is like every like 1 minute 30 seconds, just make sure you come back onto the app, click onto the app, and then you can go back out, and it won't kick you out. I'll talk to someone else,
okay,
and once you're ready, you can just
yeah,
unmute, let me know you're ready, and then whenever I'm done speaking with the person, we can continue talking.
yeah. Either way, I did just find a source which was from the StraussCenter.org. It said the CBP had sent roughly 68,000 asylum seekers to 7 Mexican border cities, which were some of the ones that are just listed, in addition like another 3.
No, what's
And
what's the
then
title? Because you said this is designated by the Remain
yeah,
in Mexico
yeah.
border policy, correct?
It's not designated, but they wait in these cities on border entry crossings
Okay,
because when they
wait,
enter the border,
wait. So you were
yeah,
saying that there
yeah.
were specifically designated cities created
That's not what I
by
said.
the
I
Remain
said
in
I didn't say
Mexico.
they were created.
Okay,
I
so
said
then
when
there
you try
aren't.
to enter the border, you wait at
Wait,
cities
to clarify.
outside the border
Wait,
for ports of
I'm
entry.
confused. I'm confused. If they're seeking asylum from Mexico, please explain to me why in those particular cities they wouldn't be at risk of persecution.
Yeah, because it's on a like border. How do I say this? Because the cities right now are on ports of entry. Like if you look at a port of entry of El Paso, the city is sued out in
But
Chihuahua. What
so
that
it's
means is
not
that the
within
U.S. Border
Mexico.
Patrol. Can I finish what I'm saying?
So it's not within Mexico.
Can I finish and then you'll understand a little bit more. These cities are monitored by Border Patrol agents because they're right on the border. They're at ports of entry. If people are trying to seek asylum in the United States under Remain in Mexico policy, these immigrants who are trying to seek asylum are going to wait on these cities with protection from Border Patrol. The whole point of asylum is that you be safe. If they are getting persecuted inside the south of Mexico and they come to the north at a port of entry, they're going to wait in these designated cities. The people who are persecuting them inside the south of Mexico aren't going to go all the way up thousands of miles to the
Can you
north
tell
of
me
Mexico to
where
prosecute
in
them
the
there.
Remain in Mexico policy that it designates certain cities free of the persecution?
Can you tell me where in the Remain in Mexico policy it says that you're going to wait at the home city inside Mexico?
No, tell me where specifically within the Remain in Mexico policy that it designates certain cities free of persecution for those specifically that are seeking asylum from Mexico. You're not providing, right, any type of actual reasonable basis for this. You're making it up.
No, these are official sites that the U.S. Border Patrol says that you are supposed to wait at if you're remaining to wait your U.S. Immigration Court proceedings.
Okay, so they have to stay inside like a building or like a certain designated area? Like which site are you referencing designated by the Remain in Mexico policy?
Well, yeah, the Remain in Mexico policy explicitly identifies that those 6 or 7 like port city pairs are the official sites where migrants are supposed to remain while awaiting their court proceedings. Like fundamentally, when they wait here, like you're saying right now that they can wait anywhere in Mexico in order to get their court
No,
proceeding.
no.
Under
I'm asking you
okay, I
where.
just want to know what you're saying.
I'm asking you where in Mexico is it the case that they're free of persecution, right? If they're coming from, if they're seeking asylum from Mexico.
Cool. Well, you could say there's persecution in every single country, every single place. They're not going to be completely free of it, but they're
Exactly.
going to be safer under these port cities.
Wait. Okay. So then. Okay. And then, do you have any evidence of that?
Well, yes, crime rates typically on the U.S. border are lower than they are inside other more dangerous parts of Mexico.
No. I want you specifically to give me any evidence that people who are seeking asylum from Mexico experience less persecution within the context of these particular areas that you're referencing. They have to stay in according to the Remain in Mexico border policy. I'd love to see this. Or is this just another like alternate reality that Trump supporters creating on my live because they don't know what policy they're referencing?
No, I understand the policy I'm referencing. However, I just want to understand your viewpoint. You're saying that every single place is more every single place besides these bordering like cities is more dangerous than these bordering cities for them to go to. The cities aren't going to be free of persecution. That's a false reality. No cities are. Every single city is going to have crime. It's going to have issues. However, they're going here to await their court hearing. In the United States, it can be dangerous too. In other cities, it can be dangerous. They wait at these ports of
But
entry
do
to
you
get
agree
into
that
the
the
US.
point of the asylum process is to allow people to come to the United States to not experience the persecution they were experiencing based upon certain protected classes in the country that they're trying to seek asylum from? If it is the case that they have to stay in the country that they are specifically being persecuted in while they're trying to seek asylum, you are going against the very fundamental basis of what the asylum process is in the very first place. So instead, what you should do is you should fund immigration judges and processes within the United States to make the asylum process go faster, right? To disincentivize people to go through that process if they do not have valid asylum claims, rather than specifically relying on a Remain in Mexico border policy that actually does not help the scenario at all, because everyone specifically that does not have a valid asylum claim will just claim that they're from Mexico in order to be able to get through the system, because we're going to have a specific route to go through specifically if you're coming from Mexico, right? And they can just claim that they're from Mexico, and while their claim's being processed, they get into the country, and then everyone who has a legitimate and valid asylum claim will have to wait in Mexico specifically instead of waiting in the United States, which they rightfully should be able to wait in the United States because they have a valid asylum claim. So you need to think about how the types of laws are going to impact the state of affairs of people who have valid asylum claims versus people that don't have valid asylum claims to determine specifically what's going to be a better policy.
What percent of asylum claimers are from Mexico? What percent of people from like who claim asylum are from Mexico?
I'm not sure. It just I don't think that matters, because I don't think there's any case where you would specifically be okay with someone from Mexico having to experience persecution within the country that they're trying to seek asylum from without being able to stay in the country, right, in the United States while they try to await their court date. Like, that would put them at a greater risk of the persecution that we're saying they should be free from due to the asylum process.
Cool. I just want to ask, if they get persecuted in the Yucatan Peninsula, right? That's an issue. We agree. They should be able to seek asylum, correct? Yes or no? Just simple. If they're being persecuted in the Yucatan Peninsula, they should be able to seek asylum in the U.S. That's yes or no, right?
Any place around the world, right? If someone is specifically going through persecution based upon a protected class, they should be allowed to seek asylum towards the United States.
Yeah. So if they're seeking persecution in somewhere other than those port cities, then the likely odds are, if they go to the port cities, whoever's persecuting them is not going to travel thousands of miles to keep persecuting them. While there might be other problems in these cities, if they're escaping persecution going to a new location, the odds of the persecution following them is low.
You said that, but I asked you for a source, and you have yet to provide that source. I asked you for that earlier.
It's common sense.
Common sense is not a source.
But
common sense is not a source. Go provide the source, because what you just said when you say common sense is, trust me, bro, please, dude, I promise you it's true. Please.
Okay, so you think that the persecutors will follow them thousands of miles to these port cities? I can give you a source.
I don't know what you mean by thousands of miles. I'm specifically talking about people who are seeking asylum from Mexico, right? That's what I'm claiming.
Yeah, but Mexico is thousands of miles long if you go from north to south.
I don't know what your point is. Push the money gun.
Yeah, my point is that the people persecuting them are not going to travel that far to keep persecuting them.
What makes you think that they would have to travel that far?
Well, because considering the most violent crime that happens inside Mexico is in the more populated regions, there's a huge amount of mountains and deserts and all these things between the US border and between Mexico City or Chihuahua or all these other cities down south, meaning that it's significantly harder for the gangs or whoever's persecuting them to follow them into the border cities. What I am saying is that it is logic that the gangs are going to persecute somebody else rather than follow someone and try and stalk their entire life for them to seek asylum into the US. While I'm not saying it doesn't happen, there's probably some odd cases where it does.
I'm sorry. Do you think that the cartel is near the border at all? Or is this live?
In certain scenarios, yes, but the cartels are different. There's not just one cartel.
I know, I understand. I'm just giving an example. So clearly, it is the case that there's going to be persecution all around.
There's
that
always going to
people
be
are
persecution everywhere.
Wait, again,
is there persecution in the U.S.?
Hey, dude, what is the point of the asylum process? Can you tell me?
The point of the asylum process is to, if you're escaping persecution with a credible fear, I believe, you're able to enter the United States, or will try and seek asylum inside the United States through legalized port of entry once you get your court case approved.
Okay, so you can get out of persecution. So it's the point of getting people out of persecution.
Yeah.
So then the point.
Your entire claim revolves around the 2% of Mexicans.
The point that I'm making. Can you let me make the point? Is that possible?
Yeah. My apologies. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, so the point that I'm making is that then it goes against the asylum process of allowing them to get out away from persecution by saying that they should have to stay in Mexico while they wait their court date. Because if it is the case that is the scenario that they are seeking asylum from Mexico, well, then that is going against the very basis of that process. Because, again, the point is at which that they should be able to flee the country that they're being persecuted in. They're not able to in that context.
Okay, could you give me like 2 minutes and I'll try and find a source that disproves that?
Okay, go ahead. In the meantime, everyone, if you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Give me some W's in the comment section for all the gifters, everybody. Annie, thank you so much for the $40. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. That's exactly what I was going to say as well. And then also, thank you so much, Annie. I really appreciate it. Oh my God, excuse me. Just read through the original migrant protection protocols, quote unquote, stay in Mexico. There's zero mention of specific cities or any specifics regarding accommodation. I can't speak. Regarding accommodation. Robin, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. Did you see anything about ICE disappearing Luis Leon? Apparently an 82-year-old citizen. I'd be interested in hearing what MAGA thinks about that. Yeah, I'd love to ask people about that. Cole, thank you so much for the $300 on YouTube Super Chat. Holy shit, Cole, thank you so much. Give me some W's for Cole in the comment section right now for the fucking $300. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Get some W's for Cole in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. W's for Cole in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Cole. Kathy with the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Kathy. Thank you for the $50. Quissy, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I would prefer other candidates within the Democratic Party, but obviously him over like the Republicans. And then Joy, thank you so much for the $2. I really appreciate it. Spencer with the $5. Thank you. I really appreciate everyone. Give me some W's in the chat for all the gifters. Thank you so much. Really appreciate everyone on YouTube Super Chat, as well as Emily. Thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Emily. I really appreciate that. Caden, thank you so much for the $10. Ashley with the $5. Thank you. W Central Iowa. Thank you. Thank you so much, Caden. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Good to see you. Yehoshua, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And Christian with the $300 on PayPal. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Christian. Give me some W's for Christian in the comment section right now for the fucking $300 on PayPal. That is so fucking nuts. W's for Christian in the comment section right now. Holy shit, what is going on today? W's for Christian in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Christian. I really appreciate it. Seriously, W's for Christian. I really appreciate it, Christian. Always good to see you. As well as Purdy, thank you for the $50 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Purdy. I really appreciate it. Good to see you as well. How you doing, Purdy? Thank you so much. I appreciate the $50. Give some W's for Purdy in the comment section. As well as Mr. Positive. Thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, I don't see what even what they're referencing. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
How old are you?
You're the GOAT. You're the GOAT, bro.
Hey, I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking, again, for some debates, everybody. If you're on YouTube, make sure to like that stream. It'll help get it out to more people. Najia, thank you so much for the $8. I did say it out loud as well, but thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. I'm sorry. My mic might have cut off or something. I really apologize.
Hey, Parker. So
Yeah, did you find
I
it?
will concede you that I could not find a source directly tying to the fact that these cities would be safer than some parts in Mexico. However, Mexico has its own asylum seeker, Comar, which processed over 100,000 claims in 2023, which relocates Mexicans to other safer parts of Mexico, such as Mexico City, where the danger rating is only 1, according to the U.S. State Department. Basically, what this means is that if they're facing persecution in other parts of Mexico, they'll be able to go to safer parts of Mexico by the Mexican government. The Mexican government has already been doing
What
this,
if
which is
they're
why only
what if the
can I finish?
persecution
Yeah, yeah.
what if the persecution's from the Mexican government?
I that's corruption. There's always going to be corruption in governments. The system isn't perfect. I will concede the system isn't perfect. However, what I'm saying also, Werner just asked for a country for an edit if you want to do that. I follow him, so yeah. Anyways, um, there's always going to be some persecution and corruption in government. That's a fact in every single country. There's corruption in this government, whether it be with APAC or something else. I agree with that. However,
By the way, I
under the
wouldn't
Mexican
dispute
government,
that.
yeah, yeah, like that's somewhere we agree. We agree more than we disagree. We're Americans, but like I feel like right now there's only the reason that there's only 2% of asylum claims coming from Mexico into the United States is because the Mexican government already has their own program to help Mexicans out, which works relatively well. You can say it's an issue. It will be an issue. There's never going to be a complete fix to all of these issues. But under the status quo, which right now is the Remain in Mexico policy, it's overall better because Mexicans. Can I finish real quick? Mexicans have their own support system there, and the United States can work with other countries who need asylum to get into the United States with their Remain in Mexico policy without allowing hundreds of thousands of undocumented or illegal migrants into the country, which
That's
should be
not what the
having
asylum
drugs,
process.
fentanyl, and other kinds of
Oh, you
things.
can't say it on the live, man. Now I can't even fucking
Oh,
debate you
my
on those
bad.
points because you can't say it on the live. But I do just like, I mean, I could respond to this one. I think I already did mostly, but I'll have I guarantee the next person will debate me on that too. So we can address that then. If you're on YouTube, make sure to like the stream. If you're on TikTok, do tap the screen. It will help get it out to more people. If you do want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link to the bio as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Why Kick? Because he said things that he can't say on the live because it will cut the push of the live here on TikTok. Amber, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That's amazing, Amber. Thank you so much for the $20. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go on to the next person here. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. How's everybody doing? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Absolutely.
What's your birth year?
2007.
Okay. And why do you support Donald Trump?
He's great. He's doing great stuff.
Like what? Where's the tiny item?
Getting everybody out of the country.
You want to get everybody out of the country?
No, just the illegals.
Oh, you're trolling. You're laughing. Philip, how old are you?
I'm 24.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Of course I do. I've been here multiple times.
Okay, well then, bye. He put in the comment section, Trump for Mount Rushmore. What? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Diabolical. Appreciate the sunglasses, by the way, Ashley. Thank you. Let's go on the next person. Oh, as soon as they joined, I X'd them out, apparently. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's up? My grandma was a child prodigy on the skin flute.
How old are you?
18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
Why so?
I support his big beautiful ball sack.
Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Chat, I didn't even hear what the first thing he said. I don't know what he even said. Sometimes I'm just too elevated for that. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, Parker. Hey, big boy.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello. 18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, I do.
What's your birth year?
2007.
Okay. Why do you support Donald Trump?
I love his DEI rollbacks policy.
Which one?
I can't remember the exact one, but
Yeah. Which DEI policy did you disagree with? Like, be specific.
I did not disagree with anyone. I said I support his policies.
No, I said which DEI policy did you disagree with that you wanted to roll back?
Well, hold on.
Be specific.
Wait, what was the question?
Which DEI policy specifically did you disagree with that you wanted to roll back? Be specific.
Okay, hold on.
Okay, they left. There's this person spamming in the comment section that I need a steak, but I keep inviting them and they won't join. Are you scared? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm not old enough, but I just want to say I really like your content.
Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. If you're on YouTube, again, like the stream, everybody. Let's get to 1.5 thousand likes, I tell you. Let's do it. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Oh, okay. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you? No, I just don't take you seriously. How about you join the live? How about you debate me? You take me seriously enough to watch my live. Let's go on the next person here. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
30.
Do you support Donald Trump?
100%.
Nice. Jamie, how old are you?
Oh my god, hello, Parker.
Okay. Tommy, why do you support Donald Trump?
I mean, there's lots of reasons. More recently, I appreciate how we are cutting government costs and we are getting rid of redundancies, such as buildings and things that we are not even using that are just rented out for millions of dollars in leases that are funding other political gain. I like the fact that we're getting rid of criminals that are in this country importing things such as illicit materials and trafficking of persons. I like the fact that he sees the value in small business.
Can I respond to this?
Go ahead.
Yeah. So there's a few things I got here, right? Said cutting government costs while he simultaneously added trillions of dollars to the debt through the big beautiful bill. The Committee for Responsible Federal Budget in the Congressional Budget Office indicated it's anywhere between what's that?
Name one budget that doesn't add cost to the bill. When was the last president that took cost off of our budget?
Well, if you make a comparison between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump, if you look at the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget, Trump's campaign plans would have done $4 trillion more over the next 10 years. And if we look at the Biden-Harris administration in the first administration versus the Trump administration in his first administration, we can clearly identify that it is the case that he added over $4 trillion more debt-related spending. According to the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget, we can reference specifically that it was 8.4 trillion for Trump, 4.8 trillion non-COVID related. 4.3 trillion overall for Biden, 2.2 trillion non-COVID related.
Okay, so you can't use the hypotheticals of what Kamala Harris proposed whenever she got in office. I mean, okay. So whenever she got into office, there's various things that could and would have changed. The same as that is the case in every single presidency. Everybody comes in with a plan, right? But kind of like Mike Tyson said, you have a plan until you get punched in the face, and reality happens, and then now you have to make changes in that direction. Everybody plays hatred on like things such as tariffs, but whenever you look at the broad scheme of things, you'll see that it's causing people that are small business owners to source instead of the material, they're now sourcing the manufacturing equipment to now bring that manufacturing in house. There's so many things that is being done that overlook, really. So
yeah, like manufacturing investment, it was stagnant under
take-
Trump's administration comparative to the Biden-Harris administration. There was a heavy increase in manufacturing investment according to the St. Louis Federal Reserve. You can't mention a single source that's going to indicate that manufacturing investment specifically was better off under the Trump administration. Tell me what he did to cause that. I would love to hear.
Okay, for what tariffs? I'm saying that, like, as of now, there's an increase in people that are bringing their manufacturing over here. For instance, I can tell you of several off the top of my head. Tech Industries, the metal roof specialists. You've got things such as
Hold on,
Classic.
one
You've
second,
got
one second. Okay, why are they spamming in the comment section? My girlfriend's 16. What are you talking about? What is this person saying? Dude, what are they saying in the comment section? Why are they spamming that? They're actually insane. Ahmad even responded to them. Sid even responded to them and literally told them, and they still kept spamming it. Like, what? Dude, what is wrong with you? Sorry. I'm like, bro, come on. Go ahead. You were saying?
That's pretty suspect, man. What kind of people do you have following you?
What? Dude, you mean people in the comment section just saying random dumb shit about me? That my girlfriend's clearly not 16 years old.
Okay, I'm hoping that's
My girlfriend's 1 year younger than me.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure, man.
Diabolical, dude.
I'm just saying that over the course of the entirety of the plan, there's things in there that we need to do. We need to make it harder for individuals to assume things such as free benefits that they don't necessarily need. For instance, if you don't necessarily go to the doctor every year and something happens, like you break your leg, well, then they have emergency services that are going to assist you with that. They're not going to deny you medical treatment. Now, you might have
okay. But like, I just want to let you know, people are denied medical treatment in this country, and people die from it because it is the case that we don't have a universal healthcare system, and people like Donald Trump actively harm that ability to happen for us to actually get a universal healthcare system, so that people don't die in this country. 45 to 68,000 American lives are lost every single year due to lack of health insurance because people can't get access to preventative healthcare, and if they don't get access to preventative healthcare, it is more likely that they're going to die from long-term illnesses, chronic disease, right, and the such, and they're going to have worse health in the long run. So if you want people to have better health, if you want our country to be better off and also to be richer, you should support Democrats, right, and progressives specifically that support something called Medicare for All, because a Yale study indicated it would save $4.5 trillion over the next 10 years and costs compared to our private healthcare system currently, along with the fact that it would cover more people and lead to the 45 to 68,000 American lives lost every single year surviving. I'm talking 680,000 people over 10 years.
Okay, so let's take that into perspective. What is 50? You said 58,000 people.
45 to 68,000 American lives.
Okay, so the median of that is somewhere between what, 50 and 55. So okay, 55,000 people are losing their life because of non-healthcare. Okay, now if they qualify for Medicaid or Medicare, then sure, they should be given those assistances. But if they're making money and let's say they're not claiming the money that they make, then they should be held accountable. The people that are 160 years old that aren't even existent that are drawing benefits,
totally made up.
I mean, that's your perspective, but
No,
why is
no. Can you give me any evidence?
I mean, there's a whole fucking website dedicated to tracking it.
Go ahead.
Yeah, it's Doge.
Yeah, and there's only 60 billion itemized specifically for a reduction. And Elon Musk himself said that Donald Trump went against everything that he went through, specifically at Doge. Brittany, how old are you, by the way?
I didn't request. You requested me.
Oh, you seem old enough. Are you MAGA?
I'm sorry, what?
Are you MAGA?
Yeah.
Okay, why'd
you send me a request?
You said something dumb in the comment section. I forgot what you said. Can you remind me?
Oh, I think that I said that you're going to need to actually get a job because it's coming real hard for you to keep lying and inflating your lies.
Can you tell me what lie and what inflational lie? And I would love to hear this.
Like literally everything that comes out of your mouth.
Like, give me an example.
Oh God, where do I want to start? I'd probably say like, let's go with a recent topic. Probably like the healthcare that people are getting denied healthcare.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Kara, do they meet the qualifications that it takes to qualify for that?
Can I just kind of let you know? Not only women in terms of access to abortion, but also clearly if we reference like people not getting access to preventative health care, insurance allows people to afford preventative health care.
Parker, if you did not have health insurance, right, and you went to a hospital because you were ill, you're telling me that the facility would deny someone medical care because they didn't have health insurance. That's
exactly what
literally
I meant.
against the law.
Oh, can I give you an example?
That's what I meant.
Can I give you an example?
Go ahead. Tell me something. Yeah, please. Here.
Yeah, my friend Adam specifically, right, can't afford his cancer treatments, right? And it is the case that he will literally not get access to his chemo, and he will literally die if he cannot afford it. Okay? You can look at the link tree in my
Well, it
bio.
sounds- it sounds like he can afford
link.
it.
Please be quiet. The first link in my bio is Adam's GoFundMe. We've raised for Adam specifically over $40,000 because it is the case that he has to spend $15,000 a month to stay alive and to get access to chemo.
Okay, I had sequela cell sarcoma. It's a form of oral cancer that I had to pay for my own treatment for out of pocket.
You
So I mean,
shouldn't
I
have.
understand that it does have a cost. Why?
Yeah, but
Why
Parker,
I'm
that has
financially
nothing to
stable
do
enough
with
to pay for it. I don't
politics.
qualify for free health care, and then
You should
also I
have. You should have.
support.
Every single person in this country should have free at the point of service access to health insurance and health care because it is the case that it is a fundamental
do have
human
access.
right.
I
Okay.
don't qualify.
What does that have to do with Trump, though?
Donald Trump wanted to repeal and replace the ACA, but had concepts of a plan for healthcare. Right, 9 years running into president of the United States. It has no healthcare policy currently, and it wants to
So you're
strip
telling-
over 11 million people off their Medicaid, millions of people off their food stamps.
So that boy that you're talking about, which I'm very sorry that he's going through that, you're telling me that he's going through that because of Donald Trump?
People like Donald Trump, yes, in the policy in the
No,
United
that's
States.
been happening for for our entire lives.
Because it is the
Since
case
we
that
have
is
been
because it
alive.
is the case that Republicans water down right legislation to specifically provide a public option for everyone. Republicans, historically speaking, are the reasons.
You were Republican.
Yeah,
Okay.
I used to be like when I was in high school. Yeah.
So how come none of the Democrats changed it?
What do you mean? I'm confused.
Right. So you're saying Republicans. How come none of the Democrats have ever changed it?
Because we rely on bipartisanship in order to get bills passed.
Right. But I
Oftentimes, yeah.
mean, that's a pretty big. Like most people you would think would be for that, right?
I would, yeah, but like it seems
Right.
like there's a lot
So
of
you think you're
yeah, there's
really
a lot.
gonna
Okay,
make a
I want to
blanket
let you know,
statement?
Republicans take a lot of money from lobbyists that get big money from fucking health insurance companies that make money off of people dying. No
Really,
joke.
who's the
People
one
they
that-
make
Well,
they
no,
make
I
money
know
off
that.
of
I
they
know
make
that.
money off of restricting access to care. That's how they do it.
I
They
think
are
anybody
for-profit
knows
health
that.
insurance companies meant to gut you as much as they possibly can to make money off of you. And what I'm saying is that we should not have health insurance programs based upon for-profit because then we're going to have companies putting profit over human lives. And I think that we should have a baseline level of human decency for every single person. I disagree with you politically, but you shouldn't have to go into hundreds of thousands of dollars of debt because you have cancer. You shouldn't
And I
have to.
agree with you,
You
but it has
shouldn't. Your
nothing to do
family
with Donald
members
Trump.
shouldn't die because they can't get access to preventative health care. That's
I agree
that's
with you.
specifically what I'm advocating for. I disagree with you politically, but I don't want you to fucking die. I don't want anyone in this country to fucking die. And the
Right,
fact that there's
but-
45 to 68,000 American lives that are lost every single year due to lack of health insurance should fucking make you mad at the fact that Republicans
does.
consistently take money from health insurance companies, right, over the fact that there are literally 45 to 68,000 American lives lost every single year due to lack of health insurance. Support Medicare for all. You're a Republican, you can still support Medicare for all. There are conservatives in other countries around the world that literally support universal health care. That is a common view amongst conservatives in other countries
Yeah,
around the
and
world.
I appreciate
Where's the
that
galaxy?
you feel
Thank you.
strongly about that, but you also don't need to try to twist it to make it sound like it has anything to do with Trump.
That's exactly right.
It does, though. I just told you. I explained. Let me explain again.
Oh, no, I'll explain to you if you want. The only thing that he changed was saying that able-bodied people, even people that are able-bodied that have children, they're not even a part of this. Able-bodied people that don't have children need to work 80 hours a month in order to get free health insurance.
I have a question. If someone doesn't have access to a job because it's a recessionary period, should they lose their health insurance?
Okay, but why do they not have access
Answer
to
the
a job?
question. It's a recessionary period. I just described. It's a recessionary period. Can you answer the
A
question?
recessionary
Should they
period
lose
would
their
be
health
unemployment,
insurance?
and that would mean that they would still qualify.
Should they lose their health insurance?
What you're saying doesn't apply to people that are working.
I understand.
It
I'm
also
I'm
doesn't-
often
it also
I'm
doesn't
referencing
provide
someone
any
who
options for people
I'm
to
referencing
do things one thing.
I'm referencing someone who, again, due to a recessionary period, can't get access to a job because there aren't jobs in the specific area in which they live, right? Within the specific field and
Okay, well,
industry in which they work within. So given that that's the case, right, would you say that they should lose their health insurance in that circumstance?
No, maybe they should move just like the rest of us that had to
yeah.
move across the country
So
for a
I live
job.
in the
so
state of
your answer is
Pennsylvania.
just move, bro.
No,
Seriously?
I live in the state of
Push the paper
Pennsylvania, and
train.
if you get fired or laid off, you still get unemployment benefits and all the benefits
And
that
tell
you
me,
did.
is that state or federal policies?
That's a state policy.
Okay, so tell me, were Democrats the ones that put that into the place, or were that Republicans?
I'm actually not sure because this has
I
been.
promise you, it was Democrats. Okay,
You're saying
I promise
you?
you,
Do you
Democrats
know
were the
that?
ones that put that. I promise. Go find it. I would put money on it.
Why don't you find it? You have a
I would say
computer right in
I
front
would
of
say
you.
disproportionately, because I'm not going to do the research for you. Disproportionately, it was Democrats.
You are not saying it with factual. You're saying I promise you, like you don't know the answer to that.
You want to take a bet?
So just look it up.
You want to take a bet?
What would you like to bet me, Parker?
Any amount.
No, you have more money than I do.
Okay. Then something else, right? How about dignity? We'll bet on the dignity.
You don't have any.
I do. I got more than you.
Literally none.
Really? What makes you think I have no dignity?
Because I think that you're using this platform in a way that is, like you're manipulating people, right? You're not speaking full truths.
In what way? How am I
You're not being
manipulating people?
completely. You're not being completely transparent.
How am I lacking transparency alongside the time that you're supporting Donald Trump, who's not releasing the Epstein
Okay,
files?
for instance, like we have, right? Like
Talk about
he won the
transparency.
election, right? Let's move forward. Let's hope that America's going in the right direction. We want to live in a great country, right? So let's be positive, right?
Wait, how am
Why
I
do
not? How am I not
Wait,
transparent?
hang on. Why do you constantly, every time I watch you, go back to the rapist argument? And it's just like, can we let it go and move forward?
No,
Can we move forward?
no. I don't just let rape go.
Okay.
And I don't just
Okay.
I don't just like stop saying rapists are bad people someday. I know you're a Republican and like
Okay, but
it's
she
really
also
hard for you
accused
to understand
19 other
compassion,
men of
dignity for
doing the
people,
same
and like
thing.
empathy. But like you have to be able to reconcile with the idea that rapists are bad people and like you shouldn't support them. You know what I mean? Like I feel like that's a
No,
very
I don't
fundamental.
think so either. How come she accused 19 men of the same exact thing?
She didn't. That's a lie. You want to bet on that? I bet your entire
I
life
told you I'm not
savings on
betting you.
bet your entire life savings on that point. I will bet my entire life
Why
savings
would I
on
do
it.
that?
Yeah, because you know that you're lying.
What about it happening in one of the most popular? What about it happening?
Wait, Tommy, I want her to acknowledge that she just lied there.
I didn't lie.
Okay, really?
Look it up.
Then tell me what's the source?
I don't have a source.
Exactly. It's just
I'm not an encyclopedia.
it's literally just trust me, bro.
No, I read it.
Read it where?
I can't tell you where I
Facebook?
read it.
You read it on Facebook or fucking?
No, I don't get my news from Facebook like you.
I don't go to Facebook. What are you talking about? Where do you get your information from?
I actually go to all sources and I make my. Actually, I watch like all of the Oval Office hearings.
No. Tell me
and I
what
also
specific
check-
sources do you go to? Like,
I'm gonna look it up right now.
like where do you get your news?
I watch. Well, I usually just watch the Oval Office hearings and the like press briefings, but I do check CNN and I do check AP and I do check Fox because I would like to get, a more transparent idea of what's happening and not just a biased viewpoint. And that's the problem with right now is people just listen to you and believe your lies. And then they read like CNN.
You couldn't
and
mention
they're
a
like, "Oh my
single
God."
lie that I said. You literally couldn't mention one.
I just told you.
You said that I wasn't
Okay, I'm
transparent and
sorry.
you couldn't mention the single lie. And then I
Okay,
said,
I'm
"Wow,
sorry.
I'm so
You're
not
not-
transparent. Tell me how I'm not transparent while you
Wait,
support
hang
the
on.
guy
You're
that
not a
won't drop the
liar.
Epstein files."
Parker, you're not a Okay, first off, we're going to go there.
Yes.
Okay, if Trump was in them, right? How come no administration ever released them? If that would have been their gravy train. Like, are you kidding me? They would have wanted nothing more than to throw him under the
how
bus.
about you ask this question? If it's a Democratic hoax and the Democrats created it. The Biden administration, the Clintons, and Obama.
No, I think there's
Can
somebody in there that they're protecting.
I would love
both
to,
parties.
please. I would love to make this
Oh,
point. Can I
hey,
please make this point?
hey,
Can I
Parker,
please
he was
make this?
right.
Can I please make this point?
What?
If it was a Democratic hoax created by Obama, the Clintons.
I didn't say that.
Oh my Jesus fucking Christ! Please let me make the point.
I said if he was in them, they would have.
Okay, so if it was, again, according to Donald Trump, a Democratic hoax, right, created by Obama, right, the Clintons, the Biden administration, well then it wouldn't include any Democrats within it because it was a Democratic hoax created by the Democrats. They wouldn't put their own people within it. So then, of course, they would release it in that context, right?
I didn't say that.
Hey,
So,
Parker. I would like to
so
take
is
you up
why
on that
is
bet.
Donald Trump lying about the Epstein files
They're
and
obviously
saying that
both
they're a
sides.
Democratic hoax after claiming
I don't
that he
agree
was
with
not
that.
only
I
going
didn't
to
say
release
that.
the Epstein files, but
I
also
didn't say that. I think both sides are trying to protect people that are in them. That's what
who
I
is
think.
Trump? Who's Trump trying to protect?
I don't know who's in there. I don't have them. I don't have the files.
Hey, I would like to take you up on that bet that she didn't accuse other men of rape in the past.
She said
And that
19
it was-
people. Take me on that
and
bet.
It was several people.
Oh,
It
you
says
said
Carol
wait.
named-
Okay,
several
you
named
think it was
several
19
named-
people?
Hold on, listen. I mean, it doesn't have
Push
an
the
exact
galaxy.
number.
Thank
but
you
I
so
said-
much,
I
Angela.
said several people. It says
It
that
wasn't
Carol
even
named
several.
men. It
Oh, how
says
many was
Carol.
it,
It literally
Parker?
says right here. Carol named several men that she said assaulted
Name them.
her over the years.
Name them.
Among them was Les Munevs, which was some CEO. That's all that it would let me copy and paste into the text here, but you could search it yourself and see that it's the truth.
Yeah, it was just him and Trump. That's it.
No,
It's
really.
not several.
People with one person.
No, he's saying several people or two people.
No, that's what it.
That-
And also
The
you said,
definition of
and also
several is
Brittany,
not
Brittany,
clear.
Brittany, Brittany,
article.
you said 19. You're fucking absolutely removed from reality.
Okay, so if I said
I
4,
copied
you
and
would say
pasted that
maybe.
directly out of the article.
I would say
first
you're
of all.
also removed from reality because she never did that.
Oh, what if I said
maybe-
3?
You still would have been wrong.
Oh,
Really,
if-
it says
so but if I
several,
said
so several
2, I would be right. Then you would say I was right.
Then why does
Oh,
it say several?
Parker, give it up. Come on.
Well, give what up? If you said something right, I would say you're right. Like, of course. Push the bounds. Thank you so much.
How do you feel about
She expects
the
me to
economy
deny
right
reality.
now?
She just expected me to deny reality, and when I didn't deny reality, then she was
Excuse
like,
me.
"Oh, what the fuck, Parker?" Like,
I didn't get mad at you. I didn't scream at you.
see, I never said you
Um,
screamed at me. Jesus Christ.
Well, that's what you sounded like.
Elida, thank you so much for the $20.
You're
I
always
really
so
appreciate it. Thank
rude
you so
to
much.
me. It's
Are the
not even funny.
lies in the room with us? They must be. Kenzie, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much, Kenzie. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
You're like a bully to me all the
Grizz,
time.
thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. Leah,
It's a
thank you so
total
much. I
of like
appreciate the
seven.
$5. Thank you, Leah. And then Kaden,
It's a
thank you for the
total of like
$4.20.
7
Thank you.
She's accused like an
Oh, thank you,
ex-boyfriend,
Tommy,
a
by the way.
babysitter.
No, wrong. You
there's
just made this
several.
up. You just made this up.
I literally just pulled it up.
Where?
Type it in.
Tell me the title.
Chat GPT right now. Type it in
Chat
GPT. Right
GPT.
now.
Chat GPT is not a source. Tell me
How
what
many
did.
men? How many men?
What is the
has
source?
she accused?
Yes,
Type it
only
in ChatGPT
2 men.
right now.
Tommy, if you are using ChatGPT, just ask ChatGPT what the sources are.
Yeah. Corey,
Why
thank you
is
for
that
the $5.
funny?
Thank you. Well, of course,
Thank
you
you
also
for the
use
$5.
Chat GPT all the time.
You use ChatGPT.
I don't actually.
What do you think about the economy right now?
People give him rebuttals and lists on paper.
What do I think about the economy right now? Well,
Yeah, what do you think
I
about
think
it?
that Donald Trump's policy has led to a decrease in the expected growth for real GDP. We saw several quarters of multiple percentage points growth in real GDP, right? And then in terms of him coming into office in the first quarter of 2025, we saw a 0.3% decline in real GDP. We saw a decline in real median wages when we saw several quarters of growth in real median wages. We've also seen a slight increase in
Can we
unemployment.
talk regular people language for a second? Do you feel like we're doing better now than we have in the last year?
No.
Oh, wow.
Sources include the New York Mag
Can
article.
you tell me?
Whoa.
Guardian,
can you,
ABC.
can you tell me in what metrics specifically we're doing better?
Yeah, look at the inflation rates.
So just the inflation rate? That's it?
Well, that's the most important indicator.
So one, it's
That controls everything.
one,
Interest
it's
rates,
not
everything.
the most important indicator, and no, it doesn't control interest rates. But the Fed
Yes, it
does.
does.
The
I'm in
Fed, the
banking.
Fed, The Fed does respond to higher inflation, right? But it doesn't cause that. The Fed
Well,
has to
it's
then
one of
do
the
that.
biggest indicators of it. Yes, it is.
If there's inflation, the Fed has a dual mandate of ensuring price stability and maximum employment. So they will try to ensure price stability by increasing interest rates or stimulating the increase of interest rates. But
Parker, do you know I
the Fed
just
Reserve
thought of
has to do that.
something?
So if you want to
I
reference
feel like
hold up. If you want to reference inflation, inflation is barely down, right? We're talking 0.2%, and that's likely because we saw multiple percentage points decrease in expected real GDP comparative to what it was prior.
Or it's likely that we're only a couple of months into his term and it's already starting to decrease. What does that tell you?
yeah, big time.
Actually, since a few months ago, it's increased. If you look at the inflation rate.
That it's down, right? So it's
No,
down.
but
So
it's
just like the
no,
stock
it's
market,
up from a
gonna
few.
go up
It's
and
up.
down.
It's up from a
Same way
few.
that anything
It's
else
up from a
will,
few months ago.
Okay, so it's still down, right?
By 0.2%. And that's
Oh,
because
fantastic. So it
we
sounds
saw
like
real
it's like
GDP
down.
go from multiple percentage points growth in real GDP to 0.3% decline, which reduced
Okay,
consumer
but then
confidence.
tell me how we are down even 0.2% whenever, according to you, like 6 months ago, all of these tariffs were going to completely tank us and inflation was going to be through the roof.
Because we paused the tariffs.
Why did we pause the tariffs?
Because they had such a negative impact on our economy.
No, to negotiate better. That's why.
Okay,
Exactly
so
right. And
if
then what
it's
ended up
to
happening? How many
negotiate better,
negotiations does
explain
it
to me
go
why we
now?
did. Wait, oh my God! Thank you so much, the Fiery Dragon. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. If it's to negotiate better, explain to me why we needed to renegotiate the USMCA.
Say that again. The what?
Oh,
So
she's been
all
on here before. Oh, okay. Thank you, chat. I appreciate it. Thank you. Repeat what you're saying,
so
Tommy.
all of listen, whenever you look at the total scale of what the tariffs are right now, even though they are currently on pause, look at how many negotiations have transpired since then, right? Look at the things that it's been able to do, such as Mexican president acknowledging and making people stop before they even get to the border. There are turn effects that happen for whenever you implement things like that. It's a power play, and it's good for us that we have somebody such as Trump that's willing to negotiate on that manner instead of letting people just run all over us and tax us whenever we can't tax them in return.
So if it was specifically just reciprocal tariffs, then we wouldn't have placed tariffs on Canada after literally going through the USMCA under Trump and mitigating tariffs. Then that makes no sense.
So what was our tariff rate billed from Canada prior to this?
It was only on specific industries. Donald Trump did an overall tariff.
Okay, so
Which
again,
they
though,
didn't
with
even
the
have on
price-
us. They didn't have a universal tariff to that degree on us.
No, but they still had tariffs on us, correct?
They still had tariffs on us.
That's right. We still had to pay a tariff, correct?
So
Coming from Canada.
say that one more time. I'm sorry.
We were still being tariffed by Canada. We still had a tariff on our goods, even if it was select goods. We still had select goods that we were indeed having to pay tariffs on, correct or incorrect?
Well, we didn't pay the tariffs. They pay the tariffs. If they have a tariff on us, they pay it.
Understood. And vice versa.
Yeah.
Okay, then. So what I'm saying is, yes, there are tariffs in place now, and I guarantee you
I'm
that
sorry.
they're going to stop
If they place a tariff on us, why would we be mad at that?
because why are we paying them tariffs for all the goods?
We don't. We
without
don't.
us?
That's not how
So you're
tariffs
saying we don't
work.
pay any tariffs?
Let
So
me
we don't pay
explain.
We don't pay any percentage in tariffs on incoming goods from Canada.
So again, when Canada places a tariff on us, we do not pay the tariff. You know who pays the tariff? The Canadian company that's importing the product that then passes it down to the consumer because it's an aspect of the cost of production rather than being a tax on the profits you take out.
Are you familiar with what door-to-door shipping is?
Like, are you saying like you ship
How much?
things
How
to
much have
someone's
you?
door?
How much have you ever? How much have you ever imported from overseas?
Hey, by the way, don't do another repost thing unless it's like something that's important. Don't do that. Don't spam that in my comment section. If you do that, I'll start blocking people. Like, I just saying he said the same arguments on Dean's Live isn't a reason for me to kick him. You were saying?
So what I'm saying is, let's take into account that now there is tariffs across the board, right? And then we pause them. Now we're having negotiations. What is the end result of negotiations a majority of the time in situations such as this? What's going to happen?
What's the end result of?
Do you think?
Wait, I'm confused.
Do you think that Trump's going to allow them to raise the tariffs or to continue, because like you say, it may not be them like us paying the tariff, but we still are in turn paying the tariff because of the increased price of the good. So
What? I'm
what's
confused. It would be an increased price of the good for Canadians, not for
I
Americans.
understand that. Understood, right? But if they're selling an object or product into our market, that price is going to go up because of the tariffs. Correct or incorrect? That's what you're saying, right?
The price is going to go up for Canadians.
Oh my god, dude.
Yeah, if Canadians
Oh.
place a tariff on our goods, that means that it's going to be more expensive for Canadian consumers.
Okay, and vice versa. If we are buying a product here in the United States from Canada, and these now tariffs are in place, the price will be more. Correct?
No.
Oh, okay. So
because we don't have a tariff on them.
Okay, well then by your logic, then we're not going to see any increase in tariffs.
I'm confused.
Exactly, because your point is literally no. It makes no sense at all.
Could you just repeat it back? I'm confused. I didn't hear what you said really to understand what you were trying to argue.
Oh my god, dude! Like I've said it like 3 times now.
I'm sorry. Do you need to like go get some tissues to cry and then come back after you're calm down?
I mean, I'm completely calm.
Okay.
So all right, here's the gist of it. Okay, are you listening?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, perfect. So the United States puts a tariff on, let's say, freaking Puerto Rico, even though Puerto Rico's our own. Let's say they're their own separate country, right? This way, there's no confusion. There is no tariffs right now on Puerto Rico, right?
This is a ridiculous. Don't do this. One,
Okay,
I don't like you otherizing Puerto Rico, when Puerto Rico should be given like independence or statehood based upon their own democratic vote. How about you use a different example?
Okay, sure. Let's say Guatemala.
Okay.
Okay, let's say that the United States imposes a 50% tariff on Guatemalan steel.
Okay.
Okay, let's use a real example. They have tile, a Spanish tile that comes from Guatemala. So let's say they put these tariffs on this tile product, it's a building product, right? And then now all of a sudden the end consumer here in the United States is paying more money in that particular tariff, right?
Yeah, they're paying more money for the good that comes from the other country. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So now let's say Donald Trump says, "I'll tell you what, Guatemala, let's sit down and have a talk and negotiate this." And they sit down and they have this conversation. What do you believe the end result of that conversation would be? Do you think that the price would go up, or do you think that Donald Trump would negotiate the price down?
If he was trying to mitigate tariffs, if he was trying to reduce tariffs, it would then reduce the trade or reduce the price. Right? If it is the case that
Okay.
we have tariffs on them. And
Okay,
if
so-
if it is the case that we're referencing their tariffs on us, well then it would if they got rid of the tariffs, it would then mean that their businesses would engage in more trade with us. So essentially, tariffs are a hindrance for trade. If there's a tariff imposed, it hinders the trade.
No, I completely understand tariffs. So tariffs originally started back between the United States and the what they would call, I guess, the mother country of Britain back in the original.
Can you just
it
tell me
started
what
like-
specific tariffs you
like-
support?
So all of them until we get fair trade agreements where
What
if
is
they're
fair trade?
tariffing us, we are tariffing them.
What's fair trade?
Fair trade would be equality, equal tariffs. If you're tariffing me, I'm tariffing you.
So if we put more tariffs on them than they put on us, then we're not doing that, right?
Well, then they will either come to the negotiating table or they will just drop it down to even, and we can go down from there.
I see. Did you not understand what I just said? Can you repeat what I just said?
I mean, I completely understood what you're saying. So you're saying that if we're tariffing them more, it's still the same, and I'm saying
Then
that
it's not fair trade, right?
right. So then it would be.
So
a
then why did we
negotiating tactic.
tariff countries more than they were tariffing us, especially on plenty of
That
goods
way
they
would-
weren't even
that way they would
tariffing us
lower-
on?
as a power move to say, okay, now if you lower your tariff, we'll lower ours.
Okay, so do you see how like you're imposing not fair trade policy to then try and make it quote unquote more fair? Why don't you just make it fair
Lifetime
by
movement.
doing 100% and totally reciprocal?
Maybe they will. Or maybe they continue to power play to make them come to the negotiating table faster.
What deals have we got at the negotiating table because of this?
Again, how many months are we into this? This is still relatively new.
We're 6 months
Things
in.
don't happen overnight.
We're
Things
six.
don't happen
We're
overnight.
6 months in. He doesn't have a single deal.
I've worked on acquisitions that took 2 years.
So we're not going to get any deals for years.
These aren't. I mean, I'm not giving you a timeline. I'm saying these aren't exactly easy things to negotiate. Things have to be arranged. There has to be scheduling. They have to have the same time blocks open in order for them to sit down and have the conversation and to begin with. And then you got to think of how many countries there are. We got one person doing this. You have to think. It takes some time, Parker. It doesn't happen overnight.
Okay. So again, you keep making the claim that it doesn't happen overnight. I don't see how it's a response to anything I said, right? In terms of the particular deals, if you can't mention any deals that you're referencing that we got from this, how can you mention that it's so beneficial?
Again, we will see as we go on, right? And then what I can say is, if you were correct, then we would have ridiculous amounts of inflation right now, and we don't. So I think that your whole argument is pretty much
because one, because they're paused, and two, we actually are seeing slightly increase of inflation since prior months.
So you're saying that all tariffs are paused right now?
I'm saying the main tariffs that Trump
What
put
about
on
steel and
the
copper?
main steel we had under the Biden-Harris administration. Now, in terms, I'm saying universal type tariffs that Donald Trump put under Liberation Day. We in April hit 2.3% inflation, and since then we've increased again to 2.7 in June of 2025.
Okay. I mean, things are going to go up and down. It is what it is. That's life. It's a roller coaster. Things are going to move. Prices are going to go up. Prices are going to go down.
He didn't
People
say
are
that
gonna
under
start
Biden.
to-
Push the Galaxy Club.
Okay, so I mean, we're still seeing a lower rate. So I mean, he's still holding true to his word.
Okay. So again, because he didn't impose the tariff. So do you want the tariff to
All
be?
of the fear
So
mongering
here's
that
my
you guys
question:
did-
Is it better that the tariff isn't imposed or that it is imposed?
Well, if they don't adhere and come to realistic terms, then I'm in favor of the tariffs being put back on active.
Even if it leads to worse conditions in our economy, higher prices.
We might see a slight raise in the beginning, but then it would force them to come back to the negotiating table, as they would as well see those increases. And then we all know that their economy is not as thriving
What are
as
we
ours, so it
negotiating
would
for?
force them lower prices,
Lower? You mean like lower tariffs?
lower consumer good pricing.
So if we want to lower prices, and we want lower tariffs, why would we raise tariffs?
Okay, so let me put it to you this way. In business, sometimes you have to buy things from people, right? Let's say you're in a distribution company and you're distributing X amount of T-shirts. Well, your first negotiation is never going to be at a price that you in turn want to get to. So sometimes that price is a little higher in the beginning. That way you can negotiate and show that you are buying bulk or whatever the case is moving forward. So it's the same exact principle in tariffs. They right now, whatever the price is, okay, we're going to put this tariff on you because
That
you
made
have this
no
tariff on
sense.
us. And it maybe it
Wouldn't,
is.
wouldn't
What do
we?
you-
Wouldn't if we're trying to negotiate for lower prices, pick the lowest price, not a higher price?
So, have you ever heard the term that not all money is good money, and then you get what you pay for? So why would you want lower quality of anything, right?
How is that a response to anything I just said? I don't even know what we were trying to say.
Because what you're saying isn't applying into anything. You're saying that tariffs are all these terrible issues, yet the tariffs were active for a period of time. And you can look right now and see that we are still underneath the inflation rating that we were when he took office. So if what you're saying is true, then we would be in
Wait, because we saw a decrease in real GDP, which led to a reduction in consumer confidence, which put downward pressure on prices.
I mean, that's your take on it, right?
That's what the take is
So then-
from the
so then-
Bureau of Labor
okay, so then
Statistics.
that-
And also, I just want to let you know that's my take as someone who has an economics degree.
Okay, so either way, our economy is still better than it was under Harris and fucking Biden.
Based on what metric?
You just said it that it's lower by 0.2%.
Yeah. Okay, but like real GDP went from multiple percentage points increase to 0.3% decline in quarter one of 2025. We saw real wage growth for multiple quarters under Biden, 4 quarters in a row, and then we saw a reduction in the quarter one of 2025. We've seen an increase in unemployment since Trump came in office. Explain to me what provisions other than the inflation specifically are better off. Because I just
Well, you
mentioned
gotta look at
multiple
the
macro indicators that are worse off since Trump became president.
Sure, you got to look at the demographic that is now unemployed, right? Like all of a sudden, all of these left wingists and people like super Democratic candidate supporters are all of a sudden now without a job. Like no, now they're just literally like, oh, I'm just gonna give up on life. Like look how many people are crying all over TikTok, dude. It's ridiculous. Maybe you should, instead of like preaching against Trump, you should preach to your fellow fucking liberals to go get a job.
So instead of responding to any of my arguments, he just said, go tell liberals to get a job. What do you mean?
That's
Are
what
you
the
saying?
problem is.
I just want to let you know, if you're a liberal and have a job, type 3 in the comment section. Let me type 3 real quick. Type 3 in the comment section if you are a liberal and have a job. So
Yeah, I see, like,
am I speaking to the choir when I say that? When practically the entire chat has a job? Appreciate glowing jellyfish.
Okay,
Do you have a job?
Tell them to get better jobs.
Would you get better jobs? How about you get a better job?
I
Appreciate
mean,
sunglasses.
would you like to like compare our living
How
arrangements?
about you pull yourself up by your bootstraps and start working right now instead of coming on my live stream and debating me?
I own a business, buddy. A couple of them. Why would I?
Well, then
like,
you should be working right now, running your businesses. You're losing
Yeah,
yourself
I'm-
money
I'm
right now.
doing-
What happened to opportunity cost?
Absolutely. I mean, let's think about it, right? I have people that I delegate tasks for. On Sundays is the one day that I take off. What does that mean?
Oh, you need to be working all 7 days, bro. I work all 7 days. I run a business. I work every single day.
On here spreading propaganda and
No
misinformation.
propaganda. What propaganda?
Let's compare and see who's better off in life. You're saying that I don't have a job. Let's see what your spot looks like and see what my spot looks like.
What do you mean your spot and my spot?
Let's see houses.
I'm financially responsible. I don't
Are
spend
you?
all
You're
the money I
financially-
make on my house.
Neither
But-
do I. Leverage. I
But I
leverage.
spend a reasonable amount because I live in Los Angeles.
Oh yeah, you got you like a little studio apartment.
No.
I mean, that's what I'm gonna assume, to be honest with you.
What'd you say?
I said that's all I can assume, to be honest with you. You're not willing to.
Because I have
compare.
to have a studio
say
room.
that
I'm
you have to
currently
get
in
a
my.
better
But
job,
I just want to
but-
let you know I'm currently in my studio room. So I have 2
Okay.
bedrooms.
Fantastic. I'm currently. I guess you can consider this like an office.
Yeah, this is an office.
Fantastic. That's so. Okay, what about the rest of it? How many bedrooms you got?
I already told you I have 2 bedrooms. What's your
2
point?
bedroom. Fantastic.
Dude, I'm not someone who wants to like go live in a penthouse. I'm someone that wants to live somewhere where it's nice enough, where I have everything that I need. It's safe. It's everything that I need. I'm not someone who needs to live in the highest level of luxury ever. That's not who I am. Mark, thank you for the membership subscription.
Times more acres than you have bedrooms.
What's up?
I have like 60 times more acres than you have bedrooms.
Cool. That's the type of stuff that you like to buy. I don't want to live on something that has 60 acres. Why would I want to live there?
You said you had 2 bedrooms.
Yeah.
I have 60 times that. You're not even good at math.
Well, I don't want 60 acres. I don't need that. Why would I go buy 60 acres when I don't need it? Do you use the 60 fucking
maybe-
acres?
100% all the time.
Okay, well that's for your work. I don't do that for work.
I mean, so again, that's kind of what I'm getting at, right? Like, look at the propaganda that you spew and then the demographic of people that come in here and watch you. They say, oh, I have a job. I guarantee you 90% of them are probably working low or below average wage incoming opportunities. Whenever you look at the right wing, we teach our kids how to leverage our money, how to not put our money in savings accounts, and how to make that money work for us.
Nobody, thank you so much for the $10. I appreciate it. Rami, thank you so much for the $20 twice. Thank you so much. Crystal with the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate Gloria with the $50. Thank you so much from a liberal with a job and a master's. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Grizz, thank you so much. I appreciate the $10. Thank you. Donna with the $10. Thank you. I really appreciate Grizz. Thank you for the $5 again. What's
You're
up?
really like teaching to people that they
Jessica,
should
thank you for the $1. Teresa, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much for the gem gun, Krista. I appreciate it. Thank you. Elida, thank you so much. I appreciate the $20 for the propaganda fund. Wacky, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Elliot, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you so much. Yes, I saw most of it. It was diabolical. You're saying?
You're literally preaching that people are entitled to like stuff like handouts and that they should be okay with receiving all
Gabe,
this
thank you for the
government
$5.
assistance instead of teaching them to go and start their own business or take risk and become a salesman or whatever the case is. You're
Stephanie,
preaching
thank you so much for
things
the
that-
$20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Because the type of fucking advice that you're giving is not applicable to most people. Pierce the Galaxy, thank you. Because I
100%.
specifically, I acknowledge the system that exists, and I say because we have the system that exists this way, I want to actively do things to be able to provide this, to be able to cause this to happen.
Okay, so in turn, your response is, oh well, because
Like I want to provide people healthcare. Yeah.
be a salesman. Like, no, fuck, that's ridiculous. That is absolutely ridiculous. They can get a job in tech. They can get a job in fucking sales. They can get a job in anything.
And everyone,
besides-
regardless that whether or not they have a tech regardless of whether or not they have a tech job, a sales job, regardless of whether or not they're a fucking student, regardless of whether or not they're retired, they should have access to health insurance. Every single person in this country should have health insurance. Everyone should be taken care of. The fact that you think some people should have access to it and some people shouldn't, when it's literally a bare necessity to live, I think is ridiculous. I think when it comes to the bare necessities to live, I think everyone should have that. Everyone in this country, no person in this country should go without the bare necessities to live in the richest country in the history of the world. No one.
Okay, so let's say
If you're so rich, if you have so much money, how about you fucking chip in for the rest of society so that we can have a better society so that your children growing up, their children, and the children that come after them are treated with human dignity, compassion, empathy, and respect.
I guarantee you I pay more in taxes than you. So I guarantee you that I do contribute more than 94% of the people that watch.
How much do you pay in taxes?
Last year I paid 2.1 across 3
You
businesses.
paid 2.1 million?
That's right.
Good, you should pay more.
I mean that's fucking crazy.
Yeah, well, how is that crazy? You make millions of dollars a year? Of course I want you to pay more.
So that's business. That I don't even pay myself nowhere near what I'm paying in
Oh,
taxes.
okay. So to clarify, that's not how much you made. That's revenue. Oh, okay. So how much did you make?
I mean, I can pay myself whatever I want out of the account. I own the
Okay.
business.
Okay. Well, then how much do you pay yourself?
An average of 140 a year.
Okay. So how much did you actually pay taxes on?
I paid taxes last year on, what was it, 139? Like myself.
Okay. So you think that you pay more taxes than ever. There are plenty of people in the chat that make more money than you that pay more taxes than you. And
That's completely incorrect because you're assuming that the only money that I have that I'm paying taxes on is the money that I'm paying personally. You're not taking into account that I also own the business and I'm paying the business tax as well. I'm also paying things such as employment tax where I have to pay taxes just to pay my fucking employees.
yeah, but you pay that with your
Dude, I paid more
dude. I just want to let you know
employee
you
taxes
pay
than
that
you
with
paid
a
in
wait. I just want to clarify because I know how this works. The business pays it. You don't, genius. The business
I
pays
own
it.
the business.
I understand, but you specifically have cost of production, genius, and you don't specifically
That's
get all of the cost of production. You get the fucking shit that you take out. So you get the money that you decide to take out because that's how you're operating your own business, buddy.
So you're arguing that I'm not seeing the cost of that payroll tax. Is what
Yeah,
you're
that's
saying.
how business works. Revenue is not profit. Revenue is not what you take home. You personally
who
pay
said
yourself
anything?
what you personally pay yourself.
You're the one assuming that. I never one time said that.
Well, I'm
I
just
said
saying.
that I paid more. I said that I paid more in payroll tax than you probably paid in taxes. Is what I said.
You didn't say payroll tax. You said you paid more in taxes than
did.
I paid.
No, I guarantee you I do that as well.
And what makes you wait? Where do you live? Like what state?
Georgia.
You know I live in California, right?
Okay, what does that mean?
So I pay more taxes probably because it is the case that I have a higher tax rate.
the income has to be proportionate for that to be the case.
Yeah, you understand that. Well, I mean, dude, I just want to be totally honest, bro. I don't know what the hell you think you're saying right now.
I'm saying that you're full of shit, essentially.
Yeah, I'm so full of shit. By the way, let's say you do pay more than me in taxes. What would that mean? Let's say I pay more than you in taxes.
You just said that I need to pay more in taxes. Why do I need to keep chipping into all of these free items that you guys want? Why can't you preach to your audience to go get meaningful jobs that actually give them a good return rather than trading their time for low dollars? That's your problem. You don't teach people
Hey,
to-
Tommy, I just want to let you know.
people that hate other
I just want to let you know
demographics.
everyone in the comment section has considered getting a better job. You know what I mean? That's something everyone in the comment section has considered. Okay,
Well, then
you
maybe they
telling
should
them
take their word.
get a better job doesn't do shit. It doesn't. It does nothing. You think you're doing something. It's hilarious. Telling someone to go get a better job does not help them.
So that's their problem. That's a mindset thing. That's broke down in their own mindset that they
Okay,
can't do
so
better
what
things
you
for
did.
themselves.
Okay, so then what you just said is
not
that
my
you can't
problem.
help people. Then, so then why are you saying it?
I mean, the people that work for me make a great income.
Okay, what's your point with that?
So then there's opportunities that each individual, for instance, anybody in this chat right now can go to Home Depot and buy a bucket, a squeegee, some window cleaning, and go door to door and offer window cleaning and make more money right now in 2 days than they have their entire month.
Okay, cool. What's your point of saying this rather than like literally like
Well, my
addressing
point
the
is
fact
because
that there are people in this country, right, that literally don't have access to health insurance, that don't have childcare, that don't have housing affordability, and for you to say everyone can do the same thing is ridiculous. If you knew anything about economics, if everyone fucking did that, it wouldn't be profitable anymore, genius. Revolutionary.
Again,
Revolutionary.
That's one example. There's millions and
So do
millions.
you
of jobs.
see that the advice you are giving right now is only applicable to a very small percentage of society, whereas specifically what I'm advocating for would apply to everyone. Everyone would benefit from healthcare. Everyone would benefit from childcare. Everyone would benefit from housing affordability, from expanding educational rights. Every single person in this country would benefit from those policies, and that's why I'm
I would
advocating
argue
for
that it
them.
would hurt.
What's
Look
it?
at all the people that are going to have to pay into that. Look at all the people that are going to have to pay into that.
Me.
And, then they don't
And I
use
will
it.
fucking gladly pay into a system that ensures that children in this fucking country have adequate access to education. That people in this country that don't have to pay hundreds of
You all
thousands
have
of
adequate
dollars
access
for their cancer treatment. So that there are people in this country that don't have to give out literally fucking $1,000, $2,000, $3,000 in some instances for fucking childcare, right? While they're trying to work a job to be able to provide for their family. Think about it there.
Again,
That's
that
what I
comes
want.
down-
I want a
that comes
country.
down to
I want a
mindset and
country
other
that, like,
things
if
that-
I were randomly dropped into this country, that it would be great for me regardless. That I would be, everything would be provided for me to the bare minimum, and that I would be able to live a life of dignity. That should be the case
Then
for every
explain to me
single
how-
person in this country. And the fact that you believe that shouldn't be the case for certain people just because they don't go out and do the same types of things that you do, I think is ridiculous.
No, I feel like it's completely fair. They don't give enough of their time and enough of their, I guess, commitment. They don't try hard enough to get better. They give up very easily. They get knocked down. They quit. No, you think that I made it successful off my first business venture? No, I was not successful. It took me 3 or 4 different business ventures to even
Actually-
learn what business.
Actually, here, Tommy, I'm gonna give it to you this way. You know most businesses fail, correct?
Yeah, I just told you.
Okay.
It took me several times.
Okay. So then why would you give this as an overall advice if most businesses fail? Why would you say, oh, everyone just build a business? Do you think that maybe
Yeah,
they didn't,
again,
like, dude, just think
that-
about it that way.
I would
One,
argue-
you need starting capital to start businesses. You
That's
need
a lie.
capital.
That's a lie. I didn't have any capital when I started my business.
You had zero.
None. Actually, I was negative in the bank account when I decided I was going to quit my job and go and do my own thing.
So to clarify, you were able to get access to loans to be able to pay the specific licensing fees?
Didn't have any licensing fees.
And so
I
within
worked
your
at
industry, you have
Christie's.
0 licensing fees. Good for you. There are licensing fees in other industries, right? There are specific businesses that go under specific rules that are different than yours, right? They can't specifically rely on no income or not consistent income for a long time because they're taking care of a family. Appreciate the galaxy. Thank you so
That's
much.
what they
So this
can do.
idea that you have in your head
Understanding.
that everyone can just go spend their time and go out and do this and just immediately have a business that's incredibly profitable is a lie that you're telling yourself to make yourself feel better,
No, it's-
rather than
no, it's
saying
not.
that as a
The fact that-
society, we need to pay more to ensure that people have adequate access to basic necessities.
You're essentially saying that you don't believe in the people enough that they can be successful. If I can do it, if the next guy can do it, everyone can do it. It's just a matter of how dedicated you are and how hard you're willing to try. If you get knocked down, you have to get back up and try it again. I would argue that probably 75% of business owners right
Are you
now
saying that American citizens are lazy?
a large majority of them, yes.
So you think a large majority of American citizens are lazy?
100%. Explain why you're 30 still working at McDonald's.
Okay.
Explain why somebody is
okay,
is
so
still
hold up.
at fucking Wendy's
Hold up. So
at 25, 30 years old.
okay. So I think you're just insane, right? I think that you specifically saying that everyone has to work a specific life or work a specific path that you worked is ridiculous. If someone works at
No, I'm not.
McDonald's
That's
and they're
not what I'm
30 years
saying.
old, why are you fucking stigmatizing them? What's the point of
I'm
that?
saying that they don't want
Wait.
better for
I
themselves.
just want to clarify. If they specifically want to work in a specific condition, why are you mad? What are you complaining about?
Because you're wanting to give that person who is
Health insurance.
choosing the
I want to
hardship-
give everyone health insurance. The same way I want everyone to be
Okay, well,
taken
then-
care of by the police, and everyone to be taken care of firefighters, and everyone to be able to go on public roads, everyone to get access to K through 12 education. I think it should be K through 16. Everyone in this country should have adequate access to basic necessities. The fact that you don't believe in that means that you don't fucking love this country. To be totally fucking honest with you, you're not America first. You don't give a shit about this country if you're not willing to fucking do things that benefit all Americans. We're talking about providing basic necessities to Americans. That is talking about loving them. If you, by the way, I have a question. If you fucking don't provide anything for your children when they need it, would that mean you love them?
I mean, if you can't provide it, if you don't have the ability to
If you
provide it, then-
if you do have the ability to provide it and you choose not to, right? Is that something that would be showing something bad for you? Not providing it
I mean,
all.
is it like you have to like give me like a scenario here. Like, are we talking a necessity? Is this bathwater or
Necessity- I'm saying
drinking water?
healthcare.
or-
Healthcare.
No, okay. I for the longest time I did not provide healthcare for my son. I paid out of pocket anytime that he needed to go to the hospital.
So you did
He almost
provide.
got
So you did provide healthcare for your son.
Out of my pocket, yes.
Okay, well, I'm confused. What your point is.
That's what I'm saying. I'm confused what your point is here. Like, what
So-
are you saying?
So
Like,
if a parent did not
people
provide,
provide what they can.
if a parent, let's say a parent specifically didn't do preventative health care, right? Given that they can, right? They can, but they just chose not to. Right? Would that be good?
No.
No, it would be preferable that given that they have the ability to do it, that they do it, even if it costs a bit, right?
Sure.
That's exactly what I'm saying we should do as a society. We have the ability as a society to provide
The difference is
adequate
you're not my kid, buddy.
adequate access to health insurance and health care for everyone in this country. And you don't want to provide it because you're selfish. Because you care
I
more
provide
about
it
a
for
little
my
bit of extra
family.
numbers in your bank account than you care about the 45 to 68,000 American lives that are lost every single year due to lack of health insurance because they can't get access to preventative health care. You don't give a shit.
Sounds like somebody in their situation was lazy.
It's not lazy. It's not lazy for people to die because they didn't get access to healthcare. That's ridiculous
So
for you to
they-
say that.
so-
You're
okay,
saying
if they
you're
were dying-
so you just justified the 45 to 68,000 American lives lost every single year because they're quote unquote lazy. You fucking disgusting piece of shit. Those are Americans. Those are fucking Americans
you're saying-
that you're
so
okay
you're
with
saying that they were
dying
not-
45. Dude, we're talking brothers, we're talking sisters, we're talking mothers, we're talking daughters, we're talking fathers, we're talking sons, we're talking brothers, we're talking sisters. We're talking about people in your fucking life that
So
have
you're
been
saying
a
that they
part
were
of your
dying
life.
and they were
And you're
denied
saying they
healthcare.
should fucking die because they can't afford health insurance.
So they were on their deathbed. They went into the emergency room and they were declined service.
If they don't get access to health insurance, it is the case that they can't get access to preventative health care, which will reduce the likelihood of them specifically having chronic disease in the long run. Does that make sense?
What I'm saying is, if they had something serious where they were going to die and they went to the emergency room, they would not have been declined health service. It's actually against the law. So what you're saying is completely ridiculous.
Because
there was something.
wait, are you saying that should be the law because people will die otherwise?
I'm saying that it already is the law that if you have.
Wait, should it be the law?
Answer
Answer the question. Should it be the law?
It is already the law.
Should it be the law?
Yes.
Why?
Because if they need immediate medical assistance and they are at a medical provider, they should be given that assistance.
Why?
Because they need it. It's a necessity. But they're still going to be billed for it.
Because they would die otherwise, right?
That's right.
Okay.
But they're still going to be billed for it.
Here's what it is. And they shouldn't be. Under the context of health insurance, people getting access to preventative health care, if they do, less people will die. So it is the case that some people will die otherwise if they do not get access to preventative health insurance, right? Preventative health care. You understand how important that is because it is the case that later on, right, it might be the case that doctors can't help them anymore because the chronic condition has become so bad because they did not catch it early on, because they weren't engaging in preventative health care, because they could not afford it. That's again why I'm saying everyone in this country should have adequate access to health insurance and health care. No one in this country should go without it because it is a travesty that 45 to 68,000 American lives are lost every single year due to lack of health insurance. And if that were the case, that 45 to 68,000 American lives were lost, right, specifically due to, us pulling out of Afghanistan, I promise you, you'd be freaking out specifically at how Joe Biden pulled out of Afghanistan, and it led to so many American lives being lost. But specifically because the American lives being lost are because you consider them quote unquote lazy, you fucking dehumanize them so much that you're okay with them dying.
Is it my turn now?
Yeah, sadly.
Yeah, so 68,000 people are dying. Look at how many people die every day from things such as uninsured motorists or people not meeting financial responsibility. Do you think that they shouldn't be held accountable then, that they should be given free insurance because they couldn't afford car insurance, or do you think that maybe they just shouldn't have drove in the first place?
I do think that when it relates to the context of health, yes, we should provide federal public options.
You can avoid the question and answer the question.
Yeah, for bare necessities in terms of things that relate to life, absolutely. Right? Like in terms of, for example, right, we should have bare necessities provided by the government so to ensure that cars are safe to drive. Right? We need to establish bare regulations, bare necessities, so that people specifically, right, are driving safe vehicles. There are certain regulations on driving we absolutely put in place.
Okay, so are you saying that the government should provide their insurance because of so many people are dying a year from uninsured motorists?
Well, you'd have to show me. You'd have to show me that people are specifically dying because they're uninsured relating to car insurance. And then, yes, if it is the case that you can show me that, I would absolutely be okay with establishing a baseline level of car insurance. Obviously not related to luxury vehicles or anything, but a baseline for everyone if it reduced people from dying. Absolutely.
Of course you're okay with it. Look at states like New Hampshire that have no insurance requirements, where you can drive without insurance on your vehicle in New Hampshire. Did you know that?
Yeah, I'm not saying. Wait. Well, you're claiming that it leads to these deaths. Can you provide me a source?
I mean, okay. I mean, I don't have it off the top of my head,
go ahead
but
and
I
find
can
it.
guarantee
Tommy, go ahead and find it. I'll give you time. Lobster, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Seriously. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Kind, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Kind. Tweet some W's for Kind in the comment section right now. Joshua with the $50. Thank you so much, Joshua. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much to be vulnerable. I have a double major and MBA, and I work part-time. I have been trying to get a quote-unquote high-paying job, and I've been hung out to dry. This guy's delusional. It's not easy out there. Jellers, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. Danielle, thank you so much for the $5. Robin with the $10. Thank you so much. Holly with the $5. Titanium, thank you so much for the $2. Jolish with the $10. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I'm also in Georgia. Like normal jobs in Atlanta pay more than this dude makes with all the random nonsense. And Jolish, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much.
Hey, so autoinsurance.com says that 12% of the fatalities are from non-insured motorists.
No, but you're saying it's because they're not insured. And then Stephanie, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. Jolish, thank you for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Tree with the $10. Thank you. And Gabe, thank you so much for the $5.
It is their fault.
Can you give me a source?
Insurance and they're driving, right? Yeah.
You just said this many accidents specifically happen with people who do not have insurance. That does not mean that the accidents were caused specifically because they did not have access to insurance.
Actually, the accidents were caused because they didn't have insurance, because they were driving while they didn't have insurance, which is against the law, which means that they broke the law in order to.
This guy's a fucking idiot, right? Just because it is the case that they got into a car accident while not having insurance does not mean that they got into a car accident because they didn't have insurance. Okay? That's called a correlation causation fallacy. Actually, you muted yourself because you being on my live stream is also associated with you being muted. So stop muting yourself.
I'm used to leftist censorship.
Stop muting yourself. It's not leftist censorship. You're muting yourself. You came up on the live and then you got muted, which means you must have caused yourself to be muted.
That's what happens when people cook you.
Look at what do you mean? You mute yourself after you get cooked? Yeah, I thought so. Stop muting yourself, buddy. Stop muting yourself, Tommy. Can you stop muting yourself? Stop muting yourself, Tommy. Tommy, can you stop muting yourself? Do you get how stupid this is, Tommy? Stop muting yourself, Tommy.
Look at you raging.
Stop muting yourself, Tommy. So do you see how stupid that is? Just because two things are associated does not mean one caused the other.
So again, so you're saying that if, let's say, you get pulled over for hitting somebody and you ran from the accident and you didn't have insurance, are you saying that they're not going to arrest you as in you're in fault, even if it wasn't your fault being in the accident because that you were not insured?
No, you're saying that people are caused to
It
die
is your fault
specifically.
for driving
No,
without
you're
insurance.
saying that people are caused to die because they don't have insurance.
That's not what I'm saying at all. That's what you try to manipulate the narrative as.
That's actually what you were arguing, and I just clearly
I
demonstrated that that's not true.
I was arguing that people need insurance to drive, and because they need insurance to drive, under your logic, that we should be paying for their insurance to drive.
Wait, I said specifically that we should, if it is the case that there are people dying from not having access to it.
And there are people dying right now.
Yeah, who don't have
because
access to
people
it
are driving
because they
uninsured.
didn't have access to car insurance. Oh, tell me, give me a source.
Bro, I gave you one. Autoinsurance.com. 12% of people are dying because of uninsured motorists.
No, you said with uninsurance, not that are not insured. That does not mean
Because
that it's
of
because of
uninsured
it.
motorists.
No, you were just
It
just
literally
added that.
says
You
because
just
of
added that. He
uninsured
just
motorists.
added that, dude. What a ridiculous dialogue that I'm having right now with this guy.
But what a ridiculous idea it is for you just to want to give people billions and billions of dollars because they're too lazy to go get a job other than McDonald's.
I want to.
Why don't you- again, why don't
I
you
don't want to
preach people
give
to
people
follow them?
billions. I want everyone in this
do.
country to have health insurance, which they already do.
Everybody-
And wait, by the way, I just want to clarify: they already do this in countries around the world, and they have practically half the per individual healthcare expenditure, and they have better average health outcomes. You want to pay for everyone's education, right? In terms of K through 12.
No, I don't.
You don't. You don't want to pay through You don't want to pay for K through 12.
I thought you were fixing to go with the college. No, yeah, I agree that.
Why do you want to pay for
college-
everyone's? You want to give billions of dollars to people around the world for their education when they could just, their parents could just get a better job and pay for it, right?
But what you're missing is we already do these things, such as the
Wait,
healthcare for
wait,
people
wait,
who can afford it. Medicaid,
Tommy. You just tell the parents to get a better job so that they can pay for school, right? Is that your view?
I mean, my son goes to private school, so I would agree with that.
Okay, so you don't want there to be K through 12 anymore?
I mean, if you can afford it, I suggest that you put your kids
No,
through
no,
better
I'm
education.
asking, should there be K through 12?
I already answered that question. You're just
Should
trying to
there
redirect.
be free public K through 12?
I already answered that. The answer
Yes.
is yes.
Okay, so then obviously you think that we should be paying billions of dollars, right, for other people's children to get education instead of them quote unquote working harder and getting a better job and starting some business that makes them trillions of dollars,
The difference is we actually use the educations, whereas look at all the millions of people that don't use healthcare. They might send their child to
They don't
the doctor. Like,
People aren't using healthcare.
that's right. They might send their kids to the doctor to get like some simple vaccines or small illnesses. However, a
This
majority
guy's
of the
got him.
time
This
they're
guy's got him.
not
This guy's got him. This guy said people don't use healthcare. Wow. Solid point here, man. Well, I just want to let you know, birth, vaccines, anytime something of emergency happens to you, people need fucking healthcare, you dumbass. Why am I
But they
talking
have
to
access
you?
to that. So you're
Get
saying
off
that if
my
a woman
live
was-
stream. Get off my live stream. Yo, what's up? How old are you? By the way, everyone, if TikTok comes after me at all, please go to my YouTube. Please go to my YouTube. For the 3,400 people on YouTube, make sure to like the stream. It seriously helps get it out to more people. Like, I really, really, really appreciate it. How many likes are we currently at on the YouTube stream, everyone? Let me really, really appreciate it. 1.4K. Let's get the 2,000 likes right now. We have 3.4 thousand people in here. We should be able to run that up. If you're on TikTok, do tap that screen. Let's try to get to 1 million likes. Something might happen in the stream, so go to my YouTube. Link tree in the bio. Parker, get a job on YouTube. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Yo, what's up? How old are you? I don't even know what it was. It was so loud I couldn't even hear it. Kate, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Kate. Mark with the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Mark. Janice, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Janice. Thank you. Chloe, thank you for the $5. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. as well as Sarah, thank you for the $2, and then Jessica, thank you so much for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Ella, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. If it wasn't for Medicaid, I would have died from my heart conditions as a child. That's so sad. It's so sad. That's why it's so fucking important. Victoria with the $75 on PayPal. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Can we get some W's for Victoria in the comment section right now? Thank you so much for the fact that you have dealt with this ignorance for so long, but yet they still won't get it. Our ERs are overfilled due to people not getting access to preventative health care. Seriously, can we get some fucking W's for them in the comment section right now? Oh my gosh. Danielle, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Danielle. I really appreciate it. Christopher, thank you for the $10. Gabby, thank you so much for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. And Sarah, thank you for the $2. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Rachel, for some reason I must not have got what you sent. Let me click on your name. Oh, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you so much. I, for some reason, didn't see that. I apologize. Thank you so much, Rachel. Thank you for the $2. I'm so sorry. Sometimes I just don't see them. I really apologize. Let's go on to the next person here. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello, Parker.
How old are you?
19.
What's your birth year?
January 19, 2004.
Okay. 2004, and you said you're 19? Really?
Yeah. Hold on. Can you give me a second?
Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Trump, thank you so much. I appreciate the $1. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, what's up? I'm 20.
What's your birth year?
2004. Soon to be 21.
Okay. And do you support Donald Trump?
Yes. Well, yes and no. But I actually want to talk about your healthcare thing. I think you had a good
like
point.
if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
If I could go back in time and choose one or the other, looking back on it, maybe Kamala. But
only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Everyone tap that screen, share the live. It will help get out to more people. If you YouTube, like the stream, it'll help get out to more people. I would really appreciate everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
25.
Do you support Donald Trump?
No, sir.
Okay.
I love you, though.
We are just looking for some debates. Please, everybody, only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Do you take calls or is it only TikTok? It is only TikTok, yeah. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I would recommend making a TikTok account. You can easily get up if you make a TikTok account. Oh, in the long run. Like I accept people for 6 hours every single day. It might take a while to get up on the live, but you probably will, especially if you turn my notifications on. Yo, what's the hell to you? I would recommend turning my notifications on YouTube. That's the best place to turn on notifications. TikTok notifications seemingly don't work very much. YouTube notifications are significantly more reliable. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Trump, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Worth mentioning that private health insurance can reject you. My family had to declare medical bankruptcy despite being fully insured after a traumatic birth. That's diabolical. Seriously, like again, this should not be happening in the richest country in the history of the world. Ridiculous. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I like eating ice cream sandwiches and watching your videos.
Thank you. Thank you. You've been on my live before. I swear they've said the same thing. W. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello.
Zygotes. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, I'm 20.
What's your birth year?
2004.
2004. What month?
August.
Okay. Do you support? Oh, you already were on the live.
I do support him.
Yeah, if you aren't someone that would, if you can go back in time, support Donald Trump and vote for him, then I will go on to the next person, everyone. Those are the conditions we're looking for on the live, everyone. If you're on YouTube, again, make sure to like the stream, everyone. We have 1.4 thousand likes. We have 3.3 thousand people. We should be able to run that shit up. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
25.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, I do.
Why so?
Hey, what's up? Hey, what's up, bro? Hey.
Disgusting fuck. Disgusting fuck. Disgusting fuck. Disgusting fuck. What a disgusting fuck. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
That nigga that was talking to a 15-year-old girl?
Disgusting fuck. Another disgusting fuck. By the way, my girlfriend is 22 years old. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Nigger.
What is going on right now? What the fuck is going on? Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Please, everybody. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Mods, by the way, if you can ban one of those last people, I would really appreciate it. The one person that just did that, because that was fucking disgusting. I think their name was Tommy. Yeah, I don't know. I'll look through and I won't add them up anymore. I don't know what their name was. Make sure to get them out. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
You don't remember me from yesterday?
Nope.
Nope, me and my homie on there.
All right, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. People are saying reset. Okay, I'll hit a quick restart, everyone. There's 5,000 people. I just didn't want to lose the 5,000 people, but whatever. I'm going to do that real quick. I'd really recommend to go over to the YouTube. I'd really, really appreciate that. Come right back to the stream, everyone. It's kind of annoying I have to hit a restart, but we'll do it. All right, we'll hit a quick restart. I'll delete the VOD. Give me 1 second, everyone. All right, there we are. And let me restart that live. What's up, everyone here on YouTube, though? Make sure to like the stream on YouTube. I would really appreciate it. Did Parker get to speak on a Jubilee video? I would love to get my own Jubilee video. That'd be fucking fun. But I don't know if they'd give me one. Like, give me a surrounded Parker versus 20 MAGA. Come on, man. Quite frankly, would be incredible. Quite frankly, I tell you. Quite frankly, would be great. Alrighty, everyone. What's good, everyone joining in? If you're on YouTube again, make sure to like the stream. Seriously, it helps push it out to more people. You know, everyone liking the streams seriously has helped out the account. I want to just say, the YouTube has been fucking doing good recently. It's been sending out a lot more, and I want to say I really appreciate it from the bottom of my heart because, you know, TikTok has been limiting me like crazy. Like, my fucking shorts on YouTube are getting more views than my fucking TikTok videos. It's ridiculous. And I have less than 200K on YouTube, and I have 1.3 million on TikTok. It's, like, incoherent. It's the same clips, too, by the way. It's diabolical, chat. It's diabolical. And Robin, thank you so much for the $10, by the way. Robin, thank you so much. If you're on YouTube, again, make sure to like the stream. We have 3.5 thousand people over here on the YouTube. I think we should easily be able to get up to 3K. I think right now we're at 1.9. We should get up to we should easily be able to get up to 3K likes today. That would be pretty diabolically amazing. All right, let's get on this next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Again, everyone, we are just looking for some debates. Please, everybody, only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Again, everyone, we are just looking for some debates. Please, everybody, only send a guest request again if you do support Donald Trump. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump, everybody. Let's go on to this next person real quick. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Me,
Yeah.
19,
What's your birth year?
2006,
What month?
January.
Okay. And do you support Donald Trump?
Yep.
Why so?
Everything he's been doing, really.
Okay. What about it?
Like, he hasn't really given me reason not to support him. Like, everything I asked or he, like, did for me.
Wait, repeat that, sorry?
I said he hasn't given me reason not to support him. You know, everything I've asked for, he's given to me.
Okay. Like, what'd you ask for that he gave?
Like, immigration. Like, getting rid of the illegals, criminals.
Undocumented immigrants? Okay. So you want to enforce the law. You want law and order, correct?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. If you would like to enforce the law and you would like law and order, you were on before. Oh, yeah. I had a feeling, too. I had a feeling they were on, too. There are people in the YouTube comment section that said that. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, let's try the next person real quick. We're about 3.5 hours in the stream, everyone. We still got like another 2.5 hours at least on the stream, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
You're not helping any communities. You're just a fucking bitch. And you're not actually helping anyone.
Okay. All right. Okay. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. If you don't think that convincing people's minds with arguments can occur, well, then please explain to me why you just came on my live to tell me that. That's kind of funny. It's almost like you think that like convincing people by, you know, spreading certain arguments to be the case, right? It's possible on TikTok live to be able to change people and to make the world a better place. You know what I mean? Yo, what's up, Howdy?
Hey man, just stopping by. I like your content.
Appreciate you. Appreciate you. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
What's your birth year?
It's 2006, September 23rd.
What month?
September.
September. And you said you're how old again?
18.
You said 2006?
Yeah.
Okay, so why do you support Donald Trump?
Why? Because I needed, like, I think that the only way for things to get better is for things to get worse first.
I don't want to talk to you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Finally. Okay, I'm 19.
Do you support Donald Trump?
So, please don't kick me because I want to ask this question. I have one.
I'm sorry. Hey, everybody. I am just looking for some debates. I just want to let you know, if you don't answer my questions, I will kick you. I absolutely will. I do have a hard time expressing boundaries, but, you know, this boundary's been crossed by mine so many times in, like, the, half a decade I've been streaming that, like, I actually can. So I promise you I'll cut you off. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello? I'm 18.
And what's your birth year?
2007.
And do you support Donald Trump?
A little bit. I mean, yeah.
If you could go back in time and either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
Trump, for sure.
Why so?
I think it's the lesser of two evils.
In what way?
I really liked RFK, but I think I think he's a better job as a health administrator.
Okay.
But
Okay, so can you tell me how he would make, you know, Well, actually, I have a question. Do you believe in
Yeah.
science?
I'm a Christian.
Do you believe in science?
Yeah.
Okay. So if you believe in science, well, then why do you follow Donald Trump, who said the climate's going to start cooling and that science just doesn't know it yet? Along with RFK, who thinks that like vaccines cause autism.
I'm not too educated on climate change, but
You don't have to
you
be.
know, I
It's a
think
scientific consensus.
I think yeah, I think humans are less to like you know, I think humans are not doing as much. You know, I think America it has a lot less to do with climate change than people are making out to be. I think a lot of other countries have a lot to do with it, like India and China and stuff like that. But a lot of people only point to America.
I'm confused. You rely on science, right?
Sure.
Okay. So if Donald Trump does not rely on science in order to demonstrate what he believes to be healthy or just to demonstrate fact in general, well, then why would you believe him over someone who does believe in science and does use
What
that
does
as a basis
Kamala
for
say
fact?
that supports
Kamala.
science?
What's up?
Kamala, yeah. What did she say that supports science?
Well, she didn't deny there's no point you'd be able to say where she denied science. She upheld science and put people who understand science and don't deny science into positions of power, right? Along
Like
with
who?
the Biden-Harris administration, for example, we can reference Fauci, we can reference the specific person that they put with a part of the HHS, right? They used science, they used evidence-based reasoning, right? And Donald Trump, by putting in RFK, is not using evidence-based reasoning, and again, by saying that the climate is going to start cooling and that science just doesn't know it yet, is denying a scientific consensus established, right, that is objectively verifiable information. Okay, so you cannot sit
Okay.
up here and say that you are totally okay with, like, you know, making the country healthier, but you don't want the country to be healthier on the basis of science, and instead you want to base it on some random fucking bullshit.
Right.
Yeah.
I understand. Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah.
And I'm entirely here to be open-minded as well. Like I'm okay with you changing my point. Like I said, I'm not a complete Trumper. I do disagree with a lot of the stuff he's doing, especially like funding a lot of wars and stuff.
Mhm.
I'm like extremely against that, and especially what's going on with ICE and stuff. But yeah, I just think he's a little bit better than the Biden administration. But I'm not completely
But like, in what ways? Because it seems like, based upon like what you're saying, it's like it doesn't really seem so. Like, it doesn't seem like he made the country healthier. He might have said that like through RFK, but if you don't believe
yeah.
in science, you're not making the country healthier. If you don't have a healthcare plan, you're not making the country healthier. If you literally
How can
take
he?
money
What are
from
you
the bottom
saying? Like free
20%,
healthcare?
I want there to be a universal healthcare system, Medicare for all.
I disagree with that.
Why?
I disagree with free healthcare just because of the tax. Like, there's no way you can do it without raising taxes.
Yeah, but the increase in taxes specifically would be less than what you are currently spending in private health insurance.
Okay.
So that the point is that essentially it's the same process, but the insurance is run without for-profit incentive.
Okay.
So it's like it's essentially more cost effective. Not only because everyone will be pulled into the same insurance under the context of through the government, right, and funded through the government, so it will make it actually through economies of scale more efficient, right, because there are a greater amount of people who are healthy, you know, subsidizing people who are sick, right, along with the fact that countries around the world that have universal healthcare systems, they spend near half as much as we do per individual on healthcare, and they actually have
Also, the time to get help is way longer. Like, if you go to Canada and you get injured, you're waiting way longer to get into the hospital and get help.
it's not way longer, especially specifically for things that you need. Along with the fact that I do acknowledge that there are longer wait times, not way longer, but there are longer wait times. But
It took me like
but I just
2
want to
weeks
say
to get
the
surgery.
4.5 trillion that we save over the next 10 years, you're telling me we couldn't reinvest into faster wait times? I think the 4.5 trillion, right, in terms of how much we'd save, according to a Yale study over the next 10 years, would be plenty of enough to reinvest into our wait times to make them go significantly quicker. Also,
Okay.
if we made like education free specifically for like medical school, it would incentivize more people to go work within the medical field.
Right. All right. I mean, it was great talking to you, man. I don't have much else to say. I'm sorry I couldn't have a better debate. You know, God bless you, man. Like what you do. Keep it up.
Appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Do tap that screen. Do share the live. It will help get out to more people. Let's go on to the next person real quick. If you're on YouTube, make sure to like the stream, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
37.
Leanne, thank you so much. Or do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
Leanne, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $25. Thank you so much. I would love to be. Olivia, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Jalissa, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Robin, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Oh, I'm so happy to see you're watching us at the beach. Cool. That's cool as fuck. Thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Tell your daughter I said hi. So yeah, why do you support Donald Trump?
I said like initially, I just supported like the basic, his basic policies as far as like deportation, bringing jobs back. I did believe in a few tariffs.
Wait, do you still support Donald Trump?
Yeah, I do.
Like, if you could go back in time, you'd still vote for Donald Trump over Kamala Harris?
100%, 100%.
Okay, so then what were the reasons right now at this current point why you do?
Why I support him at this very moment?
Yeah.
I mean, there's some things that I disagree with, but I still support him in keeping the border secure. I still support him in some of the tariffs, even though they may hurt us a little bit. I just feel as though we do need to stand up for ourselves, bring some of the jobs back. I do support him with mostly everything besides right now with the Epstein files. I am pretty upset about that. You know what I mean? Because I kind of voted again with the understanding that those things will be released. But overall, I still support him. Is there anything that you don't support right now about him?
Oh, there's plenty, but I would just like to ask you about the Epstein files.
Okay.
I mean, do you think the
Yeah.
files exist?
You know what? I do. And all right, so I'm a full, like I said, I'm a full-on Trump supporter, so I'm highly disappointed. I don't think that the files are like a quote unquote hoax, like he said. I think that right now, I think he's over his head. I think that he did have intentions to maybe like, drain the swamp. I think he did have those intentions, but as he's getting deeper and deeper in, he's realizing that he doesn't have as much power as maybe that he thought he had. So thing would be,
why is he calling it a Democratic hoax now that he has got in office when prior it wasn't a Democratic hoax? Because if it was a Democratic hoax, the Democrats would have dropped it because it wouldn't have shown any complicity amongst Democrats because it's created by the Democrats.
yeah, okay, but do you agree? Do you think that they may have removed things though as well that they could have if they were in control of it, because those files were under, what was it, Obama?
So then Trump could have removed things prior to them being in office in the first place, because it happened originally under his administration. His DOJ said that Epstein killed himself.
No, well, I mean, I'm talking about like the original files, like whenever they were investigated. I forget the chief who was under Obama who was in charge of that, but that was under his administration. They had the files before Trump did. So that's what I'm saying. So they had it in their hands beforehand, so they could have either removed or added in things or just made things, maybe skewed things for them to seem a certain way. That's why I think Trump has
The investigation was under Trump.
Yeah.
That's why Trump specifically said and wished Ghislaine Maxwell well, who was again convicted of helping Jeffrey Epstein sex traffic
100%
children.
agree. Like 100% agree. Now, these things coming up now, like I'm not going to just blindly be like, okay, yeah, I support Trump in that, but I'm not going to implicate him as well, just because like
You're not going to implicate him for saying that he was going to release the Epstein files and then not releasing the Epstein files, because I mean this looks this looks like
I'm
he's
going to hold
on-
him accountable.
the way that he's responded to this really makes me think that he's on them. Like,
Okay, but
why the
I'm
hell
gonna
else would he
hold him
respond this
accountable.
way?
No, I'm going to hold him accountable. I'm not happy at all with this, but let's just
Wait,
be
if he's
honest.
on there, would you support him still?
In what way? Like, listen, flight logs or something like that. If he's on there in some type of guilty way, I would never support that. at all.
Well, him responding this way means he's probably on there in some guilty way. So
I don't think he's on. I think maybe. See, that doesn't mean that though.
it's very likely. I mean, like, what do you think?
Okay, I think maybe there might be a little like a trick up in the files for him that he's seen, and he's like, okay, maybe he is in the files, but not in a guilty way. There's plenty of people who travel. There's plenty of people who went to hotels.
Okay,
There's
so
plenty
then
of
why
people
wouldn't he release it?
See, this is the problem too. It could be, it could be he's hiding things for maybe someone else, maybe himself. I don't know. We have to get everything.
So why is he protecting pedophiles?
Why is he protecting pedophiles? Okay, maybe these pedophiles or maybe these things are it's just a little bit too much. Maybe it's more than me and you even understand. It could be an international thing where
So if
he
there
doesn't
were,
have the
by the way,
power.
if there was a group of pedophiles raping children internationally, wouldn't you want the names out there?
That's why we're even the MAGA people are still pressing hard for it because we don't
Then
want.
why are you still defending the guy?
No, it's not out yet. It's not out yet. You
It doesn't.
can't.
It
You're
doesn't
just.
have to be for
It's
you to
not out
critically
yet.
think.
And it's not out yet, and you're just assuming. You're just assuming that it'll be something bad. You're not. You're not.
I'm sorry. If it wasn't, why wouldn't he have already dropped it? Because he said he was going to release them, and he's getting a hell of a lot of backlash for it
No.
from his own side. He got
Okay,
ratioed by his own team.
Can it possibly be that it's a little bit over his head, and that there's some powers that are a little bit above him, where it's like, you know what, you cannot release the files. It's going to be a little bit too much. It may cause a little bit more damage.
So then he's not the president.
No, he's.
So who's actually in control? Because it's not the president, apparently.
No, we're not gonna get into that deep shadow stuff, but I do agree
It
that
seems like what you're arguing.
He's not the king of the world. I can say that.
He doesn't
And I
have
can
to be
say
the king of the world to
I can
fucking
say-
release the Epstein files.
No, and did you just see
Wait,
recently
can you
on
explain
Truth,
to me
he said he's going to release
why?
them, though.
Why was he able to release the JFK files?
There's a couple files that don't even. That's not even complete though, right?
Wait, what is he able to release them?
Yeah, I believe so.
Then why would he not be able to release the Epstein files?
Those two files, I don't think they truly compare.
Because
inside
according
there's too
according
many
to
people-
Epstein,
there's more people involved in the Epstein files.
yeah,
than the
because
JFK.
because
There's-
according to Epstein, Trump was literally his closest friend for over a decade.
Okay, all right, let's just do this, right? You had a friend. You didn't know what he was doing. You found out what he was doing
Well,
later.
listen.
You're guilty of the same crime.
Well, let's just assume this. Donald Trump also said, so let's say you said to your friend, right, that they like beautiful women as much as you do, many of them on the younger
Okay.
side.
Yeah, I don't. All right, look, I don't like that statement at all. But what could be the younger side? 21 and up, 18 and up. Like we don't know the age. Like you guys are just.
By the
always
way, he's talking about a child sex
Using-
trafficker.
I get it.
He also
Parker.
he also sent a letter.
I'm
to,
not trying to defend
al-
this part. This is bad for us.
Do you remember the letter he just sent to Epstein? Of a
No, I don't.
naked body, right? Where it was talking about a secret that they had between them.
Parker, you're going down conspiracy lane.
This
like,
isn't
you know,
conspiracy
these-
lane. This is
these type of
literally a.
things. Listen, Parker. When he found out,
How
that
is this a
Epstein wasn't
conspiracy?
then
There's a
he didn't let
letter.
He didn't let him back into Mar-a-Lago after he found these things out. That's the same thing as you having a friend, like I said. He committed some type
He
of
said
crime.
he said happy birthday and may every day be another wonderful secret with a naked body.
This was after any type of claims of Epstein being implicated in pedophilia or rings or anything like that.
This is in
Was
2000.
that
This is in
after or
2003.
before? 2000. See, that's what I'm saying. This is before, like, so.
So wait, so
After the
I'm sorry.
point is-
Wait. This guy's a child sex trafficker, and there are multiple things linking Donald Trump to literally supporting that behavior and knowing about it at the time.
I understand how it seems, Parker, but you have to go by.
It's not just
exact
how it
evidence.
seems. It's we have
But
to go on.
you have no evidence. though.
This
You
is
have-
evidence.
you
This
have
is
no
this
evidence,
is
though.
literally evidence.
That's not evidence. You don't have
Pictures
it.
of them
Like,
together.
there's many-
Jeffrey Epstein saying that he was his closest friend. Those are
No,
important
many
things.
people after.
Santana, I think you have an
Donald
echo, by the way.
Trump- Yeah, after
Oh,
Donald
okay,
Trump
hold
found out a lot of these things, Parker, he disassociated himself.
And what
with
year
some-
was that?
I'm not exactly sure. I'm not gonna lie to you.
You want to go
But-
find?
Yeah, some you got a lot of people. Somebody can throw it in for you. But I get how it looks, but that's why us, MAGA, we're still pushing for Trump to release him, and we want him all the way. We're not happy, man. The Cash Patel saying that stuff, Bongino get on, it's a disgrace. Like, you know what I mean? I actually made videos on
Dude,
that.
if he's not on in any type of guilty way, why isn't he releasing it?
Parker, I just told you, you don't know how big this thing is.
I don't
Like,
see
there
it. Can you
are
give
people-
me
there
give
are-
me one logically possible hypothetical
I'll
that it
give
could
you
be
one
so
logical
big?
Thing is like if he releases, it could happen. He can release these files, and the whole entire world and the top notches be implicated, and that be a good thing. But at the end of the day, we have to do it strategically, and that's why. it's
Dude,
just
can you
taking
give me
time.
a logically possible scenario? A logically possible scenario that would make sense for him not to release the Epstein files.
Yeah, I can, but it'll just be it'll be going down a conspiracy route. You know what I mean? And I don't want to
Say whatever. I just want to hear. Give me one logically possible scenario
what if
that
okay?
makes sense to you as to why he's protecting pedophiles.
I mean, so it's like I've been hearing that Epstein maybe have been like foreign aid, Mossad, things like that. So, you know, that's our biggest ally and things like that. So it could be detrimental. I don't know.
Is the echo gone?
So So you wouldn't want the information of, say,
No, I
a
would.
foreign
I
entity
want the, no,
hiring
I want
someone
it.
to get blackmail on our politicians
Parker,
to then
we want
fucking
it.
control them? I'm
No,
sorry. If that were
Parker, we
true,
want the
if that were
information. We
true,
want it.
that would definitely be pretty fucking important information to get out there.
It is very important, man, but you have to do things in a certain way when you have all these international powers above you, man. Like you have the whole world against Trump right now. You already know it. So it's like it can't just drop the way that you want it to drop.
Yes,
More
you
things
can't. Wait,
is
then why did
big.
he say that he could drop it before? Why did
Maybe he
they?
didn't know how big it was. Maybe he didn't know. He just got his people to look at the files. You know, all these other people. So it might not have been as big as it was.
Were the Epstein files in place when he was in office the first time?
I believe, yeah, they were actually. Yeah.
So he would have known.
They were. But who had them the first time though?
Him, Trump.
No, they were. We just went over that. They were under with Obama.
No, it was Trump. The
Obama had a
investigation
chief-
was under Trump.
The investigation was under Trump, but the files existed before him.
Can you? I mean, still, that Trump would have seen
Yeah.
them. So the point still stands that Trump would have seen them already. I don't know what your point is with that.
My point is that they could have been altered. He wasn't the first person to touch them.
They could have been altered. Okay. So if you're saying that they could have been altered, then can you please? Oh, so you're saying they were altered by Democrats? If they were altered by Democrats, why didn't they drop them?
Why wouldn't who drop them? The Democrats?
Yeah, if they were altered and didn't have any other Democrats in them, and it was only Donald Trump and other Republicans and people that they specifically wanted to implicate of crimes, then why didn't they drop it?
Good question, Parker. It's you know we want them released, man. Do you have anything else with Trump?
No response. It doesn't actually.
No,
have a
I do have.
legitimate-
I mean, listen. The response is we want them to drop. Like that's it. That's why a bunch of us, if you see that we're still calling on, and we're not going to stop for that. We're not going to be quiet about it. So, you know, that's what we want. We're putting pressure to that, and end of the day, most people that are going to be on the list will be on your side, and it's going to be more detrimental for you.
Yeah, you
So-
keep saying that, but then Trump's looking so guilty not releasing the files. He was
Looking
really good.
so
Can you
guilty,
imagine?
but
Can you
it's like-
imagine if a fucking Democrat had that level of affiliation with Epstein? That he said that Epstein was a terrific guy. He likes beautiful men as much as he does, many of them on the younger
Guys,
side,
keep
and
running
that he
with
was
that.
closest friends with Epstein for over a decade. Imagine if that was true about Joe Biden.
A lot of it was almost true about Joe Biden. Most of the things you just said.
What? No, it
Most
wasn't.
of the stuff
None
you
of
just
it.
said, yeah,
None of
Joe
that was true.
Biden's- Yeah, it's pretty
Well,
close.
And you're talking about like you're saying that people on our side want them released, but I mean you have like
We
the
do.
biggest voices on the right, like Charlie Kirk saying, "Oh, I'm just gonna trust my friends in Washington." You have multiple people on the right who are just giving up on it and saying, "Oh, we don't."
I don't agree
Literally,
with that.
Mike Johnson just went on record within the last 24, 48 hours and said, "We need to be on one accord and we need to get past this Epstein stuff." So
yeah, and
the
that's
leader of the
why we're
House.
divided. That's why
Yeah,
we're divided. And if
it's
Trump doesn't
not, though.
release this, it's gonna be over for the right. You know, this whole thing that Trump has. So we don't agree with that. I'm not saying that I agree with Charlie Kirk. Like, oh, we're gonna depend on Washington. I'm not in that boat at all. I'm highly disappointed.
But what I'm saying is from the top down, whether it be from Trump, whether it be from now Pam Bondi, whether it be from the voices on the right that have been tasked with pushing the Trump agenda, and Charlie Kirk or Ben Shapiro or those people, like all of them now are saying, "Oh, no big deal. There's no
Well,
files."
also, you know, a lot of these guys are super. I'm not anti anybody, but they're super pro-Israel. And like I said, this Epstein guy might have a lot of ties.
Isn't
to
Donald
Israel.
Trump as well?
Yeah, of course.
Donald Trump said he's the most pro-Israel candidate ever.
Yeah, he is, but as well, we're talking like Charlie Kirk. He's talking about like I don't agree with those things. I don't agree with their viewpoints. Ben Shapiro, like
I understand,
think-
but then why do you support the most pro-Israel candidate out of all of them?
I support Trump not just for those reasons. It was many other reasons why, but
like
you know, just because I support Trump doesn't mean it's 100% on everything. You know, I do differ on things, but overall, I still support the president.
Okay, why?
I'm liking the way that the country is going right now. Everything that I voted for is pretty much being implemented besides this list, and we're pushing for that still. So I haven't.
Everything, like,
achieved
can
a
you
lot of
like name some things? Let's hear it.
that he's done as far as like
Yes.
okay, I'd say like the border situation. That was like my number one issue.
Name a border policy.
Now they're being illegal aliens being detained. I'll say that now.
I'm just asking
Instead of
what
just being let
policy is
go.
that?
What policy is that? I don't know, Parker. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Okay,
I
so
don't know the
can you name
policy.
something that Trump did in order to change the process at all?
Put Tom Homan back in. Get the ICE people at the border actually doing their jobs more. I'd say
So
like
apparently there's some
force.
policy to get ICE to do their jobs more. Like what? Are you saying they increase funding? Because the funding that they increase to is of greater levels than Israel spends on their entire military. I just want to let you know.
I
Per
mean,
year. We're
do you,
spending
do
more
you,
on ICE than
I mean,
Israel spends on their entire
think
military.
if you think that illegal immigration was like a huge issue, then maybe the funding was necessary.
Well,
I mean,
undocumented
it's
immigrants
working.
undocumented immigrants who haven't committed violent crimes and bad crimes are not a threat to this country. And the fact that
No,
we're
they're
spending
not.
or the fact that we're spending law enforcement resources on deporting people who are literally not committing violent crimes or bad crimes and are just fucking working is absolutely despicable. Law enforcement has a fucking enough on their plate dealing
Is it
with
a crime to
law
come into the
Can I
country
please finish
illegally?
speaking?
Yes.
Law enforcement has enough to deal with, specifically in terms of people who are murdering people, who are raping people, who are assaulting people. Let them deal with the people who are specifically doing that rather than specifically
Are they
trying to
not doing
deport.
that?
Oh my God. Listen, what did I just say?
Are they not doing that though?
Shut the fuck up.
They're doing that. Emotional. It's exactly what they are doing. They're
I
emotional.
think you're not listening and you miss what he said. You were immediately trying to respond instead of listening to the point that he made. He made a very specific point. He said that shouldn't they be able to focus on those things without being overtaxed with the addition of targeting undocumented immigrants? Which, yes, the law enforcement, specifically if you want to talk about like in LA, right? LA, the LAPD had been tasked with assisting with these ICE raids, and it has taken away from the ability to actually respond on a normal basis for the everyday American that live in LA. So that's his point. They're pulling away from the additional. They're putting more on those local police forces. Where, let's be honest, I mean, like, police forces already, they're not the best trained. They're overtaxed in multiple ways. Like, we shouldn't be adding additional things onto them when they're not doing their job at a high proficient level anyway.
Yeah, they're already dealing with too much of things that they shouldn't be dealing with. Specifically, right, we need more social workers that we're investing in like they do in other countries to deal with situations in which law enforcement with a fucking gun shouldn't be dealing with realistically. That they're not even equipped to
you
deal with
wanna-
because they don't specifically have the education to deal with. So again, there are plenty of things that police officers shouldn't be dealing with, and this is one of them. They should not be deporting people who haven't committed violent crimes or bad crimes. They shouldn't be fucking focusing on that at all. They should be focusing on the people who are murdering people. They should be focused on the people raping people. They should be focused on the people like Donald Trump that are a fucking threat to this country. The people beating police officers that Donald Trump pardoned. That's who, right? Law enforcement should be dealing
Yeah, ICE
with,
didn't
right?
beat
Donald
up-
Trump and the people that he pardoned, not specifically undocumented immigrants who are just working for a better life in this country. It's actually fucking despicable.
I just seen ICE getting beat up by somebody, and there's a couple of things going on in LA. The same way you just described, police and all this stuff getting attacked. I just seen ICE getting
But
attacked.
wait, do you understand
Did we
why?
pardon them?
No,
I'm
I
confused.
do-
Were
I do
Democrats pardoning those people? Please tell me.
No.
Did the president of the United States call for them to be pardoned? No. You're just, dude, I'm confused what the fucking comparison is. Donald Trump specifically is the one pardoning and releasing them into the country.
I hear you. I hear you, Parker.
But let me just say this, because you made the point about, oh, you saw ICE being attacked. Like, you do understand that they're using like these tactics where they're going in, they're not identifying themselves, they have their face covered, they're running in and literally kidnapping people, just snatching people up.
I've not seen that at all.
Yeah,
since
I've
I've seen them
super
with
visible.
uniform on. I've seen them with visible
They're not.
ICE,
They're
visible
not.
ICE vest,
They're
coat.
not. With these ICE
I've
raids,
seen
they're
it.
going in. Not only are they going in unmarked vehicles, but they're not actually identifying themselves. They're covering their faces, and it's actually leading to to things where people are bad actors are actually doing the same thing as far as like covering their face and saying they're ICE and they're
I
actually
don't agree with
kidnapping
that.
people. And yeah, they're literally
Yeah, I
kidnapping
don't
women and
like
trying
that.
to grape. Yeah, but what I'm saying is that the tactics that are being used by ICE right now under the Trump administration is leading to not only more confusion, but it's putting people in jeopardy. And
I
so
understand that, but also at the same time, I feel as though a lot of these raids, they're not initially targeting just like Parker trying to see the guy working so hard. There are people, there are criminals in those places, and sometimes like, you know, obviously there's like a bunch of people maybe in those homes or in like the
how do you
place of
think they
business.
hey how do
And
you think did you see all the raids they did on like the construction sites and the
yeah, I've
farms?
seen a few of those. I
How do you
have
think they knew undocumented immigrants were there?
maybe some type of tips or something.
No,
I'm not sure how
no.
they know. Like,
They literally pulled the IRS record to see where undocumented immigrants have been paying taxes, and they
is that the
specifically targeted those areas by using that IRS data to target those undocumented immigrants. They're going after the
okay?
ones
So
that are not only working but paying into the United States.
so you're saying because somebody who is illegal that pays, they shouldn't have to abide by the policy of
Undocumented immigrant. I'm
deportation?
saying if you want to
Yeah,
actually address the
undocumented.
real issue, then maybe you should actually one create a pathway to citizenship so these people that are paying into our country get the actual benefits, or two,
I
how
think Trump
about you
just
actually
said.
quote unquote target the bad people like you said you were going to do, which that's not what he's doing.
Also, Donald Trump is disincentivizing undocumented immigrants to pay into the system because they're funding them through paying into the system. So again, people who are literally trying to help our system by paying into it, he wants to limit from doing that.
Yeah, they're paying into the system while also sending 90% of their money back home. They have no interest in this country, brother. I don't even know if you deal with foreigners or anybody like that. Most of them who I deal with send money home all the time. They have no investments here.
I'm
They
sorry.
can
I'm
pay
sorry. Do you have an issue with
a
like say
couple
people living in
taxes.
the United States
And yeah, they
sending?
pay a few
I have a
taxes.
question. Let's say someone watches a streamer in a different country, right? Is it wrong for them to send money to that streamer?
No,
If they consistently do that, is it wrong?
I don't believe it's wrong. Is there something
Okay, so
wrong?
then why would it be wrong for immigrants to do it?
That doesn't even compare, Park. That wasn't good.
Yeah, yeah, well, yeah. Instead, they're giving it to their family.
Family, yeah. That's what I'm trying to tell you. They're not interested here, bro. They're not trying to invest and make generations.
They are. They're investing so much into this country. Stop acting like they're not.
They send so much
But
back.
listen, wait,
Stop
even if
acting
that's
like they're
true,
not.
even if that's true, right? What about the amount that they're paying into the system that they do not get to recoup in any way, shape, or
Nobody.
form?
So do
Like
you?
the
So
wait, no, hold on, just think about it for a second. You're saying they're
okay.
sending money back home, but they literally pay billions of dollars every year in taxes, and they don't benefit any. They can't get any of those taxes back. They can't claim any of the social safety nets that you get from said taxes. They're literally leaving billions of dollars on the table. But you're saying that they're sending money home, like
That's the cost of doing things illegally. If I went into some country and I just had I had the ability to work and I paid into the taxes, I'm not going to cry about all my people putting billions into the economy. That's just what it is. It's still illegal.
and exactly no, you're the one that's crying about it though. Like the amount of money that you said that they're sending home does
No, no,
not
I'm,
equate
no,
to
I'm
the
not
amount of money
crying.
that they're
See,
putting
it's
in.
not it's not the problem. It's just like the moral investment. Like I'm not worried about the amount. It's just the fact that most come here with the intention just to get the money, use the system, and roll out.
I'm sorry. You say most? Give me a fucking single data point on that. Give me a single one. You have nothing. You fucking pulled that out of your
You
ass.
give me something.
No, yeah,
Mark.
you know, you're the one who fucking claimed something. I didn't claim shit. You claim something,
Oh.
provide a fucking source. Give me any level of evidence, because all you fucking have is trust me, bro. Please fucking trust what I just told you on the live stream.
Mark,
Give
this
me a
is-
damn
this is-
source.
this
Give
is
me
a
fucking evidence
well-known-
instead of just
I don't
assuming
need-
things about immigrants coming to the country because you want to fucking
assuming,
dehumanize
I'm
them because you
witnessing.
support Donald Trump's fucking shit.
There's many people that witness it. It's not just me assuming.
It's not.
You
but
are
what-
assuming.
What Parker is saying that you've been propagandized, friend. Like you're literally just repeating points that you've heard. But to Parker's point, there's no actual evidence to support the things that you're saying. That's the problem.
Okay, so give me some evidence of what you're saying as that the foreigners that they don't send money home by the billions as much as they pay taxes.
Well, I
and
never
shit. It
said that.
happens
It's an
all the
issue for
time.
them to do that. So I'm not claiming any certain level of how much people give back to other countries.
Is
Yeah,
that an issue though,
I didn't.
Okay,
Parker?
I
how
didn't
about
say.
how about this? How about you make a comparison between United States citizens and undocumented immigrants? But you didn't do that. You don't know have any of this information. That would be relevant
No, I don't
information
have the
for you to make this
numbers.
claim in the first place. None of us are making this claim. You are. You
I
have to
might not
have
have the
stuff to justify
numbers,
your own
but
position
no, you're right. I might not have the numbers and like the policy and stuff like that, but
or any
yeah,
argument.
I do.
And
Yeah.
just wait, just to be clear, I'm not telling you that I know the exact number as far as how much money is being sent back, but I'm saying that the amount that they're putting into our system versus getting out has to offset any amount that they're able to, because undocumented immigrants, the reason why they work these jobs the way they do is because they're quote unquote getting paid under the table, so they work for lower rates, period. So even if you talk about the amount of money that they're
Wait,
sending home,
So they can be taxed on lower rates?
yes.
Okay.
Yes,
Okay.
that's the reason why these
I've
companies
never
and
heard
these
of
people take.
anybody being paid under the table and being taxed.
Yeah,
Never
they
heard of it.
yeah they pay them at lower rates. That's why they actually do this. See, this is why. Like, if
Now
if
that,
you're really serious about undocumented immigrants and how this actually works, you would go after the companies and everyone, those
no,
type
no,
of
I
people
agree
that
with you
exploit
there.
them.
I
In,
agree with you
in
there.
2022, undocumented immigrants paid more into federal, state, and local taxes than they specifically sent back home.
Where's this at? Let me pull my laptop out then. Yeah, no, I mean, end of the day, you don't know that, and that's most likely.
Yes, what they specifically what they sent home. Here I got from AP News. Here's $63 billion, right? How much they
That's what
spend in
they said.
taxes? How much they spend in taxes? Right, or they paid in taxes $100 billion. So way more than they're
Okay,
sending
Parker,
home.
but is
And,
that
and that's after an increase. I pointed to 2023. From 2022, it was 58.9 billion that was sent back. So 58.9 billion in 2022 sent back, 100 billion paid in federal, state, and local taxes. They paid more in taxes than they sent back, and you're sitting here fucking whining.
not whining about?
You
I'm
are
just telling you,
whining.
there's no like you guys are acting like somebody can come in somewhere and they're like paying the taxes a punishment, like they're doing like we're doing something bad to them. That's just part of the program. We all have to pay taxes. Like, you
That's
don't,
not
that
what we're
doesn't count
saying.
for anything.
If
That,
you
The
want them to
that
pay
doesn't
taxes,
count though, guys.
wait,
That
wait,
doesn't count for any points.
sorry,
Like,
Santana, say what you were gonna say. I wanted to.
No, I was just about to say, like, you're not understanding what we're trying to convey. Like, that's not our point. Our point is these people, not only should we focus on the human element because they're humans, no matter how much the Trump administration tries to dehumanize them, we need to also focus on the fact that they add so much to our country. And I know I have, like, people on the left advocate for legal pathways to citizenship. Let's make it easier. Let's get them in the country and get them a part of our country instead of actually vilifying them and spending millions or billions of dollars on trying to deport them when it's going to hurt us in so many different ways. You're muted.
yeah, I get it. End of the day, we're not seeing eye to eye because you guys are more on the moral and the emotional aspect of it. We're trying to get jobs back and bring funding back to local
But
people.
can you tell me how, like, your position, how is that going to be beneficial at all? Like,
Okay,
seriously.
so how is that going to be beneficial? Get all the low people who are accepting lower wages up out the way, so my people can slide in and get the
Who is
regular
your
wage
people?
back. Who's my people? Regular
Yeah.
average Americans who don't barely have jobs. That's my
Yeah,
people.
wait, you do understand that when you talk about black people in America, we're not
I never
those
said
people
black.
that
I never said black.
you said African Americans.
I never mentioned race once. I said people. I said the average American. I
I
never
thought you
said.
said African Americans. I'm sorry, I apologize. I thought you said African Americans.
Yeah, I'm not mentioning race at all. The
Oh,
average
okay.
American
You said
would love
that's why I
having.
said who is your people. I'm confused. My bad. I thought you were specifically like so you think that the average American wants to work these quote
I
unquote
do.
low pay.
I
Okay,
do.
how many jobs are open like right now? Do you know how many jobs available we have in America?
I don't know the number, but just from like anecdotal experience, it's looking like a little bit less right now. Harder to get jobs for people.
Well, I mean, yeah, Trump kind of fucked some stuff up, but
Well, it's gonna
prior
get
there were
bad
about
before
I
it
think
gets
there were
better.
like 8 million jobs open. The point that I'm trying to make is there's plenty of jobs, but when you open up these actual have you ever worked on a farm?
Actually, I have. I have not like
Cool.
full time, but I have before.
Okay, cool. You know how taxing that is to actually work on a farm. Do you
Yeah,
think the average everyday American wants to actually do that type of labor?
we would love to if we can get paid to do it. Trust me, we would love to. Right now, the economy's so bad. Do you not think somebody would go on a farm right now and get it in? If they're being paid what they deserve to do that, of course they would. Of course they would.
This is the last thing I'll say, and Parker, I'll give it back to you. Like the point is, if we actually focused on improving our country in multiple ways, right? If we actually took the money and if we could put money into our educational system and our math, our science, our STEM programs, and actually help people get ahead of this AI bubble that we're
Yes,
like
sir.
on the precipice of, then we can focus on innovation and actually being, ahead of the curve here in the US, instead of people saying, oh, we need to actually, have textile factories, or we need to be working, in the fields. Like, we could
I get
actually be
it.
an innovative country instead of focusing on those other positions. That doesn't make
No,
sense.
no, I get it. We can do both. Like, why can't like everybody doesn't want to do AI?
You can't do
and
both.
IT. We
You
can.
can.
Like, we have a
Your country can't be geared to both of those things.
no,
You
no.
can't have a country geared towards
We always
agriculture and technology.
no. You can. We can have a base of people. It doesn't have to be all agriculture. Like you said, if we get the pathway to
Here,
citizenship,
I think he means I think we're talking about priority here, right? You can't
okay,
prioritize
all right.
both of them at the same time, right? You prioritize one over the other because it is the case that we're referencing, like literally continuing, right, and trying to produce things, right? Trying to focus on like what our production is. We want to focus on technology rather than focusing on specifically, right, like forcing Americans back into certain types of industries in which they
Okay.
historically speaking, right, haven't worked in, right? That's we don't want to force Americans into certain conditions.
We were
We want
we
to
were
help
pushed
them and boost them up to working conditions in which they would like to. And that's for every American, including immigrants, by the way. So here, I have a few things I wanted to address. One, if you want undocumented immigrants to pay more taxes, give them a pathway to citizenship, and they seriously will pay more taxes. For undocumented immigrants who have not committed violent crimes or bad crimes, if you give them a pathway to citizenship, there will be more taxes paid, point blank, period.
I agree with you.
Secondly, I can reference the Congressional Budget Office. They actually indicated that there was going to be a near 9 trillion increase, right, specifically in the economic growth by 2034, specifically just by the undocumented, the immigrant surge since the Biden-Harris administration. So a lot of Republicans specifically say like the immigration surge was so bad, it was harmful towards our economy. Actually, it was incredibly, really beneficial towards our economy. And then thirdly, you said Trump's bringing back jobs in the United States. Not only has unemployment increased since Trump became president, under his first administration, there was a net increase in unemployment under his administration from when he got in office to when he left, right? And it is the case that we can point to specifically his manufacturing investment. It net declined under his administration, and it was on a trend down the entirety of the administration, whereas under the Biden-Harris administration, we saw a massive increase relating to the specific policies that they supported. And then thirdly, right, you said people accepting lower wages out of the way. If you give them a
Yeah.
pathway to citizenship, they wouldn't be accepting wages lower than the context of minimum wage because they wouldn't be at threat of deportation.
I agree with that. I mean, okay, but Parker, I don't know. You got all these numbers in front of you and these facts.
I have no. Wait, by the way, I have no numbers, nothing in front of me. The only thing in front of me right now is literally me on TikTok on this one, me on YouTube on this one, and then I was writing down notes. I wrote down literally, if you want them to pay taxes, give them a pathway to citizenship, not bringing back jobs to the U.S., and people accepting lower wages out of the way. Like those are things just to keep me on track, specifically with what you're referencing.
All right. So my thing, what you said with the manufacturing, you said Biden administration had more, something like that. Was that the Build Back Better?
There was Build Back Better. There was the American Rescue Plan. There was the Bipartisan
Okay.
Infrastructure Bill. There was the Chips and Science Act. There was the
Okay.
Inflation Reduction Act.
Okay, so none of that stuff, like, did you see any of those things manifest, like, in your life at all?
Yes.
During the
Yes.
Biden- Build Back Better, you seen that?
Yeah.
Much more infrastructure, manufacturing jobs, and
Yes.
things like that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think you guys see these things on paper.
No, what it is we actually see it because we understand how it's a targeted approach, and plus it's over a 10-year period. But then you see places like Texas specifically. Texas infrastructure, excuse my language, is shit, right? But even with the amount of money that the Biden-Harris administration put into Texas, even Greg Abbott had to come out and say that there was so many massive improvements to the Texas infrastructure. He didn't say that it was because of the infrastructure bill because he didn't want to give them credit. But he came out touting how much money that was put into the infrastructure to help improve Texas. And even if you're interested in finding out where these actual places are that the infrastructure bill has benefited, there's a site you can go online and you can see all the different places around the country that have benefited from the infrastructure bill. It's greatly improved the country as a whole.
Okay, respect due on that. I mean, yeah, I don't know what to say right now. I'm looking stuff up right now because I'm trying to find something to defend myself. So going back to what Parker was saying with the bringing Americans back to like old medieval jobs, do you think that those jobs did we want to give them up, or we were forced to give them up through like mass immigration and things like that?
I'm saying specifically the types of jobs that undocumented immigrants are working are jobs that are specifically not profitable at the level of minimum wage that we have here in the United States. And that's why typically it's being offshored to undocumented immigrants in the country because they work for below minimum wage. So it's profitable for undocumented immigrants to do that labor, but it's not profitable for American citizens to do that labor because it is the case that, again, there are minimum wage standards, right? Once there are minimum wage standards, those types of jobs specifically are not profitable to operate. And that's why oftentimes in those types of circumstances, they will be either automated out of existence, right? Or, or there will be something specifically in terms of like, we'll just like lose that supply and we'll have to get it from other countries, our allies or the such.
So if they're going to be automated out, then don't you think the new migrants or immigrants coming in are going to just be phased out within a few years then? From the job that you get, from the exact
because
job.
any undocumented immigrant coming to the country that's going through the process of pathway to citizenship is treated the same as any legal immigrant, and legal immigrants provide for the economy.
I mean, like the job sector, you're putting them into the medieval jobs, like you just said. But
I never said medieval jobs, but
all right, yeah, but the old jobs that the Americans don't want in a few years, like you just said, the AI and the technology is going to push them right out. So what's the benefit?
I said it will lead towards that specifically if it is the case that that labor is not fulfilled, right, by undocumented immigrants currently within the context of the economy.
Even if it is fulfilled.
And also, wait, you do understand if we give them a pathway to citizenship and they start to quote unquote phase out these medieval jobs, like you said, if they have a pathway to citizenship, then they get access to all the benefits of being citizens so they can grow with us as a country. They don't have to continue to work those quote unquote jobs that are being phased out. Like we can all grow together while being it'll benefit us in present day and in the future.
Okay, so then who becomes the agricultural sector then? Like, because you just said we need two things to grow. You need technology and agriculture. So then who's going to be the next ones for that?
No, well, I didn't say.
First time I got you guys speechless.
No,
repeat the question. I want you to repeat the question. I seriously didn't.
Okay,
I didn't.
so
I was
you just
trying.
said-
I was trying to remember the question. I didn't.
All right, Americans right now we're working as technology, AI, and things like that. We're trying to advance, like you said. We have the immigrants that are needed for agriculture. Once they become the pathway to citizenship, they don't want to do those type of jobs. Who's going to do those jobs then?
So again, I just described to you that those jobs specifically would probably either be automated away, right, or they would be outsourced to other types of countries around the world because it is the case that those types of jobs that are being fulfilled, right, are jobs that are not profitable at the specific wages that we would expect in terms of minimum wage standards, right? That we would typically see, all right? In many of scenarios. And that's not to say every job is that way. There are plenty of jobs that people will still continue, right? And will still get paid even at the minimum wage, even if it's profitable at the minimum wage. But I'm just saying that there's a significant amount of jobs that specifically would just lead to like automation, right? Or it would specifically lead to like it being outsourced to other countries.
And even when you talk about those jobs and automating those jobs, it still lends itself to being able to grow and develop with those jobs because certain people have to still be in place to actually help guide that automation. And so you give those immigrants an opportunity to still grow and work and develop as we automate things. So just because we're moving towards more of an automated system that benefits us doesn't mean that we're leaving them behind. Like it just means that, again, as a whole, as a country, we're all growing. It benefits us today and tomorrow.
Yeah, and also like this is to say that this happens under the context of a situation where you're arguing for mass deportation and undocumented immigrants particularly are not fulfilling that labor. This specific same condition would occur, right? Except for I'm specifically advocating for conditions in which will lead to there being more people who are not exploited, right? Whereas you're advocating for conditions where undocumented immigrants will choose to stay in conditions in which will harm them because they don't want to be deported, right? They'll still choose to get wages that are below minimum wage because they don't want to be deported, because again, it's literally preferable to them to be exploited over deportation.
Okay, I mean, I get you're right, but at the end of the day, I think that the option for Americans should be open where we can be able to have these jobs at any time and they're available for us without having to fight and all this unemployment and things like that. And
Wait, I
schools
just want to let you know, undocumented immigrants and documented immigrants do not cause there to be more unemployment. Not only do they add productive services for the economy, but they increase the specific demand for labor.
So
Right?
you
So
don't
I just want to let you know they increase the amount of jobs that would exist.
so you don't think that in I don't know the town in Ohio, but like
Here,
all
Santana, can you
the
respond this quick? I don't know it.
Yeah, I got you.
1 second.
yeah all there was a situation I think it was like Springfield, Ohio.
Springfield, Ohio. Yeah.
It was like a lot of jobs that were being filled by migrants. Do you not think that Americans wanted to fill those jobs as well?
No,
But
no, they didn't. Do you know what was happening in Springfield, Ohio?
I don't know exactly, but I know that there
Sure,
was
don't worry, I'll tell you. Springfield, Ohio, it was a city that was dying. Like literally, it was one of those towns that were dying off, but they were able to actually utilize a government program that got Haitian migrants to come in. And not only did they come in and save Springfield, Ohio, they revitalized the town. They pumped money into the town, and they integrated themselves into the town, bringing additional businesses and saving the ones that were going to get lost. And so much so that not only was the mayor, you know, the governor, the senators, everything in Ohio, they were pissed off at Trump about this because those Haitian migrants literally saved Springfield, Ohio. No, there were no people there that there weren't people to actually fill those jobs, and those Haitian migrants came in, saved that actual town. It saved the place. So no, you're absolutely wrong with that. And then Donald Trump villainized them.
I bet you if we do some investigation into some of those companies, there was probably some type of illegal.
It was a government
money,
program.
Yeah, some type of money grab.
It was a government program.
They were offering less wages. To
It was a
them.
government program. It was
doesn't matter
literally, it was regulated by the government. It wasn't some like, oh, you know, it's just this person hiring someone under the table. No. Literally, the government put this in place.
That's the
in order
problem.
to-
That's the problem, in my opinion. The government is intentionally bringing in other people from other countries to fill jobs that Americans.
state level.
Why?
It was state level governments because
Why?
Springfield,
Okay.
Ohio was dying. People were
I
leaving,
get it. I get
and
it.
their businesses couldn't thrive.
I get it,
So,
Santana.
so wait.
But why-
Did you want Springfield, Ohio, to just shut down and become a ghost town? Because that's where they were trending.
No. But if the government has this much funding to go to Haiti and bring random people here, why couldn't they go to a local community and do a
People did not want to go to Springfield, Ohio. That's the point.
because there's no wages probably. They're not paying. The only
And yet
people that are willing
Haitian
to work
migrants
those
want to
jobs-
come in for the pay.
Of course, they don't have anything there. Of course, they'll work for the pay.
Wait. So again, they were invited to go there. What's wrong with that?
There's nothing wrong with that. I'm just trying to show y'all the bigger picture. There's
Well,
jobs
did you know
are
that
being-
Donald Trump
that there's
deported
jobs.
You know that Donald Trump deported a lot of people that were under legal temporary protected status who were Haitian in the country. Did you know that?
Yeah, I'm seeing that right now.
They were
Yeah, I'm seeing-
legally in the country, and Donald Trump decided to revoke their status.
I'm seeing that. Yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah, why is that the case? Especially when they were invited
Invited by who?
by the community in Springfield, for example.
Literally.
No. The community. I actually watched a documentary. The community was livid.
Not
Invited
true.
by who?
You saw a
You're
propaganda
absolutely
message
lying.
by far
You're
right wing
absolutely
fascists that were trying to dehumanize immigrants coming to the country. I just want to let you know the community that existed there asked people to come because there were not people that were working those jobs, and it was harming the economy in the particular region. Right? Do not sit there and say that that's true, because that's a propaganda message that you fucking heard from literally fascists that don't want the country to have more immigration because they want to keep a majority of the population white.
I've already told him that, Parker. Like, and that's the point. The citizens went on record and saying that, oh, they love these people. The actual Republican mayor, the Republican governor, like the Republican senators, all went on record and said, no, they're here for a reason. They're doing a great thing. They're not, quote unquote, eating the cats and dogs, and these people need to be here. The Republicans said this.
I'm not. You guys are taking it like I'm just so against these migrants.
No,
What I'm
we're taking
against
it
is
as
the
you're
job.
saying stuff without any
The
information.
job.
No. The issue is that you're willing to support someone who's incredibly harmful to them. Or not only
I'm
that, but
willing
you
to
also are
support the
actively
job.
engaging in rhetoric that clearly speaking, right, is not pro-immigrant and is actually. I
All
don't
right,
think
one question.
listen. I don't think you're intentionally doing this. I think you've heard a lot of misinformation about immigrants because they've been constantly scapegoated by conservatives because they specifically can see what is happening with the country and that demographics are changing and they're fucking scared for no reason because they're fucking racist pieces of shit. I'm serious. There are people within the context of Trump's administration that have this in mind, right? Including people like Donald Trump. Literally, I'm serious. I'm not just making this up. I'm not just saying this for no reason. I'm also not saying that
What
this is
you're
applicable to every Trump supporter. They don't know that other Trump supporters have this intention, but specifically they are utilizing, right, other Trump supporters' ignorance on the matter, right, specifically to be able to exploit that so that they can continue to have a majority of the population be white in this country. That's explicitly their intention.
all Trump supporters are always ignorant to you guys. That's crazy.
No. I'm saying,
Well,
yeah, there
see
are.
with our
I just
eyes.
want you to know there are ignorant Trump supporters that are being used by other Trump supporters who are white nationalists, who are racists, specifically trying to use other Trump supporters and other people who are supporting Donald Trump and the power that results from that in order to be able to use and exert that power to harm people.
See that
Also,
that's like
wait.
that's
Hey,
just
just so you know, being ignorant is not a bad thing. Being ignorant just means you don't have the actual information. Now, being willfully
I
ignorant
have
is
the information on everything I'm speaking on,
you
though. Like,
don't because
no, there's American jobs that can be filled
Sure,
by
can you
Americans.
back
It's
up
simple.
anything? Because listen, you've been speaking from the fifis and your tum tum, and that's cool. But like, we can pull up actual statistical data to prove
I mean,
everything that we're saying.
if all right, let me get my laptop too. Then it's like I
Sure,
can pull up
grab
the
your
same
laptop
thing.
because what you're
All right,
saying,
let's
there's
go.
no actual, there's literally no statistics behind what you're saying to prove any of it.
Let's get on to the.
And then also, maybe you should look this stuff up before you argue it.
No, I've looked all these things up. I've looked all of them up.
Okay.
I
Well,
looked
how
most
come
of
you
these
didn't know anything about Springfield, Ohio when you started speaking on it?
I'm the one who brought it up, so obviously I
Right.
did look it up.
No, you didn't because you didn't know about the government program. You didn't know that it was actually beneficial to the area. You
No,
didn't know.
that's fine, but that still doesn't mean anything to me. That doesn't affect me because it's like the fact that it's the government. That's the problem.
No, it's the fifis in your tum tum, bud.
That's
It's
the
your
problem.
feelings. It's your feelings. You're not looking at any facts. It's how it makes you feel. Donald Trump is a populist candidate. You've been propagandized. You don't care about actual information. You care about your feelings.
Yeah, you've just been propagandized. Immigrants are not harming you. They're not hurting you. They're helping our country. And they're actually going to help us maintain benefits for people who are on Social Security, on Medicare, on Medicaid, because it is the case that they have a higher labor force participation rate than natural born U.S. citizens. And as we have a higher amount, we have a higher percentage of our population that is older on those particular types of services and not working, right? Because it is the case that we have less younger people working to be able to pay for them, right? If we have a higher level of immigration of people who are younger, who are working, right, that can help us specifically maintain the benefits we have without having to cut them in the long run. Because it is the case that Republicans won't increase taxes, right, on rich people.
I got it.
So
Listen,
again, immigration is so fundamental to our economy, and do not buy Trump supporters' arguments that it's harmful to the economy. Take it. Don't even take it from me. If you don't want to listen to me on the left, listen to libertarians on this issue.
Yeah,
Libertarians on this issue will say this. The same thing that I'm saying right now. Libertarians will tell you. They will tell you there's no economic argument against immigration. Right? Seriously.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that. I'm not, my thing though is there's American jobs. You guys keep saying that nobody wants to do this stuff in Ohio here and there. Just pay the people what it needs to be done because the average American with the wages and things like that, they can't even afford the basic life.
So increase the minimum wage, right?
That's what I was just about to say. Go ahead,
Okay.
Parker.
So let's increase the minimum wage, right?
Increase the minimum wage. I mean, I think according to certain places, yeah, like
No,
Ohio,
we need
if
to
you
no.
need to work a
We need
job-
to increase the federal minimum wage because $7.25 since 2009 is fucking ridiculous. You know how much we've lost in terms of prices essentially, like essentially how much your dollar goes for, right? By that
it's
time, like
10 cents or something like now.
what?
From a while ago, it's down like 90%. So I get it.
What's
Yeah,
down
like-
100%?
I know. Like I'm just saying that like since then it is the case that we're talking like 30% distinction.
I'm talking about the Santana. I was talking about the spending power of a dollar compared to like a certain years. It's like from a dollar to 10 cents now type thing.
So I just
You're
want to
you're
let you know it needs to be. Sorry, I don't mean to cut you
no,
off.
you're good. Go ahead, Parker.
It needs to be adjusted for inflation. Point blank. Period.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
the fact that minimum wage is not adjusted for inflation is ridiculous, and it's only a specific thing to serve corporations.
Exactly. I mean, but you can look at the fact before Reagan, right? We were trending where the cost of living and the federal minimum wage were aligned, and they were trending upward at the same point. But then Reagan got into office and convinced a bunch of people that trickle down economics actually works, and they stopped increasing the federal minimum wage, started to actually bolster the upper 1%, give those tax cuts and everything. And ever since then, the actual cost of living has continued to trend up, while the federal minimum wage has only ticked up just a little bit. So they're not on a parallel path anymore.
I understand. Listen, y'all too. I'm not on y'all level at all. So give me some credit for standing up here this long with you. There's nothing more I can really say. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah,
Besides making myself
we've enjoyed all the feelings that have come out of your tum tum, but like seriously, but like look up some of this information, because like I'm telling you this, like I've heard the things that you've said, and I promise you, like I'm not saying you're a bad guy or anything, but like I genuinely believe you've been propagandized.
And I think this might be something you need to hear. We genuinely care about everyone in this country. We're not here to spread some misinformation, some propaganda. I'm here right now because I spent years of my life spreading things that I think to be true and I think to be beneficial for the world. And that's what I'm doing right now. And I do every single day on this live stream. So I know it's hard to trust people, but out of anyone you can trust, I promise you, you can fucking trust me.
I'm not going to trust.
I'm not going to lie to you. You can say you don't want to trust me. Look up the information, do the research yourself, and then come back, because you'll gain that trust.
No, the research.
I'm not
is
just
fine.
saying trust me, bro. I'm also saying I will gain your trust.
No, the research and all the pinpoints and the facts and the numbers, that's cool. But I'm still America first. I'm still jobs for Americans.
Yeah,
first.
and Trump is
I'm
not
still
America
bringing-
first.
Not even
I'm
close.
still bringing the jobs back to America, secure the border. It
but
doesn't
that's-
matter the
but
number.
listen,
So
you
bring
keep
back jobs to
saying that.
America is a ridiculous fucking lie that Donald Trump has propagandized you into believing. Real
watched-
manufacturing investment decreased when Donald Trump was in office, and it actually increased under Trump's administration.
I the
The
moved
Biden-Harris administration.
So in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, they just had this big thing with Trump here, and they're extremely.
Oh, sorry, I wanted to hear what Santana had to say real quick, because I keep cutting off Santana because I'm
No, you're good. I was just about to say, like, I mean, you saying that you're America first doesn't make sense when the person that you voted for has done nothing but hurt everyday Americans, whether it's costing people their actual medical benefits with the Medicaid, SNAP benefits being lost. They've put this, apparently we're on track now. Parker, did you see about 70 million people are going to be affected with the changes they're making to the ACA? And so a lot of people are going to be on track to lose their healthcare benefits under the ACA. You talk about that, the fact that inflation is up, gas is up. Like there's multiple things that are being done that are hurting everyday Americans, and none of this is America first. The floor is yours.
Oh, I muted him.
Yeah. I was letting him know.
So you're talking about cutting off SNAP benefits and things like that, but there's people that's been in their projects for generations and generations. You don't think it's time for them to get up out of there? You don't think they've been abusing the system?
So cool. Your wait. Your solution is if there's people who have relied on government. Wait. Hold on. Think about this for a second. Your solution is for people that have relied on government assistance. The best way to actually help them rise above poverty is to cut off their supply to food so they become more impoverished?
No. I don't think anybody's supply of food is being cut off. I just think there's going to be a shortening time limit. There's going to be a shortening time limit where you can finally not depend on the government and stop sucking on the titty of the government. Get up.
That doesn't make sense.
Did you go to public
makes
school?
perfect sense.
Did you go to public school?
Unfortunately, yes. I was a fucking baby of all that stuff. Yes. Parker.
Okay.
I used all those
Do you use public roads?
Yes, I do.
Okay. If your house burned down or where you're living burned down, would the firefighters come and stop that from happening?
It's not the same thing. Yes.
So, okay. You benefit from the system, right? And you think that isn't you just like, leeching off the system. You just
No,
see it
it's-
as every day. hold on, let me
I
please
pay
finish.
in. I pay in. Okay, go ahead.
You see it as everyday life, things that benefit you and everyone else, and you pay into them through the context of the tax process. That's the same thing with every other social program that we're referencing. I'm saying healthcare for all. I'm saying universal childcare. I'm saying paid maternity leave and paternity leave. I'm saying, right, like we need to benefit the working class. We need to provide a basic standard of living for everyone so that everyone is treated with dignity, compassion, and respect. Those types of things are bare minimum, right? Don't you agree? Like that's not like I'm asking for too much. I'm
Can I-
not asking for people to have yachts. I'm not asking for people to have Ferraris. I'm asking for people to have healthcare.
Did Biden provide any of those things? It's just a
He
question.
expanded access to the ACA. Yes.
Yes.
So you seen all those things you just mentioned under Biden, right?
No, we didn't get to the point specifically that we'd want from it because Republicans consistently vote against policies to be able to expand access to the ACA or expand public option programs. Right? Biden, if he got everything that he wanted, he would have done a full public option according to what he said.
Can you name one bill, just one bill that Republicans have passed within the last 60 years that overwhelmingly benefited everyday Americans to actually progress the country? Just one.
Can I ask you a question?
Well, first, if you want to say no, and then you can move on, then sure, because the answer is
Because
no.
I don't
but
know.
sure.
Because no, you can say the answer is no.
No,
just
I mean, I'm not even
No.
like seriously.
no, like you can say it is no, but I haven't done the research on that. It's
Well, I
probably-
mean, I'm okay, cool. I'm telling you
probably
the answer is
many
no.
I
Go
can
do your
find.
research. The actual answer is no. Like
yeah,
it's
from you,
no.
okay.
And, like, look it up. There hasn't been one actual bill that the Republican Party has passed within the last 60 years that has overwhelmingly benefited everyday Americans. They don't pass legislation to benefit Americans. They don't actually do anything that benefits everyday Americans. Everything that they do actually benefits a specific group of people, and it quite literally takes us backwards as a country.
What group of people is that, Santana?
Ultra wealthy. Ultra wealthy. You know, did you know
Donald
that
Trump?
Elon Musk?
Ultra wealthy, they make jobs, right?
You guys love caping for billionaires, and it's weird.
I just want to
But
let
do
you
they?
know. I just want to let you know that profit incentive exists, and someone else would have come to go make that money anyway. So when you say that they make money, they make jobs, right? What you're not understanding is that the labor market, right, existing in the manner in which it was, with the level of demand there is what created the job. The demand is what generated the job. This is what conservatives can't fucking understand, right?
I get
The
you on that.
demand generates, right, the incentive for the jobs to exist. It's not the supplier that created that incentive. The supplier
not-
only responds to that incentive.
Okay, the demand can be there, but somebody has to also create something to be.
You mean
consumed.
someone has to exploit it? Yeah, you're right. That's what billionaires.
Someone has to
Why
make
does it always
someone
have to
has to make money off of it, and someone will because they can make money off of it.
But why does it always have to be exploitation, though? Like, why does it have to be?
Because
Well,
in
it
order
depends
to-
on how you're defining it. Like in a Marxian sense of exploitation, you wouldn't consider all of the situations unjust under a Marxian sense of exploitation.
So what
like
Santana
there are
just said-
wait like for I'll give you an example. Like there's certain employment conditions that exist, right, that meet the set of criteria for a Marxian sense of exploitation that we think totally makes sense. For example, if there's a doctor that's under a business owner, right, and they make fucking $800,000 a year, we probably think that's not exploitation in a general sense, but under a Marxian sense of exploitation, it's still considered exploitation because it is the case that there's a business owner, a capital owner that is in an employer relationship where the capital owner will make money off of the productive labor specifically of the employee.
Yeah, I get you.
They
on
make
that.
the profit from it, and then they pay a salary, a certain wage to the employee. So that's the
So-
Marxian sense of exploitation that they're referencing right now. If you're saying exploitation in terms of unjustly treated, well, then we can talk about it under that sense, but we just need to be clear with how we're referencing the terms.
Absolutely.
Okay, so under the Marxian term, then Santana's what he said earlier about Ohio, they were exploiting those people then.
Yeah. Yeah, they literally
Really?
they were, but it was beneficial to both parties.
Okay. Oh wow.
Was it not?
No, that's interesting though.
Was
that you
was
say
it
that.
beneficial to both parties? Yes or no?
Yeah, bro. But
Okay,
you
then.
just said
What are
that.
What are we
That's
talking?
wrong.
Again, I don't
No,
cape
no,
for
this is
billionaires.
crazy, though.
Yeah,
Santana, can
but
I say
wait, hold
something?
on. I need you to understand this. I don't cape for billionaires. I don't
But
cape for
Santana,
billionaires.
how
I
can
don't
you?
think there should be billionaires when there's people living on the streets who can't eat.
I
People
get it.
walking around with no shoes on. Who you have kids that are hungry in the summer because they can't eat. No, I don't think there should be billionaires when people in our country can't live on a day-to-day basis. So yes, it's exploitation. I don't care how good the billionaire is or how beneficial it is in other instances. It's still exploitation to me.
Okay,
So,
so
and,
right
and
now,
also, and also, I just want to clarify, Santana is using it in the sense in which there's an unjust relation, because this isn't necessarily only in a Marxian sense. It's only given the case that there is like a billionaire, because it is the case that billionaires, in order to
oh,
get to
I'm gonna
that
get to you.
specific level of wealth, right, would have to engage in some sort of unjust relation to be able to get there. That's at least the claim and the argument that's being made, right? And
Okay,
so, do you have a
okay.
response to that argument?
I do. So, firstly, Santana, I appreciate you being in your feels and poom pooms, however you
It's
call
called
them.
fifis and your tum
Yeah,
tums.
you
If
was in
you
your
can't get my
you was in your
catchphrase right, don't say
tum-tums.
it.
No, don't see you be in your feels. That's crazy. Don't
If
do that.
fifis, if you can't say my catchphrase right, don't try it.
Oh, look at him. He's emotional now.
I hear you.
Anyways, the left. It don't even have to go there. I'm trying to joke with you, and you don't say my
No, I'm just
catchphrase.
saying, no, I said if you're gonna mess up my
Fuck outta here.
catchphrase, if you're gonna mess up my
Anyway,
catchphrase,
fuck out
don't
of
do
here.
it.
Fuck out of here,
Listen,
Goofy. Anyway,
listen.
like you
Oh,
said earlier, the
now
government.
you're crashing out.
Yeah,
That's weird.
Yeah, I'm in my
You're
FIFA
upset.
just like you. Fuck out of here.
You're
Anyway,
upset. Oh,
you
you're
said
big mad.
you said
It's
that the
okay.
government was bringing in the migrants into the place, the Springfield, Ohio.
Mm-hmm.
You just agreed that they exploited those people.
Mm-hmm.
You don't like billionaires unless if they have a different name. The government can be acting as a billionaire in that situation, exploiting the work of the Haitian migrants, but you support it.
Yeah.
You're a hypocrite.
No, you don't understand things. That's why
I
you think
completely
that.
understand you. I
No, you
completely
don't.
understand.
You don't, because again, like I said, it is still exploitation, even though it's mutually beneficial. You don't understand things.
Yeah. So,
Do you understand what the term mutually beneficial means? Cool.
hello? Is he there?
I'm here. I'm here. I'm here.
He asked you a question. Can you explain what mutually beneficial is?
Yeah, both sides can gain something positive out of whatever decision we're making together, or whatever. Whatever
Both,
comes.
both sides net positive, yeah.
Yeah, like an agreement. You both get something out of it.
So yes, I do think there's a level of exploitation, but it's mutually beneficial to both parties. And so again, there's a difference between that in the sense that yes, it's the government, and the sense of one person, a billionaire like Elon Musk, or Jeff Bezos, where they don't justly compensate their employees. Or even you talk about like Walmart, like most of Walmart employees have to file for SNAP benefits because Walmart won't pay a living wage. Like that's a
I don't
huge
agree with
difference.
that. Yeah, I don't like that either.
But
I
that's
hate
what I'm
that for
talking
them.
about. Those are different things.
Yeah, I hate that for Walmart employees, and I think that the corporation should obviously pay more.
Do you see how they don't have an incentive to increase the wages of their workers unless they make money off of it? And do you see as to why now we rely on certain types of regulations in order to ensure that corporations act certain ways? Because otherwise they're going to care more about the money that they make than basic human decency. And again, we need to ensure from a governmental perspective that there's basic human decency. Because otherwise, dude, you're just going to have such horrible conditions. And you don't want your children growing up, right, in conditions in which they would have to work in those conditions, right? You don't want their children to have to grow up in that. And again, it's ridiculous. People having this in their head that they're going to become rich, they're going to have so much generational wealth that like none of their children are going to have to deal with that, when in reality, after a few generations, it is the case that it equalizes. So I promise you, at some point, you or the fucking people that come after you that you spawn into existence, if you have children, right, will be affected by that policy. That's why actually advocating for policy that's beneficial for everyone and takes into account every single person is to best to ensure that everyone is treated with compassion, empathy, dignity, and fucking respect, like they should be as a human fucking being. You know what I mean? Like, what we should care about each other as a community. You know what I mean? That's the point that I'm having these conversations for, is because I care about this country. I care about other people. I don't want bad things to happen to them. I think it's fucking treacherous, a bunch of the things that happen in this country, that people have lack of access to health insurance and fucking die because of it. There are
I
people
agree
that die
with
in
you.
this country because they don't have basic, bare necessities that we should be providing. There are people who are living homeless in this country because we don't provide an adequate place for them to live, right? In the richest country in the history of the world when we could easily do so.
And then Jeff Bezos rents out. Was it? Where did he rent out? Somewhere in Rome or Italy or something.
His wedding. Yeah.
Like, I mean, come on now. Like, that's wild, and people literally can't eat.
Yeah, I don't stand for that type of stuff, Santan. Like, I get it. I'm like more in the middle though, because we are in a capitalist country, so you kind of have to concede that it's not always going to be, you know, everybody having everything. You have insurance. This person has that. We do have to
By
fight.
the way, wait, are you saying that? Are you saying it's socialist to advocate for universal health care?
I think it's a socialist idea, but I don't think that's
Well, not all socialist ideas are bad, right?
Yeah, correct. I don't
For
think it's a-
example, where did the fucking work weekend come from? Socialist
socialist
ideas.
Yeah.
Where did the 40-hour work week come from? Socialist ideas, right?
Yeah, I
So
don't-
you
I don't-
understand that a lot of the shit that you fucking think is amazing come from
Yeah.
socialist ideas and aren't bad things. There's some level of ideas that come from socialists that aren't bad, right? That we commonly
True.
accept within society and we commonly understand to be good. And there are some
True, I'll
elements of
concede.
capitalism that are really bad, right? But
I'll concede to that.
I just want to acknowledge this. These are socialist ideas, and that's different from what socialism as an economic system is. A lot of people mistake socialist ideas, right, with socialism. Those are
Okay.
distinct. The same way capitalist ideas are different from capitalism.
Okay, so you will call for a mix of the both.
Well, there are going to be a mix of socialist ideas and capitalist ideas within the context of a system that I think is beneficial, right? A social democracy, right? So there are some levels of capitalism that will exist, of course, but it is the case that we want to provide the bare necessities for everyone. Point blank, period. We can talk about you getting extra shit on top of the fact that everyone in the community is taken care of. I feel like that's what the whole point of an economic system is to ensure everyone's taken care of. And then we can talk about the fucking yachts and the vacations to like the seventh place for the year, you know, things like that, right? For the billionaires, right?
What could Trump do to make you like happy with him or say that he did good? Is there anything that he's done like at all up to this point?
Wait, say that one more time.
Is there anything that Trump has done like good in your opinion? In his presidency?
Operation Warp Speed.
No, he means this term.
This term. Within the big beautiful bill, there's an increase to the child tax credit from 1,000 to 2,000. The AI deepfake thing specifically, where they go after like people who specifically are creating deepfakes and nudes. of
Wait,
people.
did that get passed?
I respect you.
I'm pretty
Parker.
sure it did.
Okay,
I'm pretty sure
that
it
is
did.
a good thing. That's like a
Yeah,
really good thing.
there are certain things I can point to that are good, but it's overwhelmingly bad. Acknowledging the good is important, but acknowledging that there is an overwhelming level of bad, and that every single good point you point to, Democrats also fucking advocate for. The no tax on tips, the no tax on overtime, everyone's gonna advocate for that. That's bipartisan, right?
Yeah.
The increase the child tax credit, Democrats wanted to do even more. Okay, so like everything that you're referencing that you can say is slightly good, right? Yeah, of course, that's better with Democrats. It's like saying it's good that Trump supports some level of Social Security. Of course, I think it's good that he supports some level of Social Security, but like, you know, we're comparing one side to the other. We would only point to things that would uniquely set one side away from the other side. Does that make sense? Like otherwise it would be the
Yes.
same for both of them. There's no difference.
It makes sense, but I'm still. You asked me earlier, do I feel the same about my vote now? And I still do.
Yeah, okay. Well, then I'll ask you this question. Would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman?
Nope.
You wouldn't? Well, Donald Trump was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, so you clearly don't support him
Wait, what?
anymore, do you?
Oh my God, Parker, good one. You said that too fast. No, you said that. No, I don't support that. I don't
So
support
then
that.
you don't support Donald Trump anymore. Because
No, I-
it was 9 jury members unanimously determined that
Oh,
Donald Trump forcefully penetrated E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will. 9 jury members, people that were selected by Donald Trump's lawyers, as well.
And also, just the FYI, Donald Trump and his team, while president, tried to appeal the case, and they said no, you're guilty. Like he couldn't even win an appeal on it.
Okay. We got the 5 million on it. The jury couldn't find Trump sexually abused Carol solely based on a non-consensual kiss without.
What? I don't know what you're
Well,
reading that from. That's just not true. It was
oh, this
determined
says
that
U.S.
she, it was determined that her vagina was forcibly penetrated against her will by unanimous
Oh.
decision from the jury.
Yeah, I just read that. I don't know where you guys get your information from, man. This is USA Today.
Where are you reading this from? USA. What's the title?
The title is "Did Trump Grape E. Jane Carroll?" Here's what a jury and judge said.
Yeah, what does the judge say?
So a jury. I'm gonna just read it. out. The former president made hay of that distinction when he sued Carroll in June.
Federal Judge Lewis Kaplan ruled in August that the jury verdict showed Carroll's rape allegation was substantially true.
It's literally right there.
That's literally like the third fucking thing.
It's literally right
Where's
there.
Where's that?
It's literally there.
Okay, ruled Carpenter jury verdict shows.
I'm serious. It's literally
It's
like
okay,
it's
okay,
like
okay,
the fourth block of
I got it.
text. Yeah.
I got you. All right. I'm not gonna just stand on bullshit. All right, it is what it is. Yeah, I still support Trump.
You just said that you wouldn't.
Okay, I have a question. Would you support Donald Trump if the victim were a child?
Hell no, bro.
Okay, so what's the relevant difference between the victim being an adult and the victim being a child in reference to grape? That means that you would support and vote for a candidate in one scenario, but not the other.
Oh man, I don't support none of that shit, man. This is all bad.
So then stop supporting Donald Trump. You clearly don't support him anymore, right?
No, I support some of the policy. I don't support that action at all. I
Okay,
really-
but like you would be willing to not support a candidate given that they've done this, right?
Yeah, I would. Just being honest. I'll be honest with you. Yeah.
Okay, so then you don't support Donald Trump anymore.
No, you're not gonna put me in that little question box and like.
I'm not putting you in a question box. I'm just saying that's the logical implication
Actually, I
of
have
what
to
you
look this
just
up.
like. I'm not putting you in a question box. I'm just demonstrating that was the logical implication of what you said.
You literally said that. You literally said that.
This ain't good, man.
It's not. It's all bad.
And that's why we go on live every single day and we like debate
But
people.
why
and
is
we
he?
try to
Why
change
is
their
he?
minds.
He's suing her.
Yeah, and
yeah.
he fucking failed. She
Exactly.
sued him and won.
You know what's even wilder? If once you dig into it and you find out why he ended up being held civilly liable for grape, it's because he couldn't stop yapping and running his mouth and defaming her. Like she didn't even bring this to him. It was him. Like he brought this on himself.
Yeah.
Just like the Epstein files. Who in the hell screams, jumps up and down and says, release the Epstein's files, release the Epstein's file, knowing that you're in the Epstein file? Like, why the fuck would you do that?
What
It's the same.
capacity?
He does the same thing over and over and over. Like he knows he's guilty, but then he like flaps his big mouth,
So
and
you
then
think-
what?
You think Trump's in the files guilty of doing something?
Wait, I'm sorry. Have you seen
While
what,
Obama and them had the files earlier?
Oh, hold up. Watch this. I have a question. Do you think that the Epstein files are a hoax, like a Democratic hoax created by Obama, the Clintons, and like the Biden administration?
I don't think it's a hoax, but I think it could be something. I don't think the original is there. I think it could have been tampered with. I think it could be something going on from the left, added, taken out. I do. I don't think it's like a complete
So
hoax,
it was.
but
So
I'm not going.
Okay, that's what Donald Trump said. He said it was a complete hoax. Do you agree with him?
A complete hoax? No, I think that's BS.
Okay, so then, do you think that Donald Trump is like lying about the files so that he doesn't have to release them?
No, I think Trump. I don't think Trump has the power to release them in the way he thought he did.
Really, he doesn't have the power. So can you explain to me why they were saying that he could?
Yeah, I think he was saying he could.
Why?
Until he got his people in there to read what was in it. And
Wasn't
he's
he
realizing
already?
that-
Wasn't he already? Okay, he was already president, right? Especially when the investigation was undergoing in the first place. That's why he wished Ghislaine Maxwell when she was on trial for helping Epstein sex traffic children. Like literally, like he literally wished her well. And you're like, you know what, dude? That's my guy. What a guy.
Yeah, I mean,
Hey, hold on. Let me just jump in. I'm sorry, Parker, and I don't know if any of your mods around, but they might want to get this pity pro person or whatever who's like.
Oh, I got
spamming.
you.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Ro.
yeah, just yeah.
Yeah, they were just spamming hearts, everyone. Or X's, sorry, not hearts, X's. I don't know why.
Yeah, end of the day, I do not think Trump is guilty of anything. I think Elon Musk. Yeah, I don't. I just don't. I
So
think it
then,
would have
so,
been
so,
released,
so,
Santana. I think it would have been out. I just can't. I can't
Uh,
see it. I
I'm sorry.
really can't
If
see
if
it.
it was any level of Democratic hoax and they could just change whatever they can, why couldn't Trump do this and release it? If they had all the authority to change it, why doesn't Trump have the authority to release it?
But just like a logical question, like why wouldn't if he's in it, why wouldn't like is that not a valid question? Like if he's truly in there guilty, do you not think that it will be out by now?
So you understand that it is the case that like we can point to things that like, oh, he probably could have changed it prior to Democrats getting it in the first place, right? Or it is the case that like, right, if it does exist, right, and it does implicate any Democrats, and Democrats didn't specifically give it out, and that was true, I wouldn't support any of the Democrats that did that. I would say I don't support them. Would you say that about the candidate? Like, would you say that with Trump?
Yeah, I can stand on that.
Okay.
I don't
Well, then,
support that. That's what I'm saying. That's why his supporters
obviously,
are
but like I
divided.
just want to acknowledge the reality that, I mean, Trump's behavior here is fucking really weird.
Yeah.
Like, why did why did Pam Bondi say it was on her desk?
Mm-hmm.
And then it wasn't on her desk. Yeah,
Why
that's
did
the
they
problem.
release the phase 1 of the Epstein files to people who are MAGA influencers?
Why is the FBI and deputy FBI director like contemplating quitting because they won't release it?
Yeah, that's where we're divided, Santana, because I think them two, they really wanted to do it, and you seen the interview they had, so it's like they look like a deer in headlights. That's
No,
what I'm
it's
saying.
because like I think that the Trump administration is made up of like grifters. They're made of people who have self-serving interests. They have
True.
it's made up
True.
of like loyalists. It's a whole weird mesh. And
True.
those two happen to be like loudmouth podcasters who specifically ran on something that they believed in. And
Yeah.
they're literally leaning into those things that they believe in. And those things are being actually contradicted by Donald Trump at the very
Yeah.
top.
Yeah. This is where we have that big difference. And I'm gonna be honest, if Trump doesn't get them out, he's gonna lose a lot of supporters, a lot. Trust me. So
Actually, here's my question: if Trump's claiming that the Epstein files didn't exist, how come they're also a Democratic hoax? Can we like make that make sense for, or like real quick? Like what the fuck?
They're not real,
Is
but the
that-
Democrats made them up.
like what?
Yeah. I mean, it's all suspicious. I'm not trying to just be standing on stupidity here. I don't agree with that. I don't like it. He sounds like an idiot with that part.
It's not just sounding like an idiot. It's could be implicated in protecting pedophiles, right? Why is he doing this? There's like seriously, there's no reasonable explanation.
Unless he doesn't have the power that everybody think he has. It's always the shadow government thing everybody's talking about. Everybody's saying this.
So why
other
doesn't he
people
say
in
that the shadow?
power.
Wait, so then why doesn't he say the shadow government is limiting him from doing this? Didn't you like that he was so transparent? I thought his entire candidacy was about transparency. When he's a 30,000 confirmed lie candidate in his first administration, cheated on every single one of his wives. He thought this guy wasn't gonna lie and con you.
Yeah, those. Yeah, I mean that doesn't hold any weight for me, like cheating and all that stuff.
What?
That don't hold no weight for me.
Oh, no, I'm saying he's a liar.
Yeah.
Oh, it doesn't wait. Why doesn't it hold any weight for you?
Like cheating.
You don't think
You
it's
saying
bad?
cheating on every one of his wives?
Yeah, you don't think that's bad?
I think it's bad, but that doesn't. Yeah, doesn't hold as much weight. for me.
Family values,
I see he
protecting
has family
children.
values. All his kids seem to like him.
Yeah, he said he would date his daughter. If it wasn't his daughter, he said yeah to Howard Stern calling his daughter a piece of ass. He said
It's
he has
only
sex
you-
in common with his daughter.
Yeah, the Howard Stern show interview was definitely weird, but I think you guys take it just you guys make it weirder.
What he
Trump
said,
makes it
dude,
weird.
what? He said yeah to Howard Stern, calling his daughter a piece of ass. Did you hear what came out of my mouth?
Yeah, I read it too. Yeah.
And it's not weird to you.
That is weird. That's weird. That's
Okay,
weird.
then what are we talking about?
Do you have a sister?
What was that?
Do you have a sister?
Yeah, I have a sister.
If your dad said that about your sister, what would you think?
Yeah, you fucking weird.
Dude, yeah, like hello?
Is he a pedophile though for that?
He said if your dad said he would date your own daughter if he wasn't his daughter, and he said he had sex in common with his daughter, and he said yeah to someone calling his daughter a piece of ass.
It's weird, Parker, but I'm gonna be honest.
Oh, how about we add this one in there? He was
YTD.
best buds, according to Epstein, with him for over a decade. He also said that Epstein's a terrific guy and that he likes beautiful women as much as he does, many of them on the younger side. He also said that he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. He also bragged about walking in the changing rooms of girls in Miss USA because he quote-unquote owns the place to inspect them without their consent. There was an 18-year-old that came out that said there was 4 girls that were in those changing rooms where Donald Trump would barge in, right, that were as young as 15 years old. Okay? Dude,
And
that's his fucking pattern of behavior. Hello?
And let's not forget the amount that he's partied with Diddy. Not saying that he's been to Diddy parties, but he's partied with Diddy a lot. And he even floated the idea of pardoning Diddy. He talked about whether he would consider I'm fucking up. Anyway, like him and Diddy are close.
But do you
Pardoning.
think
Holy shit, pardoning.
You got
before
it.
politics, he was a New York, real estate running around? That doesn't mean anything.
Exactly.
He could party with anybody.
Exactly, but think about the people that he partied with.
He would have been. Listen, as much as they want to get Trump so bad, I guarantee if he had anything with Diddy, any of these people, it would have came out. Trump was the only person.
It's dropping right now, buddy. It's literally dropping as we speak.
And I can't wait. I can't wait for you to put the sock in your mouth after this one.
Really? Really? I can't wait to see if you still support. Would you support him if it's true?
I would throw this fucking. I would change my profile picture quickly. I would not.
Okay. So the fact that I just want to say the fact that it took till now is nuts. Like seriously, dude.
For it to be released, or
the fact that it took until this is crazy.
Yeah, I'm with you on that, man. I don't. It should have already came out. They pressed us. They lied to the people.
No, I think what Parker's saying is like for this to be the line of demarcation for you guys, it's wild, right?
I got you.
All the other stuff that's happened, like after all the other stuff, not only that Donald Trump has done, been found liable or guilty of, Donald Trump, the people he's associated with, like all of the everything. It took
because
this,
it's not
this is the thing.
Like I get it, but it's just there's no hardcore evidence of these things, and there's always an end.
There literally he was convicted of grape. He was literally convicted of grape. He literally has 34 felony. He tried to overthrow the government. He did all of these, and you voted for him again.
What do you mean? What are you talking about? January 6th? That's him? Did he not tell them to come peacefully?
He told him to
wait. Do you think
how did he try to overthrow them?
Hey, I think it's an indefensible position to say that he did not condone, or that he did not condone the political violence that happened on January 6th. Okay, it is a fact of reality, and I will explain to you why. It is the most indefensible position for you to say this. This is why, right? Because it is the case that he pardoned violent rioters on January 6th who beat police officers. He pardoned them. They were convicted of it, and he pardoned them. Okay? If it is the case that he disagreed with the violence, why did he pardon the violent rioters?
Did he incite it? Was my point though.
Why did he pardon them?
I don't know.
If he didn't like the actions of violence, why did he pardon them?
Why did he pardon Larry Hoover? I don't know.
Wait, if Joe Biden
why did Biden pardon Hunter? I don't know.
Wait, did Joe Biden pardon anyone who was violent?
Yeah, Hunter.
Hunter was not convicted of a violent crime.
Yeah, I don't know exactly if he had any violent crime people that he pardoned.
So again, here's the point: is that again, if it was the case that Joe Biden pardoned people who were a part of violent riots, would you say that he's condoning people engaging in those violent riots?
I'm trying to be how you, I don't know.
You're trying to
Yeah.
figure out a way to defend him still. That's
No,
what
I'm
you're
trying to
to
be
do.
honest, man. I'm trying to be honest. I'm trying to be honest because it depends on what it was. So let's say like BLM happened, right? And some situations happened and it got violent, and Joe Biden ended up pardoning those people. I may have an understanding of why he did that for them. You know what I mean?
But how can you like? You do
Of course,
understand
why
that
Would
these
you
people.
say that he condones it then by pardoning them?
Condone the violence. I guess you could, but maybe if it, maybe definitionally, maybe yeah, but
Yeah, so that's exactly what I'm saying. Donald Trump pardoned the violence on January 6th. That means he condones it. He's totally okay with it.
can you give me the equation with like a BLM riot? So is that not the same thing?
No.
No, not even, because I mean, like, okay, think about it this way, dude. Donald Trump literally sent people to the Capitol, and then after they committed violence at the Capitol, due to his request to go to the Capitol, he then fucking pardoned the people who engaged in the violence.
Yeah,
You cannot sit there and tell me. No, think about this for a second. You cannot sit there and tell me that he did not condone the violence after pardoning the people who did the violence.
But
Think
you're
about it for
framing
a second. I don't
Wait,
know
wait,
why I
wait.
have to keep saying this.
And
Parker, you're-
even take
you're
a wait,
framing it-
hold on. Take a step back and think about this. They took a gallows. They screamed, "Hang Mike Pence." They were literally smearing shit on the walls at the Capitol building. They hung the Confederate flag inside of the United States Capitol. They were there to unalive senators and the vice president. And you're talking about BLM, quote unquote, riots where there was property damage. They literally tried to unalive senators and the vice president.
Yeah, I think you're taking it way too far.
No. They
Because
did these things.
You're saying that you said Trump invited the people to this place.
How about this? How about this? Donald Trump pardoned
that
Donald Trump pardoned DJ Rodriguez, who took a stun gun and drove it into the neck of a police officer. Do you support that? Do you support that? He literally pardoned someone who took a stun gun and drove it into the neck of a police officer. How about a guy that stomped on a police officer's head? How about that one?
Real? Are you still
Back the blue. Back the blue. Back the blue. Oh, look at it, he ran away. Dude, I don't understand it. It's the most unhinged perspective ever. I wish I could debate MAGA on Jubilee about this one fucking argument. This is how I would frame it. I would frame it a little bit differently than other progressives would frame it. I would frame it this way. Donald Trump is pro-violent crime. Because you could say that there's some level of pro-crime by pardoning just people who have committed crimes, like from the Democratic perspective, but you can't say they've pardoned anyone who's committed a violent crime. First the Galaxy, thank you so much. You can't do that. So that's how you should frame the argument. You should frame the argument, Donald Trump is pro-violent crime because he pardoned people who engaged in violent riots. You could say Donald Trump is pro-violent riots.
But the problem is, though, he's pro-crime, period. I think he just loves crime. Like, it's so much
Oh,
crime
he is
that
also pro-crime in general.
Oh,
But I think it's optically better, especially against people in general who are on the far right, especially like on that Jubilee, right? To literally argue that, to argue violent crime, right? That is just such an optically better argument for the typical individual that isn't accepting of it prior. Jones, thank you so much for the Galaxy. Although I do agree that Trump is pro-crime in general, and like
Yeah,
to
I
an
was gonna
extreme
say as
extent.
well, I don't know if you see this guy, Rock City or whatever. He desperately wants your attention.
I don't know who
Yeah,
this
he's
is.
been
in the request.
spamming, bro. He's been spamming and requesting.
Do you support
is-
Donald Trump?
Santana, you're awesome, my man. I love hearing your insights. I love hearing you on. Parker,
Thank you.
I'm guessing that he agrees with us. Who is this person?
I don't know, but the chat has been going crazy. He keeps spamming the same thing. I'm assuming that he's in a request. Rock City.
I don't
Like
see
literally,
him.
Darla, thank you for the 5. Can you bring up Rock City or have him muted? And then again, Darling, thank you for the 2. Please tell Parker
Where
to have
is
his
he?
mods block or mute Rock City. He's in the chat nonstop spamming like crazy.
I don't even
like,
see him.
I've seen him, and I've told him to get in a request.
Oh my God! People are telling us to block him.
Yeah, like he has been like.
Wait, I
nonstop
thought
spamming.
that's what their name was.
No, like he's been like super annoying. Like super annoying.
I didn't see them in the guest box. I was looking for them.
Yeah. Also, Brenda, thank you for the $5 YouTube super chat. Elizabeth, thank you for the $5 YouTube chat. And Jeremis, thank you for the $1.99 YouTube super chat.
I was so confused. I just didn't understand what people are saying.
He was
and
nonstop,
then now I get it.
Nonstop. And I kept telling him, get in the box.
Yeah, hop in the box, bro. I'll debate you. What's up? How old are you? Here, let me thank some people quick. Sydney, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much, Hi Parker. I'm so sorry about your dog. I lost 2 in less than a month. Coco, 19, and Ripley, 8 years old. So I understand. Good on you for keeping up the good fight. Sending love. I'm so sorry to hear that, Sydney. I'm so sorry to hear that. Thank you so much, Sydney. I really appreciate it. Thank you. It was incredibly hard to deal with. It was. Like, I went back recently to my parents' house and like just like literally going and like my dog's not there. Like, oh my god, bro, it felt so fucking weird.
Weird, yeah.
Yeah, it was so sad. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
35.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, I guess.
Like, if you could go back in time, either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who'd you vote for?
I'd probably vote for Trump still.
Why so?
I guess I know now. I've always like known that it was probably not going to happen, but he was trying to at least try to get the war in Ukraine to end. Some type of
well, how come he's funding Ukraine again?
No, I agree with you. I'm not saying he hasn't. He was the only one that was trying to like de-escalate.
Wait, it didn't work because everyone already knew that they couldn't de-escalate, and they were literally telling them that. Zelensky told them that like months ago, and he yelled at Zelensky.
I agree with what you're saying, but in front of everybody, in front of your whole audience, here's my question for you: if there was a draft to go fight in Ukraine, would you do it?
Like, would I follow the draft?
Would you?
I don't want to do any draft.
Fight? If there was a draft for America to go fight,
by the way, no, because that's World War III.
Would you do it?
That's World War III. No.
Why wouldn't you?
Because it's World War III.
So like, what? I'm just asking, like Parker, like, would you like serve your country and go fight in World War III in Ukraine?
If there's World War III, would I go to Ukraine to fight? No.
But you support the war?
I support funding Ukraine to defend themselves.
I don't think you understand.
According to the Budapest Memorandum, that's
Santana,
what we said.
Santana, I'm not asking you.
Yeah, let me finish. According to the Budapest Memorandum, right, it is the case that we signed an agreement with them that if they give up their nuclear weapons, that we would defend them.
But
I totally agree with
we as in who, like Americans.
Yeah, I never said U.S. soldiers should.
You're not willing to go fight there.
I never said U.S. soldiers should go on boots on the ground.
So we shouldn't go boots on the ground and fight there?
No.
No matter what?
Yeah.
So you're like totally anti any American troops there?
Yeah.
But do you understand why?
Yeah, because it's World War III.
Hold up a second. So what if Russia starts steamrolling through Kyiv and is about to hit Poland? Which could happen.
If they're going to go to Poland, then NATO would get involved.
Which would be what?
Then NATO would
World War
respond.
III.
And by the way, if I think it's justified for NATO to respond to an attack from Russia, that doesn't mean I want to be involved in the military. Even.
But why wouldn't you want to serve your country?
I don't want to go into the military. I can serve my country.
I
want to serve. I don't want to serve my. I don't want. I'm specifically.
Do you think everybody that was drafted?
I'm not built to be in the military, bro. Look at me. Hello,
Parker. But do you think everybody in World
Do
War
you
II
see me, bro?
Parker. But do you think everybody in World War II was built to be in the military?
I'm
not sure. We're at a different technological era.
Exactly.
No, technological era and war.
No. Your point is nonsensical. It's absolutely nonsensical because one, saying do we want to actually go fight in Ukraine? That doesn't make sense. No, because if we have to fight in Ukraine, boots on the ground, then yes, at least World War III. Hey, still speaking, I've listened to you actually spew the weird stuff. Let me get stop calling my name. Let me get my point across. Let me get my point across. The point that I'm trying to make is if we get to the point where we have to put boots on the ground. ground, then that leads to World War III. Just because someone doesn't want to actually go fight there doesn't mean that we don't want to actually support
Santana,
our
would you
allies.
go?
And there's
Would
other
you go?
ways to support our allies besides
you
putting
go?
boots on the ground.
Wait,
What are you
Santana,
talking
would you
about?
go?
Do you agree that we need to produce stuff in order for people in the military to use?
Santana, would
So
you
there would
go
at
to
least
war?
be there would at least be some people
Santana, would
that
you go
aren't.
fight?
So there would be at least be some people that aren't fighting in the military. So why wouldn't you just
I just
understand?
wanna know-
Why wouldn't you understand that people have different?
I support a.
This guy's so insufferable.
He really is.
Are you done?
You guys support a.
Is he done?
You won't fight in
Let's
a.
just see how long he
He's not.
goes. I'll wait. I'll seriously wait until you're done. Are you done yet?
Yeah, I'm just waiting to like talk.
Yeah, I will let you speak, but dude, you can't.
You
do
guys
this.
support a war you won't fight.
You did it again. I will let you speak, but you can't do it this way. Okay? I want to engage in a productive dialogue with you,
I'm
but this
ready
is
to-
not it.
Let's talk. Let's talk.
Okay. Do you want to respond
So
to what I said?
can I finish a sentence before you mute me?
You were the one cutting us off.
You guys have monologues all day for hours. I'm asking you guys, why don't you support to go fight a war that you support? You won't do it. You're like, oh, I'm not ready to get drafted. Santana, I'm not ready to get drafted.
Who
But yet
said
you guys have
that?
all
You're-
these
the
ideas for
stuff
this
that you're
war.
saying is stupid. It's stupid.
Why
you
won't
don't
you go-
understand how things work. It's stupid.
Let me
It's
explain.
stupid.
Let me explain. So I don't believe in the draft.
Won't go is what you're saying. You guys won't.
Shut the fuck up and listen. I'm trying to explain to you right
Parker,
now.
shut up. You like trans.
See, you see how he's just a fucking transphobe? Like, what a fucking weirdo.
Yeah.
I'm gonna kick you from the live because you fucking did that.
Fuck.
By the way, I just want to explain to him because apparently he's not smart enough to understand this, right? Again, just because it is the case that you support, right? It is the case defending, right, the country, say like from an invasion, doesn't mean you would be involved, right, in that military response. Just because you support the U.S. military responding to something does not mean you should be involved in that response. And if you aren't involved in that response specifically, that isn't contradictory. I don't know what this argument specifically is in that. I also don't agree with the draft, right? So I don't think anyone should be forced to go in the military. I think that it should be a voluntary decision, okay? And there are plenty of ways you can serve your country. You don't only have to serve your country through just one way. There are plenty of ways to serve your country. And I think that it's ridiculous for him to say that because I could ask him about any conflict he thinks it's justified to respond to, and then he would have to say under his own position that he would want to be involved in that, which is obviously something that he probably wouldn't say himself, right? I mean, if he does say, he shouldn't say everyone else has to hold up to that same thing as well. Just because you want to go into the military doesn't mean everyone else should have to. Yosef, how old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
What's your birth year?
It's 06. December 27th, 06.
For sure. Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
And why is that?
I just think he aligns better with my religious and political views.
Which
Other than
ones?
Kamala.
Kamala.
I feel like he was a better candidate over her with my views.
Like which ones?
Well, my Christian views here. Obviously, Trump, I don't like him fully as a person.
Can I ask
like
you
more of
one
his
question that I've never
Yeah,
heard a
go
good
ahead.
response to yet? Can you name one Christian norm that Donald Trump upholds more than Kamala Harris?
Abortion. Okay. He doesn't personally
Okay.
like abortion. He
Okay.
gave it up to the states.
Watch this. Watch this. Watch this. Can you name a single Christian norm outside of the context of abortion that Donald Trump upholds more than Kamala Harris?
With that, it's probably honestly, so actually, yeah, it's gonna be the transgenderism and the gay. So
There's
personally,
nothing.
I
There's
don't have.
nothing in the Bible about trans people, and nothing
Oh,
specific.
there's
And what
there's stuff
specifically
about
about gay people?
there is. It's from Leviticus.
I'll-
Do not lay with a man as
Wait,
you
wait.
lay
So,
with a
so then
woman.
you accept Leviticus 25, 44 through 46, where God says you can own people as slaves and pass them down to your children as inherited property for life.
That's completely different. Okay.
But like I'm sorry, Parker, I'll let you do this. You don't know the Bible. You don't. You don't, because the actual man lay with man, it's a translation. It was literally translated and it was talking about being a PDF file. It wasn't talking about men with men. Also, the Bible isn't even anti-abortion. They even tell you how to get an abortion in the Bible. So that's not even an actual Christian norm. That's just something that's been normalized since the 70s because they've tried to weaponize it against women. None of the actual points that you speak of when you talk about the Bible are upheld in the Bible. And then even if you want to talk about, quote unquote transgender people, there are people, literally Jesus, it talks about how God values like Munichs and like there's so much to it and you don't understand any of it. None of this is, I'm sorry, you got it, Parker.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question quick?
So Leviticus 25:44-46, God says you can own people as slaves, pass them down to your children as inherited property for life. If you accept Leviticus as literally fucking like moral law from God, an all-knowing, all-powerful, all-perfect being, well, then you're saying the perfect moral law includes owning people as property for life?
Okay, can I ask a question real quick? Because there was a topic that he was saying on it that I wanted to ask him about because he was saying to claim about the Bible. Then you started talking. Can I ask a question real quick?
Can you actually respond to me there? I'd love that.
So it's okay. Go ahead. Say it again.
Yeah, Leviticus 25:44-46, God says you can own people as slaves and pass them down to your children as inherited property for life. Given that God's all-knowing, all-powerful, all good, and that this is the particular moral law of God in the context of Leviticus, well, then are you arguing that at that time it is the perfect moral law that you could own people as property for life?
So, of course, as we go through history, there is different norms that go through it. And at the time, of course, the norms were that people owned other people, slaves. Of course, we don't think that's okay, but that's what the norms were at the time.
You're not understanding. I'm not referencing that. I'm referencing the fact that God said it was okay in the context of Leviticus 25:44-46.
There's many things that God said in the Old Testament that we don't uphold now.
Okay, so please explain to me why you quoted Leviticus, right, as a reason as to why you said that being gay is wrong.
Because there's that continues straight into the New Testament, not just
Okay,
in the
so
Old
tell
Testament.
me one verse in the New Testament, because I can tell you one verse in the New Testament where it says slaves obey your earthly masters.
Okay, I don't remember exactly right now, so why don't you go ahead and go?
Or we could reference Timothy 2:12, right? We could specifically reference how that says that women shouldn't be leaders in the context of the church, right? That's also in the context of the New Testament. Is that your moral law?
See, how I view it is that men, as like they are the leaders of the family, like they're the strong suit, they're the leaders of that, and they strive in that area. So I feel like yes, men strive more in that area. They tend to lead the churches more.
Okay, so then no, you're arguing that like women shouldn't be leaders in the context of the church. Like, do you want me to read Timothy 2:12?
You can go ahead. Yes, you can go ahead.
Yeah, Timothy 2:12 says, "I do not permit a woman to teach or assume authority over a man. She must be quiet." And that's in the context of the church, by the way.
Okay, yes, like I was saying, how it has been for the many years, and it's not how it is now because we've changed a lot. It's that like men, we were the ones taking care of everything. We were the strong ones. We were providing for everyone. And as time goes on, we discover that we have like renormalized that women, yes, women are able to do stuff.
Here's my
Women are
point. Here's my point. If you can just simply write off the fact that like that was accepted in church history and act like that's not a part of the Bible, well, then you should be able to do the same thing with people who are gay, right? Engaging in gay intercourse or like fornication, right? Or things like that. Like, there's no reason why it shouldn't apply to those types of things, right? Given that like we clearly don't have good reasons to consider them wrong.
So, okay, if I can say this, I don't have a problem with any gay people. You do you. It doesn't go along with my values, but I'm never gonna put someone down for how they are. You can be that. You could. Doesn't matter your political view. Doesn't matter
You
your
just said that you
sexuality.
supported Donald Trump specifically because he has harmful views towards gay people and trans
I
people.
didn't say harmful views. I said he took that stuff out of being forced onto people.
How is it
See,
forced onto
and
people? Can you please explain to me?
so if you notice during the Biden administration, there was gay pride flags hanging from the White House.
Wait. So you mean people having representation is actually forcing things on them?
It's being forced onto you when there's a fucking rainbow flag at the White House. You're such a fucking joke. I'm sorry. I can't even fucking believe that's what you're complaining about. Oh my god, that's not it being forced on you, you fucking genius. You know what it actually is being forced on you? When you stigmatize gay people for being gay, right? And then force them into conditions where they have to say that they're straight or be in the closet in the very first place so they don't get fucking harmed or killed. I'm sorry, how about we reference that? How about we reference how fucking gay people throughout the context of history have been forced to be straight? And now actively you right now saying that they shouldn't be accepted, that there shouldn't be pride, right, is actively reinforcing that very same culture. You're the one advocating for sexuality to be forced on children, right? Not the people who are advocating for pride. That's you.
And if you really want to talk about being forced, I mean, you do understand that like poverty is being forced on Americans by this Trump administration. You understand that like a lack of health care because of you know, the HHS secretary it's being forced on Americans. Like a lack of education is being forced on Americans because they're dismantling the Department of Education. You're talking about being forced, like they're literally forcing these things on us, but for some reason you don't like seeing flags.
Yeah, so I have personally experienced like in culture nowadays of that stuff being forced onto kids, and I
How?
personally
How? But how?
schools, the
How?
In what
schools,
way? Tell me in what way in the schools how being gay and trans is being forced onto children.
teachers. I have experienced teachers who literally are forcing that
How?
type of, and
Like what? What
my
do they tell me?
English
Tell me what they specifically did. Let's hear.
that talking about how that is normal for
Oh.
people.
Oh, so
Oh,
talking about it is
so
forced.
just saying it's okay? That's it?
Yep.
No, my biology teacher
Saying that
literally
being
forced
gay and being trans is okay is apparently forcing it on children. Are you kidding me? What? How is saying something is okay forcing it on children?
not letting me finish is crazy. You go on, come on here and you get mad at all these people for cutting you off, but then every time, if you notice, you cut them off all the time.
Stop crying and make your point. We're quiet.
What am I crying about? All right, I just want to say this before we continue.
Those were both for fun. That was so fun. That was so fun.
Okay. Now I would like to say I do like appreciate.
Okay, I'm done. I'm actually done. I'm actually done.
petty.
Okay.
I'm so done.
I do really actually appreciate what you guys are.
I had to do it one more time. That was it.
Obviously,
I'm
with,
actually
like,
done.
Nowadays, I really appreciate how you have the freedom and you can come on here, talk to people, and express how you feel to the entire world. And I do appreciate that you guys have the confidence and the capability to do this.
Thank you.
And I'm not the most educated. I have my beliefs, so thank you for coming down here and letting me talk. But I have my
listen. I appreciate you, and even more so, like I respect your beliefs. Can I be really honest with you for a second?
Yeah, go ahead.
The problem that I have with people that use their religion as a shield is when you get on here and you start quoting Bible verses and you talk about, like, you know, quote unquote forcing people, like literally if you were an actual Christian, someone that actually believed in, you know, the red letters in the Bible and not, you know, Jim Crow Jesus or anything like that, then you would actually live by what the Bible it speaks to. What most religions actually speak to: love and care and taking care of each other and doing the right things. But people use their religion as a sword, and they weaponize it against other people that they find to be different, and then they do so as justification for the harmful things that they're doing. So if you really were a Christian, if you were really someone that believed in the teachings of Jesus and things like that, then you would actually want to do the positive things that Jesus supposedly did in the Bible, not take away from others.
So yeah, I mean that's a very good point. And like I was saying earlier, I do not care. Like you can have your own sexuality, you can have your own views that don't align with that, and I'm not going to treat you any different. I still love every single person. I may not believe that's the right thing, but I'm not going to put anyone down for that. I still love every single person. I think everyone has their own, like needs their own things. And that was a very good point. But I mean, I'm not going to put anyone down for that.
I just when you start coming up and quoting Leviticus and specifically targeting people of the queer community, instead of, you know, thinking about how you can bring people closer to your religion, instead of trying to figure out how to be more inclusive and trying to, you know, take care of the people that are in need and welcoming the people that are, you know, the sojourner or whatever. Like, instead of doing those things, you're contradicting what Jesus literally taught. When you know, advocate, not saying you do, but like a lot of people who call themselves Christians advocate for billionaires, while you know the Bible specifically teaches about how it is easier for the camel to pass through the eye of a needle than it is for a rich man to get in heaven. Like it's all of these things. Like you guys contradict the teachings of the very foundation of your religion. It doesn't make sense.
With stuff like that though, it's like you see some people that obviously every single person has their own struggles, and some people, there's a lot of people in religion that say they are, but they don't align with actually what is happening. And that's a lot of times what you guys end up seeing is you see the people that say they are religious, say they're Christian, but then they don't align themselves. They go party, they go have sex. That's not like marriage. It's they don't align themselves with that
They go
stuff, even though
party.
they
I'm sorry. What's wrong with partying under the Christian worldview?
just like the excessive drinking, the drugs, it's that type of stuff.
So you can party without that.
That's a lot of times what partying is, though.
Or if you're cool like me, you party with it.
For real, same.
Yes, you can do whatever you want like that.
Speaking of partying,
I don't know. I mean, like, I listen. The point that I'm gonna leave you with this book, like, no one's forcing things. The left isn't forcing things just because people on the left say that they want inclusion, just because people on the left say they want representation, just because people on the left says that everyone should have rights, does not mean that they're forcing that thing. Telling a kid, hey, gay people exist, queer people exist. It's okay. Sometimes some kids are gonna have a mom and a dad. Sometimes some people are gonna have two moms. Some of them may have two dads. Like, it's okay. That's all they're doing. And you know what? Kids are so smart and so understanding and so accepting. Once you actually talk to them about those things at an early age, then it normalizes the other people around them, so they're not actually growing up in an actual environment where they're being targeted because they're different, right? And they see someone else who doesn't have that quote unquote nuclear family like they do, and now they're specifically bullying or targeting them because they don't understand it, because they were taught by someone to be hateful. Like, hate is taught. It's taught. So if hate is taught, why can't we teach love in the same way? Why can't we teach understanding in the same way? And that's all this is.
Yeah, I mean, that's a very good point. Like, I don't think anyone should grow up with being hated on or being targeted just for the things that they do or the things they've been grown up around. That's a big part of the Bible and the Christian belief is you love everybody. You, even if you don't like them, and even if they hurt you, you still
Then
end up loving and
if that's
forgiving
the
them.
truth, then why would you vote for a man who said that he thinks that undocumented immigrants are varmint and they're poisoning the blood of American, and he literally comes out and says that he hates Democrats, he hates them? Like, how, if that's true, if this is supposed to be like the head of your party and he's supposed to represent at least the majority of the things that you stand for, and you talk about being a Christian, Donald Trump is the most anti-Christian candidate you guys have ever put up. Not only talking about all the marriages, but him cheating with a corn star. You can also talk about him, you know, breaking the laws in multiple ways. Like, you can talk about him actually sexually exploiting people. You can talk about all of these things, but for some reason you guys think that he's a Christian and moral man at the same time that he says he's never repented in his life. Like, that's the premise of Christianity, is being able to repent and make your way into heaven. Donald Trump said he's never repented because he's never done anything to repent. Like, how can you put him up?
So, like I was saying when I first joined, I believe I like him like more than Kamala, because of the fact that he aligned better with that view than Kamala's campaign did.
But again, like Parker said at the very beginning, there's nothing that you can say that actually lends itself to Donald Trump being more of a Christian than Kamala Harris, because Kamala Harris is an active Christian. Donald Trump uses it when it's beneficial. Kamala Harris practiced her faith.
I have not ever seen anything with her. In fact, at her rallies, she was putting down Jesus. Someone was
That's
screaming,
not true.
"Jesus
You
is
were
Lord," and she was
propagandized.
like, "You're at the
It's
wrong
not
rally."
true. You were
No, there
propagandized.
is more evidence of
It's
that. She
no,
literally
there's a
said, "You're at the wrong
video.
rally."
There's a video. It was edited. You can listen to the unedited video. She was saying, "You're not here. You're looking for the smaller rally down the street." It was them screaming lies, lies, lies. After they left out, they edited the video to make it seem as if they were saying Jesus is Lord. That's not what happened. You've been propagandized.
There is also many other
Yeah,
things of
yeah. She
them.
was just talking about the Trump rally down the street. Like that's all it was.
Was she though?
Yeah, obviously.
I've never seen anything
She's a
like that.
Christian herself.
Yes.
She's more active in the church than Trump is by far. Trump couldn't name his favorite verse. Trump said he never asked God for forgiveness. This guy's fucking conning you in order to be able to get your votes. He does not give a shit about Christianity. There's no fucking way.
None.
I mean, name
Well,
one again. Name one Christian norm outside of the context of abortion that he upholds more than Kamala Harris.
it was the gay stuff, but I'm not going to get back into
Okay, so then
that.
why is being gay wrong?
I'm not saying it's against the Bible, but I'm not saying I don't like them.
Wait, where in the
Okay,
Bible?
I don't exactly remember exactly where in the
It's
Bible.
in the Bible. It's wrong, and I have no clue where in the Bible, but I promise you, in the Bible, it's wrong.
And
Do you know how big the
just
Bible is?
yeah, just an
Yeah, and apparently
FYI.
you haven't read it.
Exactly. And maybe you should go back and look at the actual translation because again, the Bible has been translated multiple times, but the original text was translated from talking about being a PDF file to gay marriage or lying with another man, and it was actually changed in the 60s or 70s, one of the two. Like it was more recent where they actually changed it for a specific narrative. It was talking about lying with kids, not other men.
Yeah, you cannot say the Bible is the reason why I want to like do this thing that's going to like harm people, but then also simultaneously not know what in the Bible is going to do that. Is going to justify that. Like you actually have to know that. If you're going to say the law should be enforcing those norms on people, you should have to be able to refer to something, right?
So, okay, what I'm gonna say with that is you can be a Christian and not know every single part of the Bible. I am actually a pretty new Christian. I gave my life a little over a year ago after I had a seizure, and God healed me from that. That is why I believe in Him.
Okay.
So you don't have to remember.
And
Like
just
a
to
lot of new,
correct myself, I'm sorry. It was changed in 1946. I apologize. 1946 is when it was changed from kids to men not lie with other men.
Okay, I'm sorry, but like how do you know that it was God?
because before that, okay, I mean, so I'm gonna go through this a little bit. At the time, I was working really hard to get this specific career I wanted to, which I was gonna go military. But then I had a seizure, got diagnosed with epilepsy,
Sorry to hear that.
okay, and completely canceled that. After I had that was when I first got into it. I took and have taken that as a way of God telling me I was not supposed to go into the military. I was not supposed to die in an airplane, and he wanted me to change my directions. And sense of me getting following my religion, my brain scans have gotten 76% better.
Okay. How do you know that that's specifically relating to just the religious beliefs rather than like
Medical
something that would
treatment.
have happened just medically
Because I haven't
anyway?
taken medical treatment. I haven't taken medical treatment for it.
Well, even if it is the case that you haven't taken medical treatment, then that would be natural recovery. How do you know that it wasn't just natural
So
recovery?
epilepsy, if you don't know, it actually doesn't develop. It doesn't get better. Like it's very
Yeah,
very.
that's not I meant I that's not what I'm claiming. I'm just claiming that like in terms of the level of seizures that you're having, if that is going to decrease, you're saying that's like a level of recovery, right? In terms of decreasing of the level of seizures, right? If you're associating that decrease in the level of seizures to right, specifically your belief in God. And I would just say that like, it seems like to just be like a correlation causation fallacy that it's just you're associating two factors to be the case and kind of also like a God of the gaps fallacy. Like you don't have an explanation for it yourself, so you're kind of just assuming it's God. Does that
So,
make sense?
like I was gonna say, epilepsy, if you don't know, it doesn't actually, you can't really get rid of it unless you like have it before you go through puberty. your brain doesn't like, I don't know what it is with it, but it doesn't like go away if you like start having it after puberty. That's why there's so many adults with epilepsy that won't.
I'm not claiming even. Are you saying that you don't have epilepsy anymore?
I'm saying I've been healed from it because of God.
You don't have any epilepsy?
I've been healed. I have not had a seizure in over a year because of God.
Okay. Again, how do you know that that's specifically because of God? Is it just because two things are associated?
Because of prayer. And because of prayer, it's just like God, the voice of God, you know, after so long of like pray and stuff, like
Hey man, your prayers work. Can you pray for some other shit too? Could you pray for like world peace, bro?
Oh, I pray for I pray for this world every single day. It's part of my prayer. I pray every morning, I pray every night that this world heals, that more of these people will realize that we need to fight, that we don't need any of this crazy stuff that happens in the world.
So why do some prayers get answered and others don't?
Because some stuff doesn't, so it helps people. So like, for example, in the Bible, I think I can't remember which one it was, but one of Jesus' disciples wasn't healed on purpose for when he was preaching to people, and they would see he's still injured from his thing. Why didn't Jesus heal you? Because I believed in him and I don't need to be healed. I still believe in it. Like like at the time it was like oh, you need to see it to believe it.
Listen,
And it's
let me say this. Like, I'm happy to hear that you're doing better. I absolutely do, and I wish you continued success on your recovery. Right, I know that that's a serious medical condition, and I'm happy to hear that you're doing better today than you were before. With that being said, using your religion, listen, when we go through traumatic things, we look for many things to cling to in order to justify survival. And you're using your religion as validation for your recovery. And I'm not going to knock you for that. But what I am telling you is the premise that you're using, it has fundamental flaws in it, because understanding that, yes, you pray, but other people pray. And why is your prayer more important than someone else's prayer? Like, that doesn't make sense. And even more so when you start talking about the multitude of injustice that is actually happening, and people are really trying to use religion. Like, it's all, I'm telling you, it's all across the board. And so I'm not going to knock you for your religion. I'm also not going to knock you for your opinion. But what I am telling you is that weaponizing your religion to actually harm other people is not what the Bible teaches. It's not. I'm sorry. The Bible at no point tells us to hate or dislike or put down people that are immigrants or people that are part of the queer community. And that's not what the Bible says. And I'm not even knocking you for what you've heard from your religion, because I grew up as a Southern Baptist in the heart of the South. And then I became a non-denomination Christian. And like, even in college, I studied religion as well. And so, like, I get it, but I'm telling you, the basis of Christianity is not upheld by Donald Trump. It is not upheld by the Republican Party. They try to use it as a weapon because it sounds good, but they're at the same time going against the teachings of Jesus. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, and so on that part, with like the beginning part, with you were saying how I'm clinging on to something. So that with that part, I'm not just clinging on to something here. I know for a fact that it is, and
how
that
substantiate that then.
Because getting healed from epilepsy isn't something that normally happens.
I need you to quantify how your I need you to quantify how your religion healed you. I need you to actually prove it. Because let's be clear about this. Religion is not about proof. It's about faith. So don't tell me that you can actually prove it if you don't have concrete evidence. Religion is about faith, sight unseen. That's what religion is. Don't say that you can prove it, because you can't prove religion.
Oh, and guess what? I had faith in God, and I don't have seizures anymore.
Yeah, I'm not saying, you said you can prove it. There's a difference between proof and faith.
The Bible is proof of God.
Okay,
There
who
is
wrote the Bible?
more. What?
Who wrote the Bible?
Many different people.
And so how do we know that it's true then?
How do you know that science books are true? They get written by people
Because they
and
have
get
evidence.
passed down.
Because they have evidence.
Exactly.
Wait.
The Bible has
Objectively,
evidence.
objectively verifiable evidence. What evidence does the Bible have specifically for things like resurrection, for things like Jesus walking on water, turning water into wine? These are miraculous claims, things that are not grounded in empirical evidence and scientific fact and objective reality, things that we can verify objectively speaking. You're saying that something written in a book, right, just claimed, is evidence to believe it to be true, bro? That's called a trust me, bro. I'm serious. Like, I'm serious. You got to acknowledge this. This is why people say they believe in things by faith without evidence. And I heavily critique that because I think that the inevitable reality of that is that there are going to be people that believe that aliens control the government and they have the same intellectual basis as you. People believe the earth is flat. They have the same intellectual basis as you. And I have to believe in something that has more intellectual basis than that. I can't just believe in things because I feel like it, right, for myself. Okay, other people, I understand it makes them feel better and whatnot, but I don't think there's any intellectual basis to that. But again, there could be like some instrumentally like rational reason for it makes you feel better or something like that. But even then, I just think that there's so many like insane beliefs within the context of religion that I oftentimes like am against it. And I think that like really the only redeemable views when it comes to Christianity are like the liberal progressive views, ones that, you know, aren't going to take those bad aspects of it, but they'll take the good. Like I like that church. Like I literally like I think that's cool. I think the progressive Christians doing that and providing counterculture in that is kind of cool as well. But like I also just like I think you have to be able to acknowledge the harmful aspects of it very clearly.
Also, Jesus was a communist, so there's that.
I'm not even going to go into that part, but
It's
so
true.
with
It's true.
with
It's
the
true. He
part of
wanted
the
people to
Bible
give back,
with your
give Caesar what is
uh,
Caesar's. He rejected money. He traveled around without a passport. He traveled to different lands. He fed everybody who was hungry. Jesus was a hippie. He was a communist. Like it is what it is.
Can I ask him a question? If Jesus came to the country undocumented, would you deport Jesus?
that's completely different from how it was back then.
I'm just asking, would you deport Jesus?
If he came here illegally,
Yeah.
well, he's not a citizen of any country. So
So
that
exactly.
such a dumb argument.
No, I'm just asking, would you deport him?
No,
No, you wouldn't. Why not?
no, it's Jesus.
Yeah. Well, okay. So
It's
like,
God.
are you saying there's no like threats to like safety, security for the country, things like that?
From Jesus, yeah. There's
Did you do a
technically no
background check
threats.
on Jesus?
Yeah. Did you do a background check?
What?
You don't need to do a background check. Is that what you're saying?
It's Jesus. It's God. What do you?
There's a portion of Jesus' life that is unaccounted for. How do we know that he wasn't, in a T group at that time?
Are you talking about him as a kid?
Yeah.
Yeah. Jesus was born a normal human being. He went through normal human suffering.
Yeah,
He
but
went through normal human pain.
there's a portion of Jesus' life that's unaccounted for by the Bible. So how do we know what he was doing during that time? We need to run a background check.
My gosh, you are.
Yeah. How do you know this isn't the devil just like trying to make you think that he's Jesus in order to be able to get into the country? Like you see, you got to have like an immigration process. This idea that you just want like an open border is ridiculous, dude.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say you guys are really good at twisting words.
I'm not twisting anything, dude. You're just trying to let people in without
I mean,
any
that's
type
that's
of
the point.
fucking
That's the point of
vetting.
debating.
You're trying to let people in the country without vetting them first. It's crazy.
Exactly.
Okay,
So
I'm
you
gonna go
want
back
open
on
borders
what I
for
was
people
trying.
from
Oh
Nazareth?
my. I'm gonna go back on the topic what I was trying to say before you guys kept going. Jesus being resurrected, you were saying there's no proof of that. The only proof technically we do have is people saw him. People saw him 3 days later, risen from the dead. And if you're gonna say, well,
That's
you
like
can't
that's
trust
just,
people,
it's seriously just a claim. These things were passed down word of mouth for generations prior to the fact that they were written down. So like the idea that you have like first person accounts for these types of things occurring is ridiculous. you wouldn't accept this evidence if it were literally someone trying to say that Eugene Carroll, like for example, Eugene Carroll, there's more evidence to indicate that she was assaulted by far, not even fucking close to any of these fucking Bible verses. I'm serious. To any of these claims for resurrection or anything like that. But you don't believe Eugene Carroll, but you do believe this, right? It's so like hyper specific what you choose to believe, right? It's really interesting.
I honestly don't understand what you said, but whatever.
I would just say go
What
back
did I
and
say
read your
that was
Bible book
confusing?
more.
I said that you don't hold the same standard of evidence to other things. For example, with the Eugene Carroll case, where Donald Trump was held civilly liable of sexually abusing Eugene Carroll, there's way more evidence to justify that Eugene Carroll was assaulted, right, than there is any of these particular things about resurrection in the context of the Bible. Nowhere
Okay,
near the
so
same level of evidence.
like I was saying, the only evidence we have of that Jesus was resurrected was people saw him. But at that same point, you could say, like, there's technically at that point, there's no evidence that Caesar technically existed because what? There's books about him.
Wait,
There's
we're not disputing the idea that Jesus existed. We're disputing that he resurrected from the dead. I believe that Jesus existed. I believe that Jesus was crucified on the cross. I think there's historical evidence and reliable evidence to establish that to be the case. I don't think there's reliable evidence to establish resurrection. Now, you specifically have to respond to that, because if there was a claim about fucking Julius Caesar resurrecting from the dead, I probably wouldn't believe that either.
Also, can we, at least focus on the standard of like what a miracle was back then, or even not even going back to biblical times, but like the Salem witch trials, right? I mean, they said if they threw a woman in the water and she floated, then she was a witch, and if she drowned, then she wasn't. Like, what's the burden of proof for a miracle? Like, what are we even talking about here? I'm sorry. Like, what are we doing?
Oh man.
Like, here's how I establish this. When we're looking at history, we're looking for the most probable thing to be the case. When we're looking at miracles, miracles are literally the least probable thing to occur. So the only way that something could be the least probable and the most probable is if it's the only possible explanation. Given that there are other logically possible explanations, we know that that's not the case.
But there is evidence that people saw him, people wrote about him, that they saw him alive 3 days after he was crucified. They saw him alive.
Again, these are just
Who wrote
claims.
that?
They're claims. They're just claims.
Okay, at that point, you could say everything in the past 300, 200 years are just claims.
No,
None
it's
of us
not, because
nowadays
we
have
have
ever.
actual
You're not
proof.
understanding. They're not first
Hey, Matt.
person. They're not first person
I don't know.
accounts, right? It's like if I claimed that there was 500 people saw a floating pig, would you believe that there was a floating pig?
That's completely different.
What's different? The floating pig existed. I promise you. 500 people saw it.
Parker, I thought you said a floating head. I was about to say, are we getting swifty?
No. I was. Oh, geez, that's so funny.
That's a good one.
Just because you said that, yes, we are getting swifty. Okay, we're getting swifty.
Hey, Parker, can I say something?
Go ahead.
It's getting late. I do have to go, but I do want to say I appreciate you so much letting me come up here and talk a little bit, and I like you so much more than Dean. You were such a better debater, and you were so much nicer.
Tell me, why do you like me better than Dean?
He is so I feel like he's a little more immature, and with his rage baiting, with how people rage bait him, and he just flips off on it all the time. Also, I was trying to debate him earlier today, and I just instantly got blocked. I didn't do anything.
So you just got blocked and you're kind of mad?
Yeah, I wanted to debate him about some stuff, and he just blocked me. And you let me on here, so thank you so much.
Okay, so he only likes me because I let him on the live. Okay, that's not.
No, and I do appreciate
No, wait, hold
everything
on.
You're a
Listen,
really good debater.
Let's listen to Matt's point real quick.
Please.
Oh, sure. I mean, well, what point are we talking about? So, I mean, you do know, right, Yak, that, I mean, because you mentioned that you're like a new Christian, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, it's very well held, and I don't know if you care about this, but I hope you do. That the Gospels were not written by the people who are that actually claim to be written by. So that there are no firsthand accounts. There are no people who we can say the closest that you'll get is Paul. Like Paul's the closest, but you won't get anywhere close to actually saying Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. I mean Mark and Luke aren't even like there anyway, so like that doesn't even matter. So I mean, I just hope that you would like look into it maybe a little bit more before you make claims like that, because that's a kind of very easily disproven thing to like say. So I wouldn't even like try to make a claim like that without like reading some of the scholarship on it.
That's a very good point. Like I said, I am pretty new and I'm still studying the Bible, and I actually am going to be going to school to fully get like completely study the Bible and study religion. So I I am getting better into it and more educated into it.
Okay.
Also, if you get the chance, read the book of Clarence as well. So
But like I was saying, I do have to go. But thank you so much, everyone, for letting me come on here. God bless you all. And
Oh yeah.
if anyone gets the chance to look up Jeremiah 29:11. God bless.
Bye bye. By the way, too, I think Santana made this point, and it's a very good point. But how I always say is, why is it? And Yak, I'm very happy that you are not having any type of major seizures anymore. But my always thing that I bring up: why are you so important to God, but millions of other people are not so important? Like that's what like I want somebody to answer for me. Like right now, somewhere there's a child dying of cancer. Why is God not curing that cancer versus he's helping Yak with his seizures? Like, please make that understand for me, because no one can answer that question for me about why miracles seem to be very selective. So like I want that to be answered.
he tried to talk about how like there's some standard of as far as what prayers get answered and what prayers don't get answered or something. I don't know.
Well, I mean, maybe, but I just don't understand. Like, there are like actual verifiable Christians who are suffering right now at this very moment. Like somewhere, in the world, there's a hardcore Bible believing Christian who is suffering immensely, and yet they will die in pain. But yet, someone in I don't know, like Montana, will buy a brand new property and be like, "Thank you, Jesus, for this new property." Right? I mean, like that's the problem here, right? It's that it's that people will attribute miracles to things that really are not miracles at all, and that just kind of makes it to where it makes a mockery of the whole thing, because real people like actually suffer every day, and nothing they never get any help despite them praying every single day.
Yep.
So yeah.
Absolutely, absolutely. W Mats in the comment section. W Mats. I'm about to get off. I'm gonna be live early tomorrow. I'm gonna be live at like 9 a.m. So I'm literally gonna get off. I'm gonna get off, go to sleep, get up, get ready, and go live.
And then get back on.
It's wild.
So
can
that's
I say thank you to 3 people?
Go ahead, absolutely.
I think it's pronounced Mia. Thank you for all that you do, giving hope for a better future. I commend your patience with the brainwashed MAGA idiots. Thank you for the 5. Kelly, thank you for the 10. Appreciate what you do. And also, Jamie, thank you for the 1. No, I never served. But yeah, thank you so much for the $1 donation. You guys are awesome.
Alrighty, I think I have a lot to catch up on real quick.
You have
Hold
a
up.
million that you got.
No,
I'm gonna get out of here, Parker. I
me
appreciate
see.
you, Matt. I appreciate you more. I'll see you guys.
Yep.
Good seeing you. Good seeing you.
Bye, Parker. Have a good night. Okay.
Have a good night. Have a good night.
Yep. Bye.
All right, let me go through some. I'm so sorry, everyone. I'm so far behind. If I missed anyone's, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Pop, thank you so much for the $2. I really appreciate it. Soul, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Soul. Nobody, thank you so much for the $5. Christopher with the $3. Thank you. Soul with the $5. Thank you. Sydney, thank you so much for the $20 again. Thank you. I think I did already actually catch up to that. Hold up. Deadpool, thank you so much for the $10. Fun, thank you so much for the $5. Baby, thank you for the $5. Lisa, thank you so much for the $2. Kat, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Sid with the $50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Sid. Thank you. Seriously, though, it's actually ridiculous. It's actually ridiculous, though. Sid, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $50. Shoot the W's for Sid in the comment section. Noah, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Ist, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you. I wish I would have saw that earlier. I didn't remember what the context was. Addie, thank you so much for the $2. Steph, thank you so much for the $5. Soul, thank you for the $10. And Noah, thank you so much for the 200 THV. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Lovey, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. I do have to go to the bed. Yeah, I know. Lovey, thank you for the $20 as well. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. I probably should go to sleep here. Thank you so much for the $5. And Lovey, again, thank you so much for pushing the $5. I love everyone so much, everyone. I'm so sorry, everyone. I'm so tired. I will see everyone tomorrow. I will be on tomorrow early, everyone. 9 a.m. 9 a.m. I tell you. That's when I'll be live. Laura, thank you for the $5. Ondine, thank you so much. I appreciate the $18. And Anna with the $12. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Robin, thank you for the $5. Ella, thank you so much for the $5. Rachel, thank you so much. I appreciate the $2. Thank you. Thank you. Akiki, thank you for the $2. I really appreciate it. Kelly, thank you for the $10. Thank you. I think I'm caught up with everyone. I love everyone. Have a great night, everyone. I recommend to go over to my main account or my YouTube. Subscribe to me there, everyone. Go check out the videos I posted. I'll see everyone tomorrow. Love y'all so much.